Welcome to BMX Race Hub. We're live in Gosport for round 8 of the Lloyds BMX National Series. Let's go.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
Okay, back in Gosport, slightly less windy today, and it's absolute tailwind behind me, but not very strong. So yeah, looking much more manageable, although I must say yesterday that pro section was riding really well. The riders are all coping with it really well, so that's great to see. Let's say we are near the coast, it is a bit windy. Very long track we mentioned yesterday. Very warm, actually, very warm today. Warm in the gazebos as well, and with that lower wind, I think that's going to affect the riders a bit more. We will catch up with Lewis, commentator, after this. Very short sequence from yesterday. Okay, hope you enjoyed that. So yeah, we've got practice still going on behind us. Championship classes still practicing. Another gate about to drop. Here with Lewis. So yeah, interesting day yesterday. I hear Rich Eames is on his 5th baguette.
Yeah, he's loving life over in the south of France. Very jealous of him. He's definitely ordered the weather over there as well. It's lovely. Yeah,
well, it's not so bad here. I think we had some of their thunder and lightning the other night on Friday. But yeah, hope you're okay, Rich. We miss you. So yeah, national champs format. Next national series at Birmingham, same as last year. On the Friday, we're doing the national champs. So that's for set age groups, and it's LCQ, last chance qualifier, European style format. So really keen for people to get their entries in. What are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to it again. It was fantastic last year. Obviously, we didn't quite have the numbers that we wanted because it was first year that we had it. But I think this year, with the little bit more preparation that everyone's going to have, I think we're going to have the numbers. And I like the fact that we, like you said, we're getting that LCQ format in that we have in Europe for the older guys, and for the 13 to 14 year olds, they're starting to see how European races are going to look for them when they start racing abroad in the next few years. So I really like the national champs. It brings out some really good competitive racing.
Yeah, and me too, and I think it's great practice for them, isn't it, for that European format as well. So I mentioned the wind in my intro, a bit windy again, but not that bad actually compared to yesterday. It's quite gusty yesterday, and it's pretty much a dead tailwind on the pro straight today, so that should make for some really good racing actually.
Yeah, I mean the wind definitely affected racing yesterday, especially down the first and third straight. You could see some riders struggling a little bit more than others, but hopefully, like you say, with the sort of slower winds and again with the tailwind through the second straight, might make it a little bit easier for the pro guys to get through the pro section, so maybe create a little bit more carnage in the second turn. Yeah, it tends to sort of group riders together a little bit more when there's less wind because everyone's sort of at that competitive level. Some people struggle more with it than others, so yeah, it's looking forward to racing without it.
Yeah, I know there were a few riders definitely being careful on the manuals on the first straight and into the first corner in particular. But yeah, move of the day for me, and I think you agree, was Kobe Rayford into the last corner. I think he went third to first.
To have that sort of bike control and corner control at that sort of 14-year-old age is not unheard of, but it's very rare. And the only sort of riders that I've ever seen use that sort of technique in a corner at that age have gone on to do great things in the sport. So Kobe's obviously a really talented rider, one of my personal favourites. I love watching him ride, but to go from third to first in the last corner, around the outside of one rider or underneath another, especially in that sort of competitive age group, yeah, it was a great move.
And sorry, I've done it again. I need the mic. Another move into the last corner was in the not quite OAPs, but certainly knocking on a bit. Matt and Fraser, Matt Barnard and Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, I mean, We've said this before, sort of the older age groups, a few years ago, they started to slow down a little bit. They didn't have the numbers, but the last couple of years, we've definitely seen their numbers pick up again. And the competition in the vets, the masters, the grand vets is astonishing now. So that's sort of moving that last turn. Matt just holding on round the outside. Fraser trying to do all he can to hold him off. That is the pinnacle of BMX racing in the UK for me. It's what it's all about, the competitiveness. But at the end of the day, whoever comes out on top, they're going to shake hands at the end of the race. It's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah, speaking of which, we caught up with Tyrese and Bryn yesterday. You'll be able to see that in the highlights package. Their racing on track is fierce, but I know they're good mates and really enjoying it, and we all are as well watching that. I know you know Tyrese really well, so yeah. And we also caught up with Iris Haida yesterday, and we'll just cut to that in a second. But yeah, she took the win yesterday, looking really good.
Iris is super to watch. She's very talented on a bike. I think she's 12, isn't she? 12-year-old girl. She's to see that sort of talent on a bike, winning races as consistently as she is, and putting in every single lap seems to be a really good lap. It's not just a lucky win here and there in a final or in a moto. It's every single lap. She's out front, she's doing the business, and she looks really comfortable doing it. And that's what's important, is being comfortable out front. When you're at that age, that's when it starts to progress into the older years, and you start to feel comfortable being out front. And as well, it gives you that confidence to race through the pack as well. So yeah, it's really good to see.
All right, nice. Well, let's cut to the interview we did yesterday with Iris Haida. All right, here with Iris Haida. Iris, we were going to chat earlier in the year, and it's good to catch up with you now. So, how's the season been going so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I've had 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a third, and hopefully I can win both days this weekend.
Excellent. And obviously a busy few weeks coming up with the Euro champs and the World champs. So yeah, you're on the E3 at the moment from last year. What are you hoping for?
I'm hoping for just like top 5 or 4, I reckon, because I got quite lucky with the E3 last year. Okay,
and what about the World champs then? Obviously in Copenhagen.
I'm hoping to make the final to get a W plate.
Excellent. And so tell us about that. Copenhagen, quite a long way, but I think you've got someone supporting you, haven't you, for the World Champs?
Yeah, so there's this motorhome company called Betty B Motorhome, and they're like giving us like a really discounted motorhome so we can go in like a really nice one.
All right, that's really, really lovely, and it's great to have that home from home as well. So I'll tell you what about your top tips for riders in terms of preparing for their first European or World Championships?
Always make sure to like keep like strong, because like riders from across the world are like really like pushy and stuff, so you need to make sure you have like a nice shape. Like always make sure to like pedal to the line, because everyone's going to be gunning for you if you're in front of them. So yeah.
All right, that's really good advice there. It rings true with what Beth Shriver said as well. So really good work, all right, and good luck for the rest of the year.
Thank you.
All right, hope you enjoyed that as well. Pre-pens are filling up. Motos were drawn a while ago, actually, so we're going to be live pretty much on 10 o'clock. So that's, what's that, a couple of minutes now. Remember to get those national champs entries in, so that's all on the BC website. We shared the link a couple of days ago. We'll do it again today, later on today. So get those in, 13, 14s, 15s, 16s, championship classes and masters as well, on a last chance qualifier format. All right, riders are going up the hill, so we're going to cut to the live feed and comms now.
Oh yeah. Alrighty then, here we go, round number 8 of the BMX National Series 2025 here in Gosport. We're lined up on the gate for the first moto, sponsored by Pure Bicycles and Trophy UK. Here we go. Congratulations to Gosport for doing a fabulous job yesterday. Let's have more of the same. Remember what I taught you yesterday. Don't turn too early in the turns when you're low in them. They're too flat, which is not a bad thing. I'm just trying to help you guys and girls out. Here we are, Blade. Did you watch it last night, anyone? Blade? Anyone take to Netflix and watch the film we were going on about? No? Okay. Well, maybe tonight when you get home. We're in the car on the way home. Got a couple of hours to kill. Let the other half drive. Sit back and watch Wesley Snipes in Blade. All right, we're going to start off real slow, build up the momentum. Don't want to go too early, like we did yesterday. We've got Max Livingston in this one for Gosport. Holly Bishop did a good job on the cruiser here in amongst the guys. Ronnie Warwork, Westwood Swales and Ocean King from Team Mind. He's there in the 2 spot because the 18 plate of Harry Swales leaves this one out. And, of course, you're all going to change your shirts today, aren't you, and wear a different colour, just to confuse us all. So I can see now Fast Signature have got a different coloured shirt on. I guess that's Team Ez. No, maybe not. But, yeah, Merseyside, is it? Charlie Cotton, that'll be out in front then. That's Merseyside, he says. Alrighty then. Okay, sounds good to me. Billy Cheeseman in this one. Arlo Stimmitz, Jeff Thompson, Cathcart Cunnison and Killian Hanna from Bournemouth in the mix in race number 2. Race number 3 on track. We got a GT Factory rider in this one, Leighton Harding. Looks good out in front here on the cruiser with Taylor Hoare, Leo Bradley, Thomas Barnard, Bram Heaver and Jack Swales in this one on the 15 bike. Jack back in about 4 at the moment, but your man there from GT Factory still leading it out. That's Leighton Harding in the cruiser category 9 to 12. More cruisers 9 to 12. Lewis Cheffy, Olivia Webb, Jasper Kimber, Freddie Walsh, Kieran Brownson, Frankie McKenna and Jacob Squires. As we see the guys and girls coming through here. On plate number 396 is leading this one out. That's Lewis Cheffy from Bournemouth. We've got the Gosport guy in 2, Jasper Kimber, doing it for the NRT, the national race team. Lewis. Did you know that's what it stands for? Race number 5, 30 to 14 cruiser, Savvy Fox Cooper, Bruntwood Park NRT. Benjamin Dean, hot shot. Where is he? He's in about 4 at the moment. Nice move there from the guy from GT, Hadley Harding. I guess that's Leighton's brother, older brother. So Harding looking good on the cruiser as well here. It's family guys for GT, jumping his way down that last straight. Nice and smooth, I like that. Okay, race number 6. One rider down in that first turn already. A little bit of a high side. As we see Alonso, Mattern Alonso, leads this one out from the rider from Allen's, Todd Smith Notman in there with the crank rider. William Knowles in 3 from Bruntwood. Benedict Marco back in 5 in this one, but we'll see his dad a little bit later on at the front of the pack, I'm sure. Well done to this young man for picking himself up. That is, of course, the reactive racing rider, Owen Miller. Alrighty then, here we go. Race number 7 on track. James Cotterall leads this one out from Preston. And Rab Racing, he's the national number 1. He's trying to defend his title this year in the 13 and 14 cruiser. We got the rider there in 2 on the 74 plate, is that? 714, that is Oren Hannah. Hannah from Bournemouth, and we see the rider there coming on through on the 014, Evan Jones. As we see race number 8 already leave the hill. Getting through them already. Cooper Westwood in this one for Maybo. Alfie Sim, Bruce Anthony, Sam Dolan, Dylan Slater, Logan Young, Oliver Arnold. And it's the 13 and the 7 of Alfie Sim and Logan Young, DC Cycles. Don't forget to check out the trade area, ladies and gentlemen, for your latest purchases. All the guys and girls there, DC Cycles, Pure Bikes, sorted race gear. Crucial racing, of course. As we see the rider from Bath leading this one out. That is the number 9 of... Hinton Cockburn. Being chased hard by Davison, Milburn and McSwitty as they come down that last straightaway. Okay, race number 10 on track. Cuthbert, Cunnison, Andrews, Montano, Warren, Harradine and Caulfield. And we see the Kebab House Racing guy leading this one out on the 10 by Jonah Harradine, MK Evolution. And we see one of the hot shot riders coming on through there, Jacob Warren from Gosport. In there in 2. As they exit that last turn, race 11 is already on track. Cooper McCrum in this one, Theo Robbins, Jamie Hayward, William Chaplin, Jack Walford and Logan Widdowson. LVG leads this one out, nice style into the turn there. That was William Chaplin and Cooper McCrum following him through in the BMX Widow photography shirt. Change of colours again for them today, so we need to keep on top of that. Chris Miller in this one, Ryan Jones, Martinez. Going to be Martinez leading this one out in the 30-39 cruisers. Going to be Hudson in there in 2, I reckon. Yeah, Jack Hudson. As we see Hotshot Rider coming on through there. Maybe not. As we turn our attention to race number 13, Lewis.
30. Are we on? Are we on? Are we? Again, it's not working. 1, 2. Oh, there we go. Couldn't hear myself. Oh, what a shame.
Schoolboy error.
What a shame. Right, 39-year-old cruisers on track. Absolute, leading this one out. Dan Popel, last year's British champ, looking good into that final turn. That looks like John Lillingston's Hero 1 Racing. Martin Smiley Brown, Smiley's Flight Club and Squash and Pop. He's going to pick up the 3rd on the line. While we're talking about Smiley, there is a summer party, I believe, at Telford Flyers, his club over in Telford. Is that right, Smiley? Yeah? 6th of September? Yeah, that's the one. So if you are looking for a little bit of post-summer fun, get yourself over to Telford Flyers, 6th of September. All of the details can be found on Smiley's Facebook, or Telford Flyers, of course, as the 30-plus women's cruiser exit turn number 3. SJN, world number 2, picking up that moto win. That looks like Nikki Sitch in there for 3. 40 years, ladies and gents, of consecutive racing at national level. 40 years. She's never missed a season. She's always raced in them 40 years. That is an incredible feat. One that I don't think I've ever heard of before, Neil. What do you reckon? No? Maybe Hilly. We'll have to confirm on that one. But Nikki Sitch, congratulations on 40 years in UK BMX. As the 40-44 cruiser guys enter turn number 2. GT Factory, Simon Homans leading this one out. Who's that in there with him? Got to be the 7 of Dylan Dixon out of Peterborough BMX Club. Heading into that final turn. Matt Eaton in there for 4. Gosport National Race Team. Gavin Brewer on the 927 plate in there in about 5 at the moment. Bringing it down to the line is Homans though. Race 17, Walsh Smith, Locke, Odling, Whitaker, Moores and Cordin. Craig Cordin in there in about 3 at the minute. That looks like it is Mr. Lockwood, Andrew Lockwood on the 17 plate, repping the 2025 Nottingham Outlaws jersey. He's inside the top 4 under all sorts of pressure though, coming into that final corner. That is Mike Whitaker out of the Bruntwood crew, looking for a way round.
But down the final straight, looks like the NRT rider. Got to be Ian Smythe picking up the 2 spot on the line with Army Cycling Union's Tom Odling. Barnsbury BMX Club on track then. That looks like Richard Stevenson, 2X on the plate. DJ Too Good in there behind him. Repping the Derby crew, heading towards the final corner. He's under all sorts of pressure though. Dave Stokes looking for a way round. Didn't quite find it into the turn. That is Evolved Bicycle Motocross. But it is Stevenson picking up that moto win as we move on to race number 819. If I can count. Norbert Marco. Smooth as you like it to turn number 2. DC Cycles, Moto 1 in that 2 spot, chasing him down. That's Kev Merron. That looks like it is Peterborough in there for 3. Andy Todd on the 093 with the KHRT crew in the house. Philip Duff, that is, on the 16 plate in there in 4. Kebab House race team aren't here today. Well, they're not selling merchandise today, at least. But if you want any other BMX goodies, get yourself over to Trader Village, just the other side of the spectator area, down the last straight. Pure Bikes, Crucial Racing, DC Cycles, Sorted Race Gear. Who else will be over there? Don't forget we've got Food Electables as well, supplying all of your food goodness that you would need over the weekend, all of your race fuel. Who's on track? We are taking a look at Daz O'Brien in that 2 spot. Heading towards that final corner. Dominic Elliott, Matt Haywood, Jamie McFarlane, Jan Jezerik, Stephen Notman and Brett Archibald all in that moto as well. It was Brett picking up that moto win. Looks like Brett Knight's hit the deck in turn number 1 in race number 22. Ian Archibald in the 2 spot. There was all sorts of shouting going off then between Gaz Carver and Ian Archibald. Not sure who was unhappy with who. There'll be a shake of hands at the end of the race, so I'm sure. Looks like Hassel though out front. SVT Mongoose are looking good. Ian Archibald in the 2 spot. Gaz Carver, Pete Butler and Mark Cottrell in that order. Brett's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Brett Knight, ladies and gents. He is what I like to call a last straight specialist. Neil knows all about that. If Brett's a last straight specialist, what does that make you? Start hill specialist, okay. Watch out, 55 plus next year. Neil's coming for that 1 plate. Does that mean you're going to do some winter training? No. Too busy enjoying your new car. On. We're back on. Oh, by the way, I know that was. I got awfully excited then. I remembered the announcement that I had to make. If you have if you lost anything at the Centurions National a few weeks ago, so if you was at Cumbernauld and you have any lost items that you've not yet retrieved, you can go over to the Centurions tent. They're good like that. They've brought it all the way down here with them. Someone's lost a few quid in fuel for travelling all of your lost property down here. So if you are missing anything from Gosport, from Cumbernauld National, I can't get the two tracks right. If you're missing anything from Cumbernauld National, get yourself over to the Centurions tent. And hopefully they've got your items. And don't forget, I've remembered, we've got the National Champs coming up in a few weeks at Birmingham BMX Club. So we've got the 13 to 14 year olds, the 15 to 16s, junior men, under 23 and elite, and obviously the same for the ladies. So if you are looking to get involved in the National Champs, you'll need to get your entries in very, very soon before the registration period closes. It's very good. We're racing an LCQ format just like the European rounds. So if you want to be involved, make sure you get yourself entered. That looks like it is a 55 plus cruiser moto. Got to be Keith Brown out front, hasn't it? That's race number 23, just going across the line. As yesterday's winner, Big Mick Goff, flies down the second straight. As chill as you like. Former world champion is Mick. Repping the Crucial Racing colours as he brings it down the third straight. David Knowles out of Manchester on the 8 plate, in there in 2. That looks like Gosport National Race Team's Billy Stupple in there for 3, with Mr. Notman in at 4.
Alrighty then, race 25. Alicia Linscott in this one. And Jamie Elwood, though, leads this one out. Hannah Hedges in the mix as well, with the number 10 of Trinity Cam pushing on through. That's Linscott in 4. As we see Rutherford and Roxy Attree from TNT in there in about 5 at the moment. Coming out the last turn, though, Jamie Elwoods hanging on from Trinity Cam. Hedges in there in 3. And Linscott in 4. Okay, race number 26 on track. Amy Willets in this one. The number 7 of Molly Nice. And the retro racing lady leads this one out. So Willets, Nice, 1 and 2. We see Mabo pushing through in 3. That's Izzy Hurry. As they come down that last straight, sorted race gear rider Olivia Firth in the 4. Race 27, one rider down in the first turn. Alexis McCarty leads this one out from Cadman Carpenter, is that? I think it is, yeah, Cadman Carpenter. Rider for Gosport in this one, doing well. And that is, of course, Ruby Cheeseman. Now being overtaken by Salmon. And where is Taylor? So it's Taylor Lee Mohan that went down in the first turn. So it's pretty mixed up, that one. Took a little bit of a spill. It's back up on her feet, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Taylor Lee Mohan from Peckham and the Royal Air Force. All right, again, ready for race 28. 729 Cruiser. Riders ready, watch the gate. Thomas Miller in this one. Was going real fast yesterday, as was Ricky Shanklin. And they are 1 and 2 at the moment going into that first turn. And you've got a rider there going around the outside. Carl Hill is in this one on the pure bike. TNT in the mix as well. Here comes Kyle making moves up to 5. Needs to get one more space going. Into that top 4 would be good for him. But it's looking good for Thomas Miller, Ricky Shanklin. 1 and 2 as they come down that last straight with Matt McHugh from BMX Widow in the 3. Theo Pope, Lewis Barnes, Niall Moss, Cates, George Putland and Jack Mowat. Looks like your Rab Racing rider. Is it Rab? No, it's not. It's the Braintree guy. I beg your pardon. That's Joshua Cates leading this one out from Braintree. Then we see Niall Moss. Fast signatures coming on through there. In third was the... they got a new 0-1, isn't it? Owen Putland that was. Yes, Owen Putland. Sorry about that. Okay. Your man there from the Superclass, Charlie Roy, leads this one out. Connor Blythe in there in 2. Luca Manzi in 3. Rider coming on through there in 4. Looking for the race shirt. Can quite race it. Team Bunnies maybe. No, he's at the back. So Theo Pope takes the win in that one. I knew what I meant. Just warming up. I see Rocky O'Brien in there in the 2 spot. It looks like one of the guys there from Rab Racing, Dan Wilson out in front. Yeah, Dan Wilson looking good with Rocky O'Brien. What shirt has he got on today? Portugal or something? He normally brings out some weird shirt every day. Maybe Bolivia, I think. Could be. Hope was in the mix as well there. As we see coming out the second turn. Look at the lead this guy's got. Wowzers. Alex Brooks, Rab Racing. He's trying to defend that title. And he's doing a pretty good job. He's already done it, has he? He's already wrapped up the title, so he's going to keep that number 1 plate. And the rider from DC moving on through into, looked like that could have been Caden Roberts. Oh, here we go. The old 6 and unders are on track now. Check these guys out. I reckon that's Albie Ho out in front. I recognise that shirt from yesterday. It might be the same shirt. It might be a new, fresh shirt. I don't know. But he's from Cardiff. He's just been picked into that first corner as he comes down the second straight. Albie's not going to give up, though, because the 9.53 is covering the corner nicely. That's Freddie Mitchell-Moore. Oh, one rider's going through the stones. Might need a broom out here in the second turn now, as we got a few stones just lying on the inside. But Mitchell-Moore and Howe 1 and 2 at the moment. All to play for. Krozaic, Hawker, Russell, Zucchina and Shepherd from Andover. But it is your man there, Freddie Mitchell-Moore, taking the win today. All right, 13, 14s, we need you in the pens, please. 13 and 14 yours. We are not hanging around today, ladies and gentlemen, so please make sure your riders are getting to the pens nice and early. We are waiting for the 13 and 14 years old to get round there.
We're only not hanging about because Neil's here. He wants to get home early.
It's Father's Day, man.
Yeah. Someone's cooking you dinner, aren't they, today?
No, that'd be McDonald's on the way home, mate.
Oh.
Big Mac large fries, 6 chicken nuggets, extra fries, Coke Zero. That is my go-to meal after a BMX race weekend.
So if you ever want to treat Neil,
yeah,
that's what you know what to get him.
Yeah. Yeah, Coke. You know, the sugar is bad for you, man. Yeah. I mean, I'm saving at least 200 calories by having a zero. Yeah, Big Mac large fries, medium fries. Actually, no, I'll go medium meal because then I get the extra medium fries and the 6 chicken nuggets. Barbecue sauce is my go-to sauce. But it is 7-7 leading this one out. It's 8-7-7. Stanley Lockwood from Nottingham. Oh, rider down first straight. Oh, he's just missed him. That's super. Super riding from the guy at the back there. Lockwood was your early leader. Garnett was in there with Jackson May, Ryder Bays and Fountain. And Buck, your young man's got back up. Not sure which one that is, but round of applause for him. Well done, ladies and gentlemen. More 6 and unders on track. The 4:03 and the 5:09 of Jack Byrne and Luke Barron. 1 and 2. Is that who's that there in 3? Could be one of the riders there, Sparrowhawk. That's Jensen Dyett in 3, wasn't it? Yeah, he made the final yesterday. He's here in 3rd place in this moto for the 6 and unders. They got semi-finals again today. Amazing stuff. Good racing for the guys at the front. Female 6 and under. Wow. Some big screaming from the first straight there as we see the rider on the inside. Erin Thoreaus from Hawks was out in front, but the rider there from Retro, Noah Kerr, goes round the outside and takes it over here in the female 6 and unders. And we see the rider from Preston, Amira Gibson, very close as well. It's good racing for these young ladies. The 194, Peony Ford from Braintree in there with Evie Steele, Billy Sawyer, Lenny Goddard from Andover. The 2 Andover riders, Billy Sawyer, Lenny Goddard at the back, but having a good race themselves. But look at it up front. Amira Gibson is trying to push past Kerr. Coming down this last straight. Great racing from the female 6 and under.
Race 37 hits the track. These are the 7-year-olds. Check out Lou and Jamira from the outside of the gate all the way from lane 7. He's trying to pick up the whole shot into turn number 1. It's Bridle on the inside, elbow to elbow. Bridle's going to lead it out then. Your current British champion out of Exeter Eagles going 1 and 2 with Lou and Jamira bringing it back through the second straight. Who's in there for 3? That's the 335 of Jasper Eels out on his home track here in Gosport. Benji Ross Foster's in the mix, repping the Merseyside crew jersey as he brings it through that 3rd straight, but it's Bridle out front on a charge. Jamira under pressure though from Eels, who's going to go round the outside in the final corner and work his way from 3 to 2, putting pressure on Bridle down to the stripe. Bridle, Eels to the line. That one was nice and close. Race 38 on track. Where's Shelby Yates? He's in there at about 2 at the moment, looking to work his way underneath in that first turn. That was Arthur Kinge on the 299, just about hanging on to the lead. Yates shuffling back ever so slightly as the 818 comes surging through for a top 2 spot. Sassons, he's worked his way in now. That looks like the Brunty crew in there for the 4th spot at the moment. Louis Austin on the 313 plate, but moves are being made into that final turn. John Joe Blundell has worked his way up to a top 4 spot. The last straight action then, Kinge gonna pick up this moto win. All for the 2, Yates in there for 3, Blundell rounding out the top 4 positions. Race 39 at Brown, Catkins, Tomlinson, Jocelyn Black, Merrin, French, Thorne and Powell. Where is Harry Powell on the 327? He's in the mix at the moment, looking for moves in turn number 2, repping the retro racing gear, reactive racing, sorry, as he brings it towards the final corner. It's all about your race leader, Isaac Tomlinson, Allen's Factory Supercross. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Gosport National Race Team's Eddie Brown on the 925 plate. That's going to be your 1 and 2 as they bring it across the line. Race 40, 8-year-old girls on the track. Where is Tilly Hewitt? She's in there in that 2 spot at the moment, repping the Radco Racing jersey, heading into the second corner, doing all she can to work her way around Mabel Pine in the second turn. Where's Abigail Henning? She's inside the top 3. Hewitt's not done yet, looking to go round the outside. That looks like Moto 1 inside the top 4, just about hanging on to it at the moment. Esme Anderson, your British champ, under pressure from Sophia Rees out of Crank BMX coaching, in and out of the final corner. It's looking like Anderson's hanging on to the top 4. Pine, Hewitt, Henning, Anderson. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4. And it was Rees in 5. Race 41 on track. 104 in there in 2. That's Izzy Moore chasing down your British champion. That's Orla Jewis in and out of turn number 2 in the Sunday jersey for Fast Signatures race team. She's currently going 1 and 2 with Izzy Moore, who's in there for 3. Looking like we have gone Luciana pins on Barron out of Telford Flyers in this one. Racing out with Millie Moore, Isabella Henry, Kylie Dixon, Lottie Arnold and Susie Wyatt. Wyatt's in there at about 3 at the minute, under pressure down to the stripe. As the 8-year-old boys enter turn number 2, Rapid Roman Birdfield crashed out yesterday. A couple of riders down in the first turn as well. But we are looking at Birdfield leading this one out. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Peckham's Peter Bunchik on the 979 plate, in and out of that final turn. One of the fallen riders, the 130, Augustus Bartolini, out of the Hawks. Put your hands together for Augustus.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget the raffle is open. You can buy your raffle tickets behind the start hill here in the green cabin. You can get your raffle tickets. They got some awesome prizes up for grab. They got a Crush 2 freestyle pit bike. They got signed GB shirts, Fox t-shirts, Kebab House Racing, Troy Lee gloves, ODI grips, champagne, wine. Oh, wine. I might buy some tickets. Stay Strong. What is that? Stay Strong helmet bag. Nutrition. There's even a fishing rod in the raffle, ladies and gentlemen. A fishing rod. And a Mabo Pro XL. A Mabo Pro frame that you can have custom painted because it's raw. Or does it?
The custom painting will be done by Mr. Awesome Finishers.
It's raw, so you can have it whatever colour you want.
Awesome Finishes is going to do it however you want.
Oh, they're going to do it for you?
One of the sponsors of Mabo Factory Team, Awesome Finishes.
That's awesome raffle prizes. Make sure you get your raffle tickets then behind the starter hill. That'll be drawn later on. And all the pictures of all the prizes are on the Facebook page, Gosport BMX Club, all right?
Back to the action, that's got to be Fisher leading out race number 43. He's going 1 and 2 with a 0.25 of Connor Grant out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Hot Shot Racing in there as well. That's got to be Knightswood in the mix. Rory Kempsford inside the top 4, chasing down the Hot Shot rider in that final turn. That's Rudy Pleasantsford. He wants a piece of the top 2 pie, chasing down Grant to the stripe. Grant's going to hang on to 2 as Fisher picks up that moto win. Teddy Gorman leads out the next moto in the 8-year-olds. Where's Atlas Lewis Field? Wrong name, wrong race. It is Gorman, though, leading it out. Oscar rather fast, in there for 2. Who's picking up 3? Looking like we've got Finn Kerr out of Retro Racing. He's being chased down, though, by Cooper Crowley out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Heading into the final corner. It's all about MK Evolution. Down the final straight, though, Gorman going to pick up this moto win down to the stripe with rather fast in behind him. Atlas Lewis Field on track, right race, right rider this time round. He's leading it into turn number 2 in race 45, going 1 and 2 with a 6.77 of Archie Walsgrove out of Telford Flyers. Don't forget about their summer party on the 6th of September later this year. It looks like Decoy BMX in there inside the top 3. Ollie Underhill on the 620 plate being chased down by the Braintree rider Noah Bishop. On the 353, here comes Underhill, making moves in the final turn, looking for a way around Walsgrove. Walsgrove gets it. Oh, he hits the deck. So close to the line, he picks himself back up. Put your hands together for Archie, ladies and gents. As your British champ takes charge of race number 46, Joseph Claydon went over the gate yesterday, I think, but he's out there battling it out at the moment out front. Frankie Jones, LCC race team, he's in there in 2. Under all sorts of pressure, though, on the exit of turn number 3, Logan Aceto looking for a way round into the top 2. It's going to be Jones hanging on to that 2 spot, though, and Aceto in 3. And that looked like Absolute's Albie Blight in a 4. 9-year-old girls on track, race number 47. Barron, Latch, Grant, Barr, Dixon, Snell, Dyson and Johnson. A full gate of 8 in and out of that first corner. Got to be Lauren Snell. Fluent Bicycle Motocross going 1 and 2 with Ella Grant. Grant just working her way up the inside into the second corner. That looks like one of the Dyson sisters, Maisie Dyson, out of the Bradford Bandits crew. The front 3 ladies running away with this one at the moment. Where's Alice Barron? She's in there in about 5, repping the northeast, heading into the final turn. Looks like we could have, I think that might be Tessa Johnson in there for that 4 spot, heading down the final straight. Dyson looking to come back on Snell. Dyson's going to nick the 2 spot. Snell in there for 3. Moto 1 race team on track. Phoebe Millar, your British champ, going 1 and 2 with a 138 plate of Amika Gibson out of Preston Pirates. That looks like GT Factory in the mix. Megan Keller on the 174 plate. She's in there in 3. Exeter Eagles going through in 5 at the moment. That is Autumn Moore on the 166 plate, heading into the final corner. But it is all about race leader, Moto 1 BMX race team. That's going to be Phoebe Millar picking up the Moto win. Jake Avis leads out the first 9-year-old moto of the day into the second corner. He's going 1 and 2 with Callum Wood out of Green Machine Tribe, who's picking up the 3 spot. Looks like DC. Oh, rider down. That was Lawson Hitchings, I think. We are going to red flag the next race. Guys, mind how you go. Red flag, red flag. Just going to make sure that Lawson Hitchings is all right. Went down very hard on the 3rd straight. What time is the World Cup starting? Anyone got any ideas? Have we got it gone over a case? No? Oh. You're normally ahead of the game, Case. What's going on? Put your hands together for Lawson Hitchings, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet, walking away. Always good to see after a crash like that. You'll have to bear with me a minute. I'm trying to get the World Cup on Casey's iPad. Oh, it's not on yet. 11:25. What time is it now then? I've still got an hour yet. Oh. We'll try and keep you up to date with them results as they come through. Oh, did he? Rich Nido on the line, did he? Is he worn out in the south of France? In the middle of the countryside, he is living the dream over there, Rich is. As we take a look at race 50, headed towards turn number 1. In another first corner. No, actually, I think we're on 51. Yes, we are. It was 50 that's being rerun. So we are looking at the 756. Got to be one of the LCC riders, isn't it? Oakley Hill, yes it is. Out front, Hot Shot Racing, Dominic Zapanos. In there in the 2-spot, Reactive Racing inside the top 3. That's Noah Northcott on the 981 plate. The front 3 riders separating it out. Chilling out down the final straight. Oakley Hill, though, going to pick up that moto win. Race number 52, Jacobs, Perry, Ford, Sullivan, Yearbury, Cairns and Northcott. Pretty sure that your race leader, Henry Sullivan, has the option to put a 1 on the front of his bike next year because he's the new national champion of this age group. If my maths are correct, someone might have to correct me if I'm wrong. There's quite a few age groups that have been wrapped up already. Already got some national champions that have been crowned. So it is going to be Big Hens, Crucial Racing. He's going to take the moto win in race number 52. Race 53, Mason, Brits, O'Brien, Careless, Jessup, Gilbert, Zucchina and Laker. It is going to be Fluent Bicycle Motocrossers, Alexander Gilbert going to 1 and 2 with Team Ayres, Arthur Mason on the 481. Bristol Jets in the mix as well. That is Felix Zucchina on the 600 plate being chased down by the rider out of the north east. Joseph O'Brien on the 274 bike under a bit of pressure in the final turn. Zucchina coming back at them down the final straight. He wants to pick himself up a top 2 finish, but it's going to be Gilbert and Mason out front. 10-year-old girls race 54. Who's leading it out? Going to be Eliza Powell out of Crank BMX Coaching, going 1 and 2 with a 5 plate of Florence Dyson out of the Bradford Bandits. The 2 MCR riders going through in 3 and 4. That's Una Svensson and Briette Lamb on the 658 plate. So them 2 ladies in the mix at the moment, picking up top 4 positions. MCR looking good in this one. Powell, Dyson, that's going to be your 1 and 2. Dyson's not done yet though. She's coming back at it down the final straight. Dyson's going to nick the moto win.
Yeah, 55 on track, female, 10 years old. We're going to look at this one. It's Holly Bishop, the world number 7, leading this one out from the national number 4 of Holly Webb from Team Air. Alan Supercross coming around the outside. It's Molly Tomlinson. Tomlinson now up to 3 as we look to the rider there in 4 as they come down this last straightaway. Bishop has done well here. Halo Wheels BMX race team takes another win of the weekend. All right, Rocco Westwood leads this one out for Mabo UK, the 783 of Alexi Carlos. He's there in the 2 spot, but now has been overtaken by the rider there from, is it Bree Racing? I think it could be William Arnold from Cornwall as they exit that turn. It's looking good for the moment for Rocco Westwood from Mabo UK, the national 13. And if he rides like that, that number's going to come down dramatically. All right, then in this one, we got the Pro Start rider, the British champion, and the reactive rider, the number 10 of George Spencer. So, Ethan Shaw, Spencer leads this one out. Sinead's Reed Academy in there in 3. That's Ollie Bird. Ollie Bird in and out of that last corner in the top 3 spot. They're all trying to get inside that top 4. But at the moment, it's looking good for Pro Start rider Ethan Shaw, the British champion from last year. Still riding well here in Gosport. Okay, I think that's Giles, isn't it? Yeah, Giles from the north there, the national number 6, surely going to be picked up by somebody very, very soon, I'm sure, the way he's riding. In this one, we got what Miranda O'Malley. Haynes is in there for the LLC team, or the LCC team even. He's in 3rd, coming across the line there in race number 58. 59 on track. Okay, looking for the rider from Reactive. That's Jack Belton. Belton leads this one out from the 12 from the north. That is Jesse Rose. Rose from the northeast and the north. And the rider there in 3 going to be the LVG NRT, is that? And Charlie Dowson for Crucial inside that top 4 with Kincaid and Hannah. Killian Hannah. Jack Belton was still riding well. And George Kellum also from Cyclopark in there. Alrighty then, race number 60 on track. The Eve Ove rider there looks good out in front. Not sure who that was actually. Is that a Fluent Bicycle Motocross? Jack Kitchen possibly at the front of the pack there. If the rider there for Fast Signatures in there in 2, that's Joseph Jewis in race number 60. Okay, this is the rerun from earlier. They got stopped, so and the only reason I know that is because that's Antek Perebny leading this one out. The rider from Birmingham, NRT, Moto 1 rider in there in 2. And Antek had a great battle with Henry Sullivan yesterday in the final. Took home second, but he's being chased hard here in his first moto. These guys going real fast in round number 8 of the National Series. Right, this should be race number 61 on track, the number 3 of the UK Halo Wheels BMX race team rider Rex Ford. Urban Air BMX in there with Roman James Wright, Green Machine, Arthur Donaldson up there in the mix. And we see the rider from Gosport trying to push his way inside that top 4. That's Rory Smythe. It's just outside the top 4 at the moment. Chasing hard, those guys there. But Rex Ford looked good from Braintree and Halo Wheels. Back to the ladies and the female 11 years old on track. Pro Start BMX, Betty Wheels, of course. The European number 4. Will she be out in Latvia later this year defending her European final position? Let's hope so. As we see the rider there in 2 coming on through. That's the rider from Warren BMX team, is it? Amber Tucker. As it's pretty close across the line with the rest of them. So this is 63 on track. Bonnie Dudley, Freya Montfort, Jessica Cox, Richardson, Surtees, Too Good and Hudak. As we see Hudak leads this one out, the European number 7 in the female 11 years old. Got a lot of European finalists in the female 11 years old. So race 64 is going to be held. So we're looking at race 65 on track. Moving on to the male 11 years old. Samuel Snell, Turner, Grandans, Brown, Jackson, Benny, Newmarsh Powell, Grimm and Thorne. Looks like the NRT rider was the first to show. Looks good out in front. The Preston Newmarsh Powell, that is. That's Benny Jackson in there in 2, I believe, on the W8 plate, the world number 8. As they come down the last straightaway, the rider from NRT done really well there, Preston Newmarsh Powell. Race 66, Anderson from Absolute Bicycle Motocross out in front with a 16 bike of Arlo Stimets in there in 2. Then we see the rider from Green Machine Tribe, Oliver Riches in there, and Radco Racing, Sebastian Hewitt moving on through. Into 4. Who's that there in 5? In the yellow and white, is that one of the Stay Strong riders? Rex Beasley, that was.
Race 67 on track, 11-year-old boys. Ronnie the Landshark Ward charging it through the 3rd straight at the moment. Who's in there with him? Looking like we could have Claydon, I think that is. Yes, it is in the 2 spot. Arthur Claydon looking for a way into the top spot, bringing it down the final straight. But it's going to be the Landshark picking up that moto win with Watson in 3. Race 68, Weary Jones. He's out front leading the pack, of course. Going 1 and 2 with GY95's Hugo Dayton in and out of that 2nd corner. Joey McAvoy repping the maybe UK Sunday colours. And Awesome finishes heading towards the final turn. Looks like we have got Rustin Racing in the mix as well. That's Leo Bradley in about 5 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do down the final straight. Bringing it down to the stripe. Isaac Moore going to round out the top 3 positions. British champ on track. That is Connor Hemphill leading this one out. Going 1 and 2 with Finn Munro. Out of Allen's Factory Supercross, Edward Cordery in there in 3. In and out of the final corner. Looks like the LCC rider in there as well. That's going to be Freddie Ray Orland rounding out the top 4 positions. On race 70 on track, Carlin Gordon repping the Krupi colours, bringing it through the 2nd straight, heading to the 2nd turn. That looks like it could be the 26 plate in the mix. That's Otto Parr in 3, chasing down the 620 of Jaden O'Connell out of the Irish Massive, bringing it through the 3rd straight. Well represented this weekend are the Irish, heading into the final corner. Who's in there for a top 4 at the moment? Looking like that could be Andover, I think, in and out of the final corner. Down the last straight. As we move on to the 12-year-old girls, E3 on track. Iris Haida Peel, bicycles looking good leading this moto out. one of the riders that I think, again, if I'm wrong, my maths could very well be wrong. 20 points is it that she's got left to pick up. She's not far off wrapping up the national title in this age group, but she's under pressure every round by the European number 2, who is Brooke Fast Fawcett. Race 72 on track. Lucy Stevenson's in there in the 4 spot at the moment, chasing the 13 down. Sadie McSwitty doing it for BMX Widow Photography. That's 0-1 racing in the 2 spot. Got to be Winnie Andrews out of Ipswich BMX Club. But your race leader, Radco Racing's Maura McCarran, in and out of the final turn. McCarran going to pick up this moto win down to the line. Race 73 on track. Got to be Grace Gerard leading this one out on the 4 plate. She's currently going 1 and 2 with the 7 heading into the second corner. That is Elsie Blight out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, who's in there for 3. That is Knightswood's Lexi Adams on the 498 plate heading for the final turn. Looks like Belfast City BMX Club are in there as well. That's Amelia Martin on the 16 plate. She's just worked her way into a top 4 spot, but it's going to be Hard Knocks and Absolute 1 and 2. Got to be Sarah Pritchard, Evolve Collective out on track, going 1 and 2 with the 2 plate of Elizabeth Lola Paul heading into the second corner. Where is Samaya Hughes? She's in there in about 3 at the moment, under a bit of pressure in that second corner from Lauren Keller out of GT Factory, but Hughes got the advantage on the exit of the turn. She's now solidified that 3 spot out of the final turn, looking like Paul is coming back at Pritchard down the final straight. It is going to be Elizabeth Lola Paul taking the motor win from Evolve Collective's Sarah Pritchard. We are looking at the 20 plate leading out the first of the 12-year-old boys motos for the day. Harry Swales out of Fast Signatures bringing it on through at the moment. Got a clear path out front. Looking good as he brings it into the final turn. Noah Bagwell in there at about 3. Where's Louis Sheffy's making moves. Worked his way from 4 to 3, so that shuffles Bagwell back to about 4 then. Down the final straight. Looks like the Brixton massive in this one with Isian Rathor. Race 76 on track. That's the 15 plate of Richards making moves in turn number 2. Executed that one perfectly. So now he leads the race out from the MK rider, bringing it into the final turn. That's Oliver Taylor, who was shuffled back, but he's now under even more pressure from Jack Laughlin out of Reactive Racing. Heading down the final straight is Leon Waite. He's going to round out the top 4 spots with Richards out of Green Machine Tribe out front. Leo Rowland's on track, last year's national number 2, heading into the second corner. He is repping the B-Strong colours in and out of that second turn, going 1 and 2 with the 0-1 of Joe Rook, heading towards the final corner. In now they're going down the final straight. Where is the W6? That is Poppy Bishop inside the top 3 out of Halo Wheels Race Team. Race 78 on track. Davies, Livingstone, Doe, Cotton, Hamill, Phillips, Ford and Smith. Where's Isaac the Sender Smith? He's in there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way around the 31 plate of Charlie Cotton. In and out of that second corner, but Zach Hamill leading the race, showing a clean set of wheels as they bring it towards the final corner. Braintree BMX in this one as well inside the top 4. That's Noah Ford on the 33 plate. The Sender making moves in the final turn, looking for a way around Cotton. Cotton's going to hang on to the 2 as Hamill picks up the moto win.
Yeah, check it out, race 79 on track. Looks like Pro Start rider James Bibby leaves this one out from Jamira. In there into Archie Bell. Is that in 3? I think it is. Yeah, Archie Bell in 3. Braintree rider Zach Parsons doing well. In there in 4 at the moment, in a good qualifying position. Billy Cheeseman trying to make moves in the last turn to get up a position for Gosport, and he's made one more, but Bibby takes the win in race 79. Race 80 on track. Allen's BMX Supercross team rider is Marcus Mullen. Oh, jumping the step up there. Nice stuff from the guy with Leighton Harding in there for GT Factory in the 2 spot. We got a rider going around the outside. Is that Jump Club and S&M Source, Bex Hill rider on the outside, inside, coming down that last straightaway with Retro Racing. Thomas Allen there just backtracking at the back of the pack, and it was the Mabo rider I was looking to say, and that was Zach Everly. Okay, Absolute Bicycle Motocross rider, the number 12, Archie Crocker White from Biddeford, looks good out in front, and the rider there in 3 was Aki Brazier, Ethan Buttery, Ludlow Challenger, Will, and a Lizette Sands from Bournemouth in this one. Pretty stretched out, but it looked good for the rider there, Archie Crocker White. Okay, going to be Esme Ward from Stay Strong leading this one out from the 19 bike of Mira Fife from Cumbernauld, of course. in there in 2. We're looking for the rider on the SAS race team. In 3, that's Allegra True. In the female category, 13 years. This is race number 82. Here we go, riders on the first qualification motos. As we look to the new national champion for 2025 in the female 13 category, and that is Ruby Warren from Pure Bicycles. As we look to the rider there in 2, Jump Clubs rider and Be Strong rider, Dakota Tucker in there in 3 at the moment, pushing hard, of course, trying to get in a good qualifying position, still holding good points inside that top 8. As we see more 13-year-olds coming at us. This time it's the Open 13. So looks like one of the young men from Allen's BMX lead this one out. Thomas Palmer. It's sorry, Thomas. I beg your pardon. His team is not on the sheet, so I missed what was going on there slightly. Anyway, moving on. Race number 85 on track. We're still rating for race number 64, which I think is behind me now. But it is 85 on track. Scrivener Tyres. Harry Tyres in there in 2. Malon, Stone, Douglas, Griffin, and Charik from Radco Racing. As we turn our attention to race number 64, and that is Maisie Egan looking good out in front. Egan for GT factory team, but no, now she's pushed back to 2 because the rider leading this one out is going to be Trixie Trays, is it? Trixie Trays from Evolve Collective. They've changed their shirt colour today as well to black, just to confuse us commentators, I'm sure. As Maisie Egan follows her down. That was the rider, that was the race that should have run earlier on, race 64. But it's looking good for Trixie Trays, Maisie Egan. Izzy Dolan in there with Isla Mail. India Bennett, Aria Rose Lee in there as well in a good position. And Rachel Pritchard from the Hawks. Okay, race 86, I believe, on track to Blanche, Collis, Perkins, McNulty, Bojang, Ballard and Farmer. In this one, we see the rider there leading this one out in the bright colours of Mabo, Jack Perkins. And Team Bunny's rider Max McNulty, I believe, in there in 2. Race 87, Open 13. Els, Walding, Vass, Dolan, Arnold, Jackson and Cruikshank. The 12 and the 30 come past. It's Vass and Arnold, 1 and 2 at the moment, with the Bruntwood rider Dolan in there in 3. Hawks rider in 4, George Cruikshank. Looking good inside that top 4 position. Being chased hard by the guy in the orange and white. And that is the number 12. Is it? I think it could be. Just Oscar Walding, Nuneaton shirt, is it? That's a... Riders ready, watch the gate. Look at these guys go. We got Ethan Crooks Martin in this one for Hotshot. And your man leading this one out is going to be James Miller, the national number 2 from last year. Who's he got to beat this year to get that national number 1? I'm not sure, but he's riding hard and fast here. The winds dropped today and they're all jumping their way through the step up. Great stuff from Crooks Mine. We got a South Rider in 3. Which South Rider is that? It's going to be Ben's Tibor Kiss, I reckon, inside that top 3. As Miller comes down, takes a win here at Gosport in round number 8. Okay, more Open 13, and we see the rider there on the number 4 bike coming on through. Evolve Collective, Ethan Howell. Radco Racing rider, sorry, I beg your pardon, Reactive Racing rider, Ralph Sowerby in there in 2. Smiley's Fight Club, he's all over that 3rd position. Oliver Arnold doing well in 3 as they come down that last straight. Race 90 on track. Davey Wilcox, Craig Rogers, Honeywell, Storkis and Hoff. It's the number 3 and the number 20 of Ethan Rogers and Charlie Craig from Manchester. 1 and 2, we see Green Machine Tribe. Thomas Honeywell in there in 3 at the moment, coming out of that last turn. It's looking good for these top 3 riders. And the 4th position is up grabs. There's 2 riders battling out down the line and maybe even going to nick 3rd on the line.
Race 91, 14-year-old girls on track. It is the one plate lead in this one through Katie Millar. Moto 1 race team, Maddie the Baddies in this one, but she came unclipped down the start hill, so she's at the back of the pack with a bucket load of work to do at the moment. Jalala Patel is in there in that 2 spot. Here comes Libby Coppin working her way into a top 3. But oh, it all went wrong in the last turn for Libby. BRE Racing taking advantage. I think that was Ellie Moore that picked up the 3 spotters. A little bit Libby Coppin hit the deck. Looks like we've lost Rin Giannolino in turn 1 as well in the next moto. Moves being made in that second corner. That looked like it could have been Rowe trying to work her way through. Yes, it was. Sidoni Cleve then shuffled back to the 2 spot for Fluent Bicycle Motocross. It's still with sorted race gear out front. Isabella Rowe on the template, going to pick up that moto win. Cleve in the 2, and it was Team Mine in there in 3. That was Sophie Coulson on the 16 plate. Put your hands together for Rin Giannolino and Libby Coppin. Ladies and gents, both ladies up and walking away. That was a big shout. That one hurt Neil's ears. Right, we are looking at the 14-year-old boys on track. Race number 93. That's going to be Hindley leading this one out. The 36 plate on the inside. Caden Thompson making moves, throwing elbows in. Oh, it's all gone wrong. Thompson's hit the deck. The magnetic elbow strikes again. Maxwell Lawrence was the other fallen rider. Both lads up and walking away. Hindley has Shenton 1 and 2. As race 94 lines up on the start. Race 94 on track then. That looks like Brody Geddes charging for the first corner. Doing it for the Centurions. Massive. He's going to work his way into that 1 spot. Leads this one out. Then he's 0-1 in there behind him. That's got to be tyres for Moto 1 race team. Jewel's in there for 3. Donald's in 4. 0-1 racing is in the mix. That's Blake Allison on the 37 plate in about 5 at the moment. Jewel looking for a way round your British champ in the final turn. But he's got other ideas. Tyres has perfectly executed that high-low in the final corner. It's going to be Geddes that shuffles back from 1 to 3, Jewel up to 2, and your race winner was Tyres. Cotty's leading the next moto out from Guppy into turn number 2. These two had all sorts of action in the final yesterday. Then it all included Kobe Rayford as well, but it is going to be Cotty on the inside to the final turn. Guppy around the outside, going to make it stick. Guppy, Cotty, Osborne, 1, 2, 3. Weller's in there for 4. That's going to be how they bring it across the stripe. As yesterday's winner, Kobe Rayford leads out the next moto, repping the E2 plate, heading into the second corner, going 1 and 2 with a 17 plate in there behind him. That is Ronnie Richards out of Fast Signatures Race Team, Hard Knocks Bike Coaching in this one as well. That looks like it could be Freddie Warwork on the 43 plate, heading into the final turn. He's just been shuffled back ever so slightly as Robin Matern Alonso works his way into a top 4 spot out of the final turn, and he's shuffling his way through for a 3rd plate finish. Noah Buttery leads out Isaac Shaw into turn number 2, but Shaw's got other ideas as he works his way up the inside. That's got to be Bailey in there in 3, repping the Smiley's Fly Club jersey, heading for the final turn. 1 rider down on the second straight. That was the 26 plate of Adam Stevenson. He's up and riding away. Good to see. It is going to be Shaw then, and Buttery out front, picking up the 1 and 2 spots as they cross the line. Looks like we lost Harry Bailey in the final turn as well. He's up to his feet, walking away. Put your hands together for Harry. Oh, Neil's causing all sorts of havoc. Right, we are back to the racing 14-year-old action, heading in towards that first corner. That's got to be race number 98. Compero Westwood is in this one, repping the Mabo UK colours, but it's all about Lawrence and Notman out front at the moment. Where is the 714 in the middle of the pack? That is Oren Hanna inside the top 4. Logan Young's in there for 3, heading towards the final turn. Then it's all about the 8 plate from last season. Elvis Lawrence, look at that for a lead out of the final turn. He's on a charge this weekend. Lawrence picking up the motor win with Todd Smith-Notman in 2. Toby Lynch and Nate Hamilton are 1 and 2 in race number 99. Where's Bruce Anthony? He's got a bit of work to do at the moment. He's in behind Billy Harrison, who occupies that 5th spot. Heading into the second corner, the 38 plate of Samuel Rollison is in there in 4 in the hot shot colours. Looks like Dexter Bearup is in there for 3. Heading into the final corner, it is Bearup repping the GY95 jersey, but he's under pressure now as Rollison makes his move. Hamilton, your race winner, going to be Lynch in for 2. Rollison's going to nick the 3 spot on the line as Bruce Anthony makes his way through for a top 5 spot as well. 15-year-old girls race 100. Felicity Brewer, Eliza French, Roxy Atree, Lucy Gardner and Atana Price. Price it is in there in 3, chasing down the BRE rider. That is Eliza French on the 13 plate out of Andover into the final turn. They're going back out again. It is going to be Team Mines. Lucy Gardner on the 11 plate looks to pick up the moto win, but she's under pressure as they bring it down to the line. I think it might have been French nicking that moto win. Ailey Watson on track, doing it for BMX with her photography. She's going 1 and 2 at the moment with the European number 4. That is Lottie Brown out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Summerlin is making moves in the second corner, trying to work her way into a top 4 spot, but she's got to find a way around Ruby Walford, and I think she's just about managed it as they enter the final turn. Watson, Brown, that's your 1 and 2. Who's in 3? Got to be Burge out of Green Machine. The pressure was on at the line. That one was close. 15-year-old boys on track. Check this guy out. Factory Supercross racing up an age group. It is Ty DS. Been on fire all season long. He's being chased down by Mason Groves as they bring it towards the final turn. McCrum is in there in 4. Mid-lengths in 5. That's Oliver Sim. In and out of the final corner they go. Where is Avery? Got a bit of work to do at the moment as they bring it down the last straight. That's going to be SVT Mongoose inside the top 3 with Rufus Cozenu.
Yeah, check it out, the Open 15 boys, and look at these guys go. The number 4 of the National Series, Lucas Seeley, Rab Racing, out in front. They've got a reactive Bradley James in there in 2, and then Warren Racing rider Eden Boone in the 3 spot, coming out of that last turn. Pretty close together now, but you got rider from the start to the finish. Lucas Seeley, he takes the win in Moto number 1 for those guys. All right, one rider down in the turn, but it's Headley, Gonzalez, Jones, Jamira, Kirby, Dunkley and Harvey. It's the Evolve rider leading this one out there, and that looks good for it's Alex Dunkley, I beg your pardon, Alex Dunkley, Rab Racing, Eliza Jamira in there. He went down in the first turn, picked himself back up again, but look at the guy from Evolve. He's teched out. Smiley's Flight Club coming on through there, and Green Machine tries Ollie Kirby. Just show your appreciation there for Elijah Jamira, Rab Racing rider. As we move on to race number 105. Alrighty then, here we go, race number 105, Open 15. As they come down the track, they are going super fast. Looks like Lucas Smith got the whole shot, but he's stuck on the outside now, and he's only in 3rd place. Coming out of that first turn, I can see Emmy Seward, Frost A Strong in this one as well. So we got boys and girls mixing up in one age group, and it's good to see here as Smith now picking up the 3rd place. Looks good. Who's out in front? That's going to be Jack Davey, is it possibly? Riley Binney in there from Hawks. Lucas Smith, Opre Major, Baptiste from Peckham it was who took the win, I believe. As we turn our attention to Open 15, as we look at the Fluent Bicycle Motocross rider leading this one out, Oliver James, William Chaplin in there in 2. Then we can see the rider from Hotshot, Jacob Warren in there in 3. Warren in 3, and we can see Malachi Lloyd from Ipswich in the mix, but it is your rider there from the start to the finish, Oliver James. Birmingham NRT. Lucas Osborne leads this one out from the rider in there into the 42 on his plate. The 42, of course, is Jack Gould. And then we can see the rider from Knightwood, Henry Conroy, mixing it up on the 716. No, he's back in about 5-0. So who's that in third there? Coming down that last straightaway. He's in the white shirt today. I didn't catch the number. I'm sorry about that. A race 108 on track. Kingwell, Franklin, Kelly, Tomlinson, Teplanche, McSwitty and Mason. It's the national number 8 and the 21 of Harvey Tomlinson. Leads this one out from Freddie Franklin. And then we can see the rider there, BMX Widow Photography rider. That is going to be McSwitty in the third position. And MK Evolution, Ollie Teblanche there in 4. All right, here we go. Turn our attention to the ladies on track. And the Be Strong rider leads this one out, the European number 3 of Alexi Waite. Waite leads this one out from Alderton. Alderton on DC Cycles. I'm going to think that's Alexis McCartney in there in 3. Yeah, just about hanging on to it. McCartney and Eleanor Curtis in this one as well for Smiley's Fight Club. And Sophie Kinniston from Manchester. All right, the world number 4, Jessica Marriott, leads this one out from the Mabo rider of Amelia Everly. So, Marriott, Everly, 1 and 2. We see Ruby Moores in there in 3. And the rider there in 4, Sophie Elwood, doing it for Crucial. Coming down that last straightaway with Varuti from Peckham picking up a 5. Okay, the number 10 of Finley Collis, Absolute Bicycle Motocross in there as we see the rider there from Evolve, Henry Rayner, coming on through on the inside, and the rider from Team Air, Kai Blaine in there in 3. A close fought battle here in the open 16-year-olds. Is he going to hang on, Collis? He does just about. Race 112. We should be making our way back round to the pens for your second qualification moto, especially if you are a cruiser rider. Make sure you're getting yourself back in the pens for your second qualification moto. As we see Kai Bowen here from Stay Strong, Clark and Ken leads this one out and looking very confident too. No, Everly there in 2, and the rider from Bournemouth, I think, Samson Townsend in 3. All right, don't forget, riders, please make your way to the pens. As I just mentioned, you need to get back to the pens for your second qualification moto. Of course, unless you've just raced. That's obvious. But if you are in that first sort of 20 or 30 motos, really you should be getting yourself into the pens, ready for your second qualification moto. We won't be hanging around today. We'll be getting on with this, right? All right, race 113 on track. Look at the guy on the outside coming on through there. Connors Harris-Mann, I think it was from Sligo Bar. Great start from him, but now the rider from Rab Racing, Eli Smith, has taken it over. Who's this guy on the inside? He nearly went on the pro section there. He's from the Titans, the number 18 of Lewis Collins, Nimmo. Nimmo there in 2 spot now, coming on through. He nearly decided to take a right turn out the first turn, which wouldn't have been great, but he's there, battling down. One rider down in the first straightaway in the next one, but the rider there from Rab just hanging on, Eli Smith. Okay, female, 17 and 18 years old. The rider for Gosport there took a big one, Alexa Oyolala. I think that's how you say it, I'm not sure. Ederemi Hepburn from Peckham in the mix there out in front. Megan Gerard from Rab Racing in the 2, and Gerard's made her move down the last straightaway. She's going to nick the win off of Fumi there. Down that last straightaway as the rider from Cumbernauld, Tilly McCrum, comes across the line in 3rd. All right, more females, 17, 18, hit the track. Pritchard was the first to show DC Cycles. Who's out on the inside for Mabel? Esme Brooke there from Nottingham. Oh, rider down in that first turn. It's the sorted rider, I think it was. But anyway, Mika Pritchard looking good out in front. This didn't sound so good, that bike, as she went past. A bit rattly. Mako rider, Esme Brooke in there in 2. Then we got the rider there from Peckham, Elia Acarelli, I think it is the way you say it. And we see the rider there in 4, Team Mine rider, Lacey Bird as the number 8. Oh, the number 6, I beg your pardon. It was Annabelle Charlton that went down, but she has picked herself back up. Give her a round of applause as she comes down the last straight. All right, Hard Knocks Racing, 17 open here. Open? Is that even a thing? Jaden Fawcett, that is, out in front. Fawcett looks good. Who's that in the 2 spot? On the 26 bike from Peckham coming on through. Joshua Simpson Jacobs. SAS in 3, that's Sam Hambling. And Fast Signatures in 4 there with Charlie Granger. But it is your man there from Hard Knocks Bike Coaching. Jaden Fawcett who took the win. Back once again for the Renegade Master. Yeah. Okay, Hard Knocks. George Gerard now leads this one out. Stay Strong trying to make a move. Arne Esselmont. Been calling him Arnie for about 10 years. Apparently it's Arne. So Gerard leads it out. Esselmont's in the mix. Rusty Nut Racing's in there somewhere as well. And Stay Strong does the traditional long jump off the last jump to the finish line. Okay, more riders from Cumbernauld in this one. The 11X on his bike. He's getting his elbows out. And the 11X is Josh. No, I beg your pardon. Huh? Yeah, it was Josh Williams. I beg your pardon. It's a BMX Widow photography shirt. And I got messed up and messed that one up. Okay, this rider is from Ireland. I recognise the guy there, Brandon Mallon. Doing it for the Irish contingent here in the UK. Brandon Mallon's good out in front from the Ratooth BMX club. Rider there in 2 coming on through. Hayden Stone, Elliot Brooke from Rab Racing in the mix as well. As we turn our attention to the 1929 females, Townsend, Hempstock, Brooke, Drew, Webster, Elwood and Albert. It looks like Webster's taken the lead in this one. That is Annabelle Townsend in the 2 spot in a French shirt, which is should be banned actually. You shouldn't be able to wear country shirts when you're riding. Club or team only, please. Hannah Drew in 3rd. Over to you, Lewis.
19 to 29-year-old women enter turn number 1, and it's gonna be the Birmingham National Race Team rider leading this one out. That is Imogen Gibson on the 16 plate with Izzy Hurry. She's in about 3 or 4 at the minute, looking up the inside of the 12 plate of Olivia Firth, and she makes it stick. That looks like Harriet Alexander out of Pure Bikes trying to work her way into a top 4 spot, but she's on the outside looking in at the moment. The Retro Racing rider inside the top 2. That's got to be Amy Willett. So it is Gibson, Willett, Hurry, Firth, Alexander. That's your 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. 3rd rack of the 19-29-year-old women on track, race 1, 2, 2. That's the 9 plate in there in 2, chasing down her teammate Megan Kirby. Looking to close the gap down on Emily Green as they bring it towards the final turn, but Green Machine Tribe looking good at the moment, going 1 and 2. Who's in there for 3? Looks like that could be Louise Beck with Taylor Lee Mohan inside the top 4, battling it out down the final straight with the DC Cycles rider. That's got to be Molly Nice in there for 4. Brynley Savage on track, yesterday's winner, smooth as you like into turn number 2. Crucial Racing out front. SAS Race Team got a couple of riders going 2 and 3 at the moment. Keanu Schaefer-Cohen is one of them. And the other looking to be Seb Hamling. So SAS down the final straight looking good. Ben Fitzsimmons in there for 4. Hayden Green on track leading out race 1-2-4 in the 29-year-olds. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Stay Strong, Clark and Kent's. Jaden Seawood on the 7X. That looks like the 21X plate in the mix as well inside the top 3. Oscar Matthew Carlon repping Team Mine. That is the Halo Wheels rider inside the top 4. Josh Wallace looking for a way through into a top 3 spot, but not quite managing as of yet, but he's putting pressure on Carlon down to the line. Carlon's going to hang on. Who's on track leading out race 1-2-5? Where is Callum Child Maple? He's in the 2 spot on the 2 bike, chasing the 1 of Tyrese Bradshaw in and out of turn number 2. It is Mabo UK leading it out. Halo Wheels in there inside the top 3. That is Connor Hudson. Halo Wheels got a few riders in this category as Eddie the Hitman Cannons makes moves in the final turn. Bradshaw Maple, that's your 1-2. Who's going to get 3, 4 and 5? It looks like it was Hudson, Clark, Cannons in that order. I think Luke Davies-Hayes has hit the deck. Yes, he has in a race 1-2-6. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Luke. It is going to be Josh Cateso leading out this moto from Josh Ishard as they bring it towards the final turn. It looks like we've got Finley Randall, Zach Ramsden, Alex Taylor, and of course Luke Davies-Hayes all in this moto. It's going to be Cates and Ishard down to the line though. That's your 1 and 2. Randall in there for 5. Ramsden in there just in front with Taylor in 3. Put your hands together once again then, ladies and gents. Luke Davies-Hayes making his way through the track to finish his moto. Completely missed that moto, sorry about that. Billy Luckhurst. It was Neil distracted me, I do apologise. 2 riders down in the last turn, I blame Neil. Definitely not my fault. Right, who's on track next up? We have got the second rack of Masters. Hitting up that second turn, got to be Adam Brazil, hasn't it? Oh, we're red flagging. We are red flagging, guys. We're going to rerun the second Masters rack. Yeah. Sean Issett is going to be absolutely livid with that one. He won't be happy about that. Poor Mr. Elwood's about to get an earful off Sean and co. Look at the hands in the air. Put your hands together for the fallen rider then, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. That was Christopher Granger. Sean was having an absolute blinding lap as well then. So we will rerun race 1-2-8. We might need to give them a little bit more of a break though. They are 30 plus nowadays. There's no such thing as getting on, is there, Sean? Me and Neil are that famous these days. We're even getting photos done by photographers around the track. It's wicked, isn't it?
Yeah. That's what you get when you work with me, mate.
Mr. Tony Twist might have to change his lens now, though. That could definitely be an off. Fraser Watson leading out the next moto in the Vets after some absolute chaos that ensued yesterday in the final corner in the Vets final. He's leading out this moto, going 1 and 2 with Adam Boudet into that final turn. That's Big Nige Smith in there in about 4. Well, looks like we have got one of the KHRT crew, George Salmond, in there picking up a top 3 finish. Race 130 on track. Homans, Barnard, that's your 1 and 2 as they bring it towards the second corner. Barnard looking for a way round. Aurora's in there inside the top 3. That's got to be Yerbury in there for 4 and Dixon in 5. Homans, though, leading it out. Good to see him back on track this season, repping the GT factory colours in and out of the final corner. Barnard isn't done yet, putting the pressure on down the final straight. He's going to pick up the moto win and shuffle Homan's back at 2-2. Danny T on track in the vets, then on the 4-plate in crucial colours, headed towards turn number 2. Currently going 1 and 2 with the 2-plate of Zoltan Bude, looking for a way round in the corner. Didn't quite make it stick. Mark Moore out of Bexhill in there inside the top 3. Heading towards the final turn. Matt Eaton's in this one as well. Looks like we've got Mark Steele on track along with Andy Millar. Down the last straight though, it is going to be Bude nicking it off of Danny T at the line. Hilly's on track leading out the next moto. Now I believe he's wrapped up his cruiser and his 20-inch national series, hasn't he, Neil? Yeah? How does he do it?
Well, it's the bike. It's all about the bike.
It's the bike, is it? Would have known that if it was a pure bike, of course. Hilly, you're newly crowned national champion. Going to pick up that moto win with Fitzroy Bryce in behind in 2. Race 133 on track.
Yeah, more grand veterans. Looks like it could be Brett Archibald leading this one out from Lee Hunt. They're all wearing white just to confuse us. Ian Archibald going down the outside like a Buffalo girl as Brett Knight comes in and out of that last turn in a respectable 4th place in the grand vets. But Archibald and Archibald 1 and 2. Oh, Lee Hunt gets it a little bit wrong. Brett Knight nicking it on the line possibly. Championship women hit the track. Maggie Bound, what a start from her. Lily Chisholm though in the middle coming across, just getting the edge there with Megan Roy now trying to push through. Megan Roy was so close to taking the win yesterday, and she ended up second with that great performance in the Grand Prix series here for the championship women. Just a few of them missing out in France, but look at these ladies go. It's Roy, Chisholm, Bound for Pure Bikes, Lucy Simpson, Carruthers in there. Is that Cadman Carpenter? Coming out the back there is Ashman, but look at the ladies go. Roy, Chisholm and Bound. What a performance. Great stuff from the rider from Pure Bikes in 3. Sandy. Pro straights open. And we got the traditional gunfire in the background. Junior open. Oh, there's some twitching going on the gate there from your man from the inside, Finley Hoff. As we see the rider there coming on around the outside, the rider from Pro Star, Heath Thomas. And Larkins in there as well, but now Larkins been pushed back to 4 because your 381 from Hard Knocks coming on through. That's Clitheroe. Clitheroe on the 3 now. Larkins in 4, and Rio Stepanovs and Curtis Copeland. Oh, rider down in the last turn. That was Thomas, so Larkins picks up the 3, and Stepanovs from Bournemouth picks up the 4. I don't think Copeland's racing today. He had an off yesterday, I think, so... More Junior Open on the gate, ready to rock and roll. Lucas Webster, Ruben Byrne, Cody Coker, Finn Phillips, Thomas Miller, Jay Till, Simpson Davis. Riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the speed to take the lead? We got 2 riders from Moto, 1 in this one, but it's the rider that's come all the way over from Ireland who leads this one out as your Irish national champion, Ruben Byrne. Byrne leads this one out. Moto 1 rider in the 2 spot is the 33 plate of Finn Phillips. Finn Phillips there looking good with Miller in 3, and it's all a bit of a battle for that all-important 4 spot because Simpson Davis and Webster and Coker pretty much together there, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be Webster that gets the advantage. He takes 4th place in race number 136. Superclass on track. Xander Mavawani right in the mix there. Cornish now just trying to stay on his bike, I think, for a change, as he dives up the inside, and he looks good there. So we're looking for Paddy Sharrock in the mix there on the 5-1-5-1. And we see Xander Mavawani right holding on really well here. Hunt in the mix as well in 4. So 4 riders in this one. We've got a couple missing from Superclass today. Nobody wants to be at the back because it could all play out later on. Who's going to make that main event? Alrighty then, we got 5 riders in this one. Jared Hill, one of the fastest starters yesterday, looking good, but yesterday's winner is on the inside and he takes the advantage. That is Callum Strickland, a 34-year-old man beating all these young guns. It's great to see. And Strickland loves racing the pro straights. He loves racing for Stray Strong. This is all about his attitude towards the World Championships in Copenhagen, where he will be trying to win that Masters title, or the 30 to 34. I don't know which one he's going to go in, but he's still racking up those laps, Callum Strickland, and performing really well at the tender age. And we have the Masters rerun on the gate. Oh, Danny Taylor's hit the gate there, and he's going to be at the back of the pack with a bit of work to do. Is it now on the inside as they come out the first turn? Oh, should have stuck the elbow in there, made it work. Higley, though, looking good. So Higley, Issett, and Livingston, 1, 2, and 3. Taylor's made his way back up to 4, but the rider in 5 is having none of it and pushes past him. Now Taylor, without pedaling, as he got it down the last straight to get in the top 4 position. Here comes Taylor, Crucial Racing, smooths his way out that last turn, smooths his way down the last straight. He picks up the 4. Is it in 3? All right, that's your first rack of motos, ladies and gentlemen, here this morning, as we turn our attention to the second qualification moto. So 3 qualification motos for each rider, trying to get as least points as possible. And then they'll be back again for a 3rd time before we go to quarterfinals and semifinals a little bit later on this afternoon.
We are back around with the start of the second set of motos, ladies and gents. 9 to 12-year-old cruisers on track. Squires, Warwood, Gunnison, Heaver, Thompson, Walsh, all bringing it into turn number 2. It's got to be Thompson out front. Gosport National Race Team currently going 1 and 2 with Team A's. Bram Heaver. Moves are being made in the second turn. One rider nearly slid out. I think that might have been Jacob Squires. Just about managed to... Oh, rider down in the final turn, though. Tried to do the same thing, didn't quite stick it up right, so it's going to be Thompson, Heaver, Warwork, Gunnison. That is your 1 through 4. Harding on track in the GT factory colours. He's looking to hang on to the one spot, but Charlie Cotton has other ideas as he throws in a high-low in turn number 2. Didn't quite make it stick though, so he's now chasing down your race leader. Still Harding looking good. Mr. Sigma is in there in the 2 spot, repping the Sunday colours for Mabo UK, bringing it down to the stripe. Them guys will be over in Earp in a few weeks' time for the 25-year anniversary Mabo Day. As we look to celebrate the bike brand. Next up on track then, race 141. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser still looking good. It is the rider out of Team Mind, Ocean King, on the 13 plate, leading this from the 16 of Billy Cheeseman. Gosport National Race Team knows this track. Oh, Cheeseman! Just brushed the back wheel of King on the exit of the second corner. Paid the price, hit the deck. Ocean King going to pick up the moto win then. Looks like Kieran Brownson picks up the 2 spot. Put your hands together for Billy Cheeseman, ladies and gents. Race 142 hits the track. 7 of these riders headed towards the first turn. Huey Hall's on the inside, looking to pick a hole shot in his second cruiser moto of the day. Didn't quite make it happen though, as your race leader is going to be Swales out of Fast Signatures. Harry Swales in there in 1, Huey Hall in 2. Where is the Team Mind rider looking to work his way into a top 3 spot, but the template had other ideas. That was Max Livingston hanging on to a top 3 finish. As it stands, that's got to be Hall in there in about 5, Steinmetz in 6. Looking like that could be Bradley in 7. Last turn action, in and out they go. Sheffy throws in a high-low on the NRT rider, bringing it to the line. Swales and Hall looking safe and clear out front. It is going to be NRT for the 3. That was Max Livingston. The 1 plate on track. Next up then, that's Little Cotty. Looks like Hadley Harding's making moves in that second corner, working his way into a top 3 finish at the moment. That's Alfie Sim, the rider that was shuffled back into about 4 more moves in the final turn from Harding. He isn't done yet. He's worked his way into that 2 spot in behind Cotty as Hindley hangs on to 3. Todd Smith-Notman on track in the 13-14-year-old cruisers, race 144. Who's that in behind? Got to be DC Cycles, Logan Young. Looking like we have got the 014 in there as well. That is Evan Jones out of Runnymede Rockets, being chased down by Adam Arnold as he bring it towards the final turn. That is the Braintree crew represented inside the top 4. In and out of the last corner they go. Todd Smith-Notman, Allen's Factory Supercross, going to take this moto win from Logan Young out of DC Cycles. Robin Martin Alonso on track aboard his 24-inch bike, looking to pick up this moto win. Didn't have the best of days yesterday, did Robin? But he's looking to make amends today. He's leading out this moto at the moment. Looks like Hunter van der Malion is in there as well. In that 3 spot, heading into the final corner. DC Cycles in there as inside the top 4. Race 146, in and out of turn number 1 then. Who is leading this moto? Looks like that could be Jake McKenna. I think it is out front. Yes, it is McKenna on the 299. Under pressure there from the 251 of William Knowles, doing it for Crank BMX Coaching. Hot Shot Racing in there in 3. Cooper Westwood is in there as well, chasing down what looks like the Peckham rider just in front of him. That's got to be Ben's T-Ball case aboard his 24-inch bike this weekend. In there in 5, looking for a way around the reactive rider. That was Owen Miller on the 18. Finton Coburn on track, leading out the next moto for Bath BMX Club. He's currently going 1 and 2 with the last year's national number 5. That is Cooper McCrum out of BMX Winner Photography. Move to being made for a top 3 finish. Looks like we've got a battle between Santiago Montano on the 777 plate and Addison Milburn out of yes it is Milburn out of Exeter Eagles. Going to pick up a top 3 spot as Montano is in there for 4. Logan Widdowson double biking it this weekend once again this year. Jumps into turn number 2. Going 1 and 2 with Eric McSwitty at the moment. Hot Shot Racing are inside the top 3 as well. That's got to be Jacob Warren on the 10X plate heading into the final turn. That looked like a Kebab House race team jersey inside the top 4, bringing it down to the stripe. Got to be Max Surridge rounding out the top 4 positions. Stanley Palmer on track, repping fast signatures. He leads out this moto from John O'Harrody, doing it for KHRT, MK Evolution, and all of the single ladies out there. He's chasing down your race leader at the moment. Looks like Jack Walford is in there in that 3 spot. Got to be Davison in there for 4. Chaplin's in 5. Isaac Caulfield is going to round out the top 6, but it's all about Palmer down the final straight, picking up that moto win for fast signatures. 39-year-old cruisers race 150, headed towards turn number 1. That is looking like Popel and Smiley Brown, you 1 and 2 at the moment. Bath BMX are in there in 3.
Missed a race, mate.
Oh,
That's all right.
they've missed
It's
the race.
easily done. That's
my
Dan
fault.
Popel. You're right. It is Dan Popel out there. And Smiley in the 2 spot, but looks like we've missed race number 150 somewhere. I'm sure that'll be back with us a little bit later on. Sarah Jane Nichols leaves this one out after a steak dinner last night. As we looked at Nikki Sitch, as we mentioned earlier, 40 years of consistent racing. Nikki Sitch, there's a nice big banner on the side of the podium here where we're stood, dedicating her racing. And she's going to be racing her 20th World Championship this year as well, Nicola Sitch. So good to see her still racing and looking good on a bike. As we turn our attention to the second rack of female cruisers, Team Mind, and the 511 there of Cassie Harding and Rowan Beckett from Smiley's Fight Club in there. And the third place rider, I think, could be Karen Evans in there with Claire Albert, Joe Wheel, and Marsha Brook, of course, battling her way through, trying to make it into a final later on. 40-44 cruiser, Simon Homans leads this one out. And the number 7 from Peterborough, Dylan Dixon in there in 2. Dixon's going to go round the outside. Is he though? Because Homans looks like he's just chillaxing. And we see Eaton there with the familiar helmet hair coming down that last straight, taking home the 3rd place. Local rider from Gosport there. Looked like he went into limp mode down that last straightaway. Okay, it's the Army riders. Tom Odling leading this one out from Pro Start National number 6. And that is Craig Cording. This is the 40-44 cruisers. Gavin Brewer from Gosport in a top 3 position. And holding on to it well with Bruntwood chasing him down. Lee Grant, that is, in for... He was shaking his head, but, you know, chasing, following, same thing. Malmesbury BMX on the track. Richard Stevenson from Barnsley. 2X on his bike. The Moto 1 rider, Kev Meron, in there in 2 from Cyclopark. Looks like that's a Peterborough rider in 3. Going to be Andy Todd as they exit the last turn in race number 156. We're already looking at Norbert Mirko coming down that first straight in first position, as he always is, the DC Cycles rider. I love this way the guy jumps. He's got so much style, has Marco. DC Cycles, David Stokes, he's in there in 2. Evolved Bicycle Motocross from Preston. Are you ready for this? Yeah. Yeah, we could do it, couldn't we? We could do one of those rap motos that I used to do. You know, where I rap to the moto. We did it at Leicester once. It actually worked really well. I'll have a think about that. We might give that a go later. I could do the rap as well. I could do the Euro rap for you later if you want. We'll have a vote on that if you want the Euro rap. But Daz O'Brien going past Reedy. Oh, Reedy, easy Tiger. Down that last straight. Chalkos inside the top 4 there. Here we go then, Hilly, as he comes past. Hassel trying to chase him down. As the sorted gear. Pete Butler in there in 3. comes on through. So Butler looking good. Stephen Notman in the 4. But Hilly, 4 pure bicycles, is going to take another moto win to add to his other 3 million. Okay, we've got both Archibalds in this one. I know Brett Archibald wears the black crash helmet. That's how I work them out, because they're in the same race shirt. Ian Archibald jumping his way through into the turn. Matt Hayward in the 3 spot. Cotty in there in 4. Here comes Brett Knight now. He slid out in his first one. He needs a result in this one if he wants to make it in the main event. Now, he's normally a last straight specialist, as Lewis did say earlier on, and he normally does come past me. But obviously, and there he is, just nicking it on the line as we suggested he would do. So well done, Brett Knight, picking up a 4. Another crucial rider here, looking good. That's Mick Goff, of course, one of the nicest blokes you'll ever meet in BMX. Not a bad word said ever about Mick Goff. He is an absolute ledge. Keith Brown in there in 2. Billy Stupple, Gosport NRT. David Knowles inside the top 4, trying to make that 55 cruiser final. As I look behind me, and I've got my teammate Chris Madron out on track. So you couldn't get any more serious than this with your team manager watching you on. And Madron joining the blue team, as it were, the factory pure team this year, because he did such a great job over the last couple of years, and he loves a pure bike. So it's, you can get on the team if you're dedicated and you love a pure bike. Then we love you. Is that Noble in second? I think it was. Wow, hang on a minute. Oh no, this is the rerun, isn't it? Yeah, this is the rerun. Oh, I really wanted to say something about somebody, but maybe I'll save it. That's Alexis McCartney. Amy Willets, is that? Jamie Elwood. And I don't even have the sheet in front of me. Isn't it? I wanted to take the mickey out of Michael Whitaker in the previous one, and I forgot. Oh, that's a shame. Sorry, Michael. Love you, really. Yeah, I didn't need the sheet anyway. Okay. 150 is on the gate, ready to go, but we're looking at Olivia Firth leading this one out from Hedges and Hurry as they come down. Trinity Cam in the mix as well. And it's looking good though. Olivia Firth picking up a win here today as 150 hits the track. I haven't got the sheet ready, so I'll just guess it. It's 1-0. Lillingston, Hudson. Lillingston and Hudson lead this one out. Still pretty close behind. Who? Alazans. Yeah, in 3. Thanks. Lillingston took the win though, eh? Just still warming up. It's only the second qualification moto. I recognise this young lady. Yes, Taylor Limoet leading this one out for the Air Force crew. As we see there, Molly Nice in the 2 spot. And in 3, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. Now, Annalise Cadman Carpenter was your national number 1 last year. I don't know how she's doing this year, but back in 3 at the moment in this one. As some fast 17 to 29 cruisers hit the track. Is that Mancy out in front or Blythe? It's Mancy, O'Brien, and Tyler Chadwick in the mix there as well with Lewis Barnes. And that's Henderson Goodfellow in the 3. So Manson, O'Brien, Goodfellow, and your man there, Tyler Chadwick in 4. Race 167, 17 to 29 on track. 0-1 rider. Putland leads this one out from Braintree rider. It's Joshua Cates. He's riding 2 bikes this weekend, so fair play to him. I think he is anyway. It's another convincing win from the 0-1 racing team. Owen Putland there as we turn our attention to 168. There's some screaming coming from the first straight as we look for the 14 coming out there. That's Luke Davis Hayes. They call it. It's got Pops written on his shirt. But Luke Davis Hayes from CJR, Cheshire Ghost Riders. CGR, I said. Is that Dylan Seaman in there? It was Dylan Seaman. Wow. Good to see him. I think it's over to you, Lewis, where you can speed it up a bit.
Race 169, 17-29-year-old cruisers on track. Who is leading this one out? Gotta be Charlie Roy. 300 on the plate. Moto 1 leading it into the second corner. The 2 played in there with him. Dan Wilson looking for a way round for Rab Racing. As chill as you like in that second turn. Retro Racing in there as well. That's Jack Wiggins in about 4. Moves are being made though. The 2 fast signatures riders are going through in 3 and 4 at the moment. Gotta be Ricky Shankland and Niall Moss. Check him out, 4 times on the bounce, national champion Alex Brooks, smooth as you like into turn number 2. The 2X on the plate, that is Moto 1. Gotta be Pope in there for 3. It's Millar in 2. Heading into the final corner, the 2 DC Cycles riders. That's got to be Connor Blythe and Colby Hall. Picking up 4 and 5, looking like Blythe's going to come through. Not quite going to get close enough, he'll have to settle for 4. 6 and unders on track then. These lads have been battling it out all weekend long. They're going semi-final racing later on today. That grey cloud doesn't look too handy though. We are looking at the Northeast leading this one out. Luke Barron, he's currently going 1 and 2 with Cardiff Albie Howe on the 885 plate. That's your 1 and 2. Where's Derby BMX? That is Ellis Dowsing chasing down the Howe in there in 2. The 3 and 4 is the 267 and the 481. That is Isaac Buck. And Leon Zucchina out of Bristol Jets in there in 5. Who's the rider coming on through in 6? That is Jacob Shepherd out of Andover on the 156 plate. But it's all about Luke Barron at the moment, charging out of the final turn and down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win in the first moto for the second rack in the 6 and unders. Just to let you all know as well, Emily Hutt just won her 1/8 final over in Surrey Arms. Mega, certainly. 29 degrees in the south of France at the moment. And we've got a nasty looking grey cloud. We are on to race 172. More 6 and under action coming your way, ladies and gents, into turn number 1. Jack Byrne leads this one through for Decoy BMX. He's going 1 and 2 with what looks like Rupert Garnett. He was in the final yesterday, all the way in lane number 8, but is charging through at the moment in that 2 spot, bringing it into the second corner, the 235. In there in 3, that is Ruben Sparrowhawk out of Bournemouth BMX. Who is the 701? That's Jackson May out of Cog, heading through the 3rd straight. Inside the top 4, Gosport National Race Team in there as well. That is Blake Russell on the 482 being chased down by TNT. That's Leo Hawker on the 463. And the rider in 7 is Milo Ryder Bays. But your race winner gotta be Jack Byrne out of Decoy. Race 173, where's Jensen Dart? He's at the front of the pack, leading it from Decoys. Frankie Mitchell-Moore on the 953. That's your 1 and 2 at the moment. Where is Bruntwoods and Makazim Kuzoziak? He's inside the top 3, being chased down by the 307 of Teddy Fountain out of Ipswich BMX Club. That looks like Lockwood going through inside the top 5, heading towards the final corner. Gotta be Little Turner. It is Dennis Turner repping the Team Bunnies colours in there in 6. In and out of the final turn. Check out Jensen Dart, ladies and gents, jumping out of the final turn. He's going to pick up that moto win. 6 and under, pedaling princesses are out on track. Where's Noah Kerr? She's coming out of lane number 4 of the gate, but she's looking for a whole shot. But Erin Thorough says thank you very much, and she leads out the race from Kerr, who's in there in 2. Looks like Peony Ford on the 194 is in there in about 4, as she's had the move put on her from what looks like Maria Gibson out of Preston on the 139 plate. So it's Thorough's, Kerr and Gibson. That's your front 3. Ford's in there in 4. Who's the rider in 5? Looking like we have got Rusted Up Racing's Opal Jones charging towards the final turn. Evie Steele is in there in 6, and the 2 Andover ladies are going through in 7 and 8 at the moment. That is Lenny Goddard and Billy Sawyer on the 019, but check out Gibson, gone from 3rd to 1st in the race. She's going to take the win from Thoroughs on the line. 7-year-old boys now out on track. It is the YouTube sensation Shelby Yates, Birmingham National Race Team, currently leading it out from Gosport National Race Team. In there in the 2 spot, that's Arthur Kinge on the 299 plate, heading into the final turn. Lou and Jamira has got riders queuing up behind him like a chippy on a Friday afternoon. Roberts Catkins is getting involved. He's in there in about 5, looking for a way round Bournemouth. down the final straight. That's got to be Nico Jocelyn Black, hanging on to it across the line. Race 176, Merrin, Eels, Austin, Kazoziak, French, Owens, Blundell and Bradley all heading into turn number 2. It is the 335 on the inside. That is Jasper Eels bringing it in and out of that second corner. Where's John Joe Blundelli's on the outside. Sandis Owens is in there in 3. The Brunty guys are involved inside the top 5. And bringing it into the final turn. One rider down in the first corner. Looked like that was the Rustin rider. That's Jax Bradley. He's finishing his lap though. Put your hands together, ladies and gents, as your race winner was Jasper Eels out of Gosport. Race 177 hits the track. These are more 7-year-olds charging down the first straight. Where's Isaac Tomlinson? He's had a great start all the way from lane 5. Elbow bashing into the turn with your British champion. He wants to retain that 0-1. It's all about bridle at the moment. Exeter Eagles out front. Tomlinson out of Allen's Factory in there in 2. Gosport National Race Team's Eddie Brown in there for 3. Who's it for? Looking like the 983 plate at the moment. That's Harry Taylor out of Bournemouth BMX. That's your front 4 as they bring it through the third straight. Andover in the mix with Louis Stotter on the 218 plate heading into the final turn. He's inside the top 5, but it's all about bridle out of the final turn and down the last straight. Bridle leading it. Tomlinson for 2. Race 178 on track. That's got to be Tilly Hewitt out of Radco Racing, leading it into turn number 2 along with the 0-1. Your British champ is Esme Anderson. She's got an X on her plate. That means that she's racing up an age group. She's being chased down by Crank BMX coaching Sophia Reese on the 461 plate. That looks like Birmingham BMX in there as well. Got to be Flick Brentnall on the 938 plate, rounding out the top 4 spots as the exit turn number 3. Radco Racing though, Tilly Hewitt going to take the race win in race 178. Mabel Pine leads out the next moto in the 8-year-old girl. She's going 1 and 2 with your British champ. That's Orla Jewis. Chasing her on out of the second corner. Abigail Hennings in there in 3. Who's the rider in 4? Looking like it could be Izzy Moore. Yes, it is out of BRE Racing on the 104 plate. That's your front 4 then as they exit the final turn. Susie Wyatt is in there in 5. Pine, Jewis. That's going to be your front 2 riders across the line. Moving on to the 8-year-old boys, your British champ out front, that is Joseph Claydon. He's being chased down there by the 025 plate of Connor Grant out of Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Grant throws in a high-low and makes it work. Here comes your British champ though. Claydon's not done yet. Back up the inside of Grant through the third straight. Who's the rider in there for the 3? That is Rory Kempsford out of Knightswood. He's being chased down by the rider out of the Hawks. That is Augustus Bartolini. Bartolini's going to round out the top 4 spots as Grant chases down Claydon across the line.
Yeah, as we know, it's Father's Day today, and we want to wish a happy Father's Day to Archie Walgrove's dad. Archie Walgrove's dad, from Belle and Archie, of course, and James from Telford, that's from. Happy Father's Day to Archie Walgrove's dad. It doesn't really tell me what his name is, if I'm honest with you. It is James. So Archie Walgrove's dad. Why don't we just say James Walgrove then? Happy Father's Day, James Walgrove, from Belle and Archie. I mean, it's just a confusing message that I was passed. I mean, you know, I'm not one to complain. We got a couple of riders down in that one. So anyway, James Walgrove, happy Father's Day. And happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. Oh, that was impromptu applause. Oh, that wasn't for the Father's Day, no? And happy birthday to Bournemouth BMX's Paul Ross. He's 50. Wow. Happy birthday, Paul. You know, it's not a radio show, you know, this BMX lark. It's not Radio 2, where we just do requests all day long. It's an important sport going on here. Yeah. I don't even know what race it is now. We've done so many requests. Yeah, if you want to request, come up and see us, write down on a piece of paper. And if you want Bachman Turner Overdrive, you ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, we'll play that a little bit later on. Let's rock. Yeah. What race are we on? Anyone know? Okay, they've all got back up. 183, he reckons, my man next to me. GT, there's a GT rider in there. Finley Thomas, that is it? Oh, I don't know. Archie Walsgrove's in this one. We just wished his dad happy Father's Day. Here we go, how appropriate. Oh, I mean, you can write it. The timing, it's just amazing. Amazing. Oh, dear. All right, we're on 184. Archie Fisher, Granger, Kerr, Goodall, Birdfield, Lewisfield, and Ryder Bays in this one. These are the male, 8 years old, coming down the first straightaway into that first turn. And we can see the rider there, all in black, coming out in the lead there. As we wait to catch his number plate as he passes. That was the 424 of Archie Fisher. The 595 coming on through Roman Birdfield, and 284 Finley Kerr from Retro Racing, of course, there. And Atlas Lewisfield in there in fourth for Team Air. So we see Fisher hanging on to that gate one position and his first position down that last straightaway. He's going to take the win in 184. All right, absolute bicycle motocross rider in this one, Ella Grant. And then we see the rider from Bradford coming on through. That's going to be Maisie Dyson on the outside. Emeka Gibson from Preston. This is pretty close. Ella Grant, though, holding her own, keeping Dyson on the outside as they switch down to the last straightaway. Grant's just keeping it going. One of the smaller riders in the age group. Dyson's coming at her, and Grant is just going to hang on for the win there in race number 8, or 185. Alrighty then, Moto 1 leads this one out, and that is 0-1, the British champion of Phoebe Miller. Phoebe Miller at the front of the pack, looking good there with Fluent Bicycle Motocross. Lawrence Snell in there in 2. We see GT rider Megan Keller in the mix there in about 3 or 4 at the moment. Coming down that last straight, though, it's looking good for the Moto 1 rider of Phoebe Miller. She's going to take the win here for Braintree in race 186. Okay, Moto 1 lead it out again with Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in 2. And the Moto 1 rider coming across there on the third straightaway, Ethan White. Then we see Seth Robinson from Bruntwood in the mix there behind Gilbert. So it is White, Gilbert, Robinson, 1, 2 and 3. And your fourth place rider coming on through is that the MK rider, Charlie Blakeburn, who picks up the 4 there. All right, we all know who that is. That's Big Hines, whatever you want to call him. Henry Sullivan, Crucial BMX, the British champion. Zapanos from Hotshot in there in 2. As we see Jake Avis in 3 there coming on through and looking good. These riders all trying to qualify through to the next round. Big age group, the male, 9 years old. And Green Machine Tribe, Callum Wood in 4. I think about you. Yeah, check it out, Antek Perebny. Here's your first to show here. He's on the inside. Noah Northcott from Reactive on the outside, coming over onto the inside now. But there's a rider up his inside in the yellow. Who is that? Is it Jensen Jessup? No, I don't think it is. He's back in about 5 at the moment. So Perebny leads this one out for Seb Perry, is that on the 314. And then it is your 981 of Northcott. Then the 982 of Jensen Jessup in the mix there, coming on through in 4. But look at this guy go, Antek Perebny from Birmingham, one of the nicest kids you'll meet in BMX, has a heart of gold and will help anybody out on the track. I've seen it with my own eyes, and he takes another moto win here today in Gosport. All male, 9 years old, Thorne, Northcott, me, Zucchina, Mason, Tucker and Garabetzik from Peterborough. In this one, we can see the rider there leading this one out. Coming on through in the black there, that's going to be... I'm not sure actually. Could be a Reactive rider, Eli Northcott. Coming on through, Team Air in there as well with Arthur Mason. Tucker's pushing hard through, but in 5 at the moment, so a bit of work to do for those guys. Ned Wills now, Pro Star, he's in this one. Where is he? He's in the back of the pack because it's the LCC rider of Oakley Hill. Hill leads this one out from MK Evolution rider Leo Britz. So it's Hill and Britz, 1 and 2. Then we see the rider coming on through from Rusty Nut Racing. That's Elliot Hatch. Hatch in there in 3 at the moment. Coming down, cross the line. Going to be another MK Evolution rider coming on through. And that was Oscar Marco and DC Cycles. Oh, moves going in the second turn there. Good to see, but Team Air's Holly Webb there making a move. Coming up the inside of the rider from Bradford, Florence Dyson. And Dyson hangs on to second though. Safely through. Crank coaching Eliza Powell in there in 3. And the MCR rider of Una Sveinsson. Is that right? Is that how you say it?
Yeah.
Sveinsson.
Race 193 on track. The 10-year-old girls are a go on the exit of turn number 1. It is your world finalist from last year over in America. The Halo Wheels rider gotta be Bishop in and out of turn number 2, leading this one through. That is Molly Tomlinson in behind her, chasing her on down, looking to close the gap. I don't think she's going to get close enough into the final turn. Gosport National Race Team in there as well. That's Cara Cross rounding out the top 3 spots as to bring it down the final straight. Puyet Lam doing all she can to chase Cross down to the wire. Cross is going to hang on to 3. Oh, it got busy through the second straight. Belton over Manuel slightly, but he's still chasing down Giles in the second. Oh, Belton unlucky in the turn. Straight back up to his feet, going to finish his lap. Giles, Ford, that is your 1 and 2. Who is the other Reactive rider in the race? Got to be George Spencer, rounding out the top 3 spots with Field being behind him, but Ford going to nick the race win off of Giles at the line. Put your hands together for Jack Belton, ladies and gents. Fluent bicycle motocross lead out the next moto. That is Jack Kitchen going 1 and 2 with LVG on Ortiz, Chester Growcock. Looking like we've got the Hawks in there as well. That is Malachi Smith looking to chase Growcock into the final turn. Not quite close enough. It is Growcock though. Now putting pressure on Kitching through the final straight. Kitching's going to hang on. Growcock for the 2. That's how they're going to bring it home. Ollie Bird on track, leading out race 196 in the 10-year-old boys. Currently being chased down by the 13 plate of Mr. Sigma Riz. That is Rocco Westwood looking for a move in the turn. That was Laughlin, I think. Jake James, sorry, he looked for a top 2 spot, didn't quite make it happen. So now Westwood has looked to build a gap on the rider in 3. Look at that for a high-low in the final turn. Makes his move on Bird. Bird, Westwood down the final straight track, racing down to the line. Who's going to get the win? Not quite sure. Green Machine lead in this one through. Gotta be Arthur Donaldson. Yes, it is. The 12 plate of Jesse Rose in there behind him, looking to close the gap down for the Northeast. Who's the rider picking up 3? That looks like Fast Signatures. Joseph Dewis on the 19 plate. Gosport National Race Team in there as well. That is Rory Smythe in and out of the final turn. He's being chased through by TNT's Oliver Hawker. Hawker putting the pressure on through the final straight. Who's going to get the 4th spot? I think it might have been hung on to by Smythe. The 5 plate of Kacharik leads out the next moto from your British champion Ethan Shaw, chasing through the 3rd straight. That looks like it could be one of the Belfast City crew. on track, heading towards the final corner. That is Eric Kincaid on the 33 plate. Crank BMX coaching in there as well. That is Jacob Dent on the 15 plate, but it's all about Kacharik and Shaw. That's going to be how they finish across the line. Rider down in turn number 1 in the next moto, but it is Charlie Dowsing leading this one out, last year's national champion. He's currently going 1 and 2 with this weekend's birthday boy. That is Jack Haynes out of the LCC race team crew. Ashton John Lee is in there inside the top 3, heading into the final corner, but it's all about Dowsing and Haynes at the moment at the front of the pack. That's how they're going to bring it across the line as the Peckham rider Aidan Baptiste picks himself up. Put your hands together for Aidan, ladies and gents. That first turn, tallying up its fallen riders this weekend. Next up on track, the 11-year-old girls heading into the first corner. Looking like we've got Trixie Trays leading this one out for the Evolve Collective guys. That is Freya Montfort in there behind her, looking to close the gap down. The 17 plate in there as well. Inside the top 4 spots, that is Jamie Puddock out of Spin to Win Bicycle Motocross team. But she's looking for a way around Holly Richardson out of CGR at the moment, and she's not managed to find a way as of yet. Richardson now putting the pressure on Montfort as they head into the final turn. She looked at the inside, but Montfort defended nicely, so it is all about Trace out front. Going to bring this one home. Montfort and Richardson going to round out the podium spots. Pro Star BMX on track. European number 4, Betty Wills going 1 and 2 with last year's European number 7. That is Grace Haida in and out of the second corner, repping the Moto 1 race team colours. Looking like we've got Aria Rosalie being chased down by Ada Walden out of Tygo race team, heading into the final turn. Rachel Pritchard is inside the top 4 out of the Hawks, but down the final straight, the front 2 ladies, last year's European finalists, Wills and Hudak in that order. We are looking at race 202, the 11-year-old girls on track, looking like Decoy BMX leading this one through. That is Izzy Underhill on the 20 plate, in and out of the second corner with last year's national champion Maisie Egan out of GT Factory. She's chasing down Underhill into the final corner. Oh, Underhill! The front wheel washed away in the last turn. She's straight back up to her feet there. Put your hands together for Izzy Underhill, ladies and gents. Ronnie, the Landshark Wood, leads out the next moto for the LCC guys. Who's in there with him, chasing him on down? Looks like Arthur Claydon and Edward Cordery occupying the top 3 spots alongside the Landshark. In and out of the final corner, Stay Strong Clark and Kent's Rex Beasley looking to pick it up down the final straight. Rustin are racing in there for 5, but it is going to be the Landshark taking that moto win. We are on to race 204, ladies and gents. The 11-year-old boys are heading down the first straight. Check it out, LCC race team. That is Teddy Jones leading it into the corner. Who's there with him, looking like GY95s? Hugo Dayton, yes it is. Dayton picking up the 2 spot. He's currently being chased down by the 34 plate of Benjamin Gray. Into that second corner, it's got to be Seb Hewitt in there in 4. And over in the mix inside the top 5, that is looking like Finley Brown, I think, headed towards the final corner, but the front 2 riders running away with this one at the moment. Jones and Dayton, both finalists from the yesterday, I believe. It is going to be LCC taking the advantage in that one.
Yeah, checking out, mate. 11-year-old on track, race number 205 here. And in the yellow and black there, looks like the rider from Croupy, is it? Yeah, Kylan Gordon from the Northeast there. Looks good out in front with the LCC rider, Freddie Ray Orland in there in 2. So it's Gordon, Orland, 1 and 2. And we see the rider there. No, it's Mabo, Joseph McAvoy in 2. Then it's Orland in 3. Coming down that last rider, it looks like the rider is the Green Machine tri-rider, Oliver Riches in 4. Okay, there, look at this guy go out in front. He's got a clean set of wheels. The 01, the British champion, coming on through. That's Connor Hempel. Hempel there leading out way a long way there from the 620 of Jaden O'Connell. O'Connell looked like that was the rider in there in 2. And as he comes out of that last turn, it's looking good for Hempel because he's jumped his way into a fine finish there and a win with the Team Mine rider of Otto Parr coming home in 2. your national number 1 of Jacob Anderson from Peckham. Absolute bicycle motocross out there in front with the NRT rider of Colwyn Jones in there in 2. So Anderson and Jones 1 and 2 at the moment coming down that last straightaway. Looks like the rider from, is that an Aero shirt? I'm not sure. Could be the Birmingham NRT rider still hanging on though. That looked good. All right, Benny Jackson is in this one. We turn our attention. Oh, they must have had a bit of a spill in the first turn because Jackson's at the back of the pack as we lead out there. The rider from Allen's Factory Supercross, Finley Munro. He takes the win in this one. And BMX Widow photography rider Murray Watson in there in 2. Jackson's picked himself up. This is only the second qualification moto, so they got another chance, 3 chances to qualify through to that next round. Riders already watched the gate. Female, 12 years on track. Baird, Keller, Gerard, McSwitty, Hughes and Stevenson. Looks like it was Samia Hughes and Keller, one of the first to show there, but the lead now has been taken over by the rider from Hard Knocks, and that is of course Grace Gerard. So Gerard, Hughes and Keller 1, 2 and 3. The rider in 4, they're coming on through on the single digit is going to be the number 13 maybe, Sadie McSquitty, and as they come out of that last turn, it's looking good at the moment for the Hard Knocks bike coaching rider. That's Grace Gerard. Samir Hughes is going to be there in 2, and Keller in 3, and Caitlin Baird it was in 4. Another Hard Knocks rider out in front, Brooke Fast Fawcett as they call her. She leads this one out on the European number 2 plate. We've got Absolute Bicycle Motocross on the inside, Elsie Blight. Blight is in there in 2 until the last corner, and then it all changed because it's all messed up at the front as the rider there from, is that Evolve rider? Seren Pritchard takes it over. All right, need to turn the page, but I know who this is out in front. That's Ruby Warren. That's your new national champion of 2025 on the pure bike. Looking good. Green Machine in there in 2, chasing her down. The Green Machine rider is Poppy May Kirby. And Ruby Warren has achieved what she ultimately set out to do this year, and that was to win the national title, and she's done so with a couple of rounds spare. Alrighty then, sorted race gear rider Elizabeth Lola Poole. Poole is out there with Beth Hewitt in the mix with Hume, Adams, Headley from Peckham, and Amelia Martin. Where is Martin? Martin from Ireland in about 4 at the moment, pushing hard though, trying to pick up that position. These riders from Ireland coming over to race the UK National Series and doing a great job at it. Male, 12 years old, Pro Start rider James Bibby leads this one out from Emil's Challenger. Challenger in their mix there, but look at the size of the guy in second to the rider in third. That's young Poppy Bishop, the young lady mixing it up here with the lads. And if you look at the size difference, you could tell this young lady's got some power and some serious skill to keep up with those chaps. All right, now forward Archie Bell in this one. Looks like Bell's got the early leader. The 7-3-1 reactive rider Jack Laffin. He's in there in 2. Zach Everly in 3, coming on through. In 4 is the rider from Braintree. That's Noah Ford. But Archie Bell doing it for B Strong team is looking good. Laughlin is going to give him a chase to the line, but it's Everly there in 3. Okay, Leighton Harding leads this one out. Green Machine Riches in there in 2. And is that another Green Machine rider in 3? Or is that Sir Akin Brazier from Cyclopark? Just looks very similar to the Green Machine shirt, doesn't it? And as we see the riders come down that last straightaway, the GT rider looks good out in front. That was Leighton Harding. All right then, male 12 years old, Alexander's Payne, Rook, Brownson, two good Cotton and Parsons in this one. And we can see Joe Rook there in the familiar Stay Strong colours leading this one out. As we see the rider there tucking away into two in the black and white there. Which shirt is that? That's the Jump Club shirt, of course, Ronnie Payne. So Rook, Payne, and the rider in third there coming on through. Charlie Cotton from Merseyside, I believe that is. And then we see the Braintree rider of Zach Parsons picking up a consistent fourth place here in race number 216.
Race 217 on track. Leo Rowlands leading this one out for the B Strong race team. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Archie Croker White out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Atai Jamira is the first of the two Rab Racing riders in this race. He's in there in 3 at the minute with his teammate in behind him 4. That is Isaac the Sender Smith in and out of the final turn. Jamira putting the pressure on White as they bring it down to the stripe. Rowlands going to pick it up across the line. Yesterday's winner with Croker, White, Jamira and Smith in that order. Adrian Galit is on track leading out the next moto along with Fast Signatures Harris Wales in the 2 spot. Into that second corner they go. The 41 plate is in this one as well. That's Jacob Jameson out of the Belfast City crew headed through the 3rd straight. That looks like it could be Bram Heaver out of Team A under a bit of pressure as they head into the final turn. Oliver Wheel in this one as well, along with Mason Barnard and Kaya Phillips. Phillips it was that worked his way into that top 4 spot. Bram Heaver in 5. Allen's Factory Supercross now out on track. Looks like we've got Retro Racing in there as well. That is Zach Hamill on the 17 plate headed into the final turn. Got to be Niall Elkindy in there in 3. He's been chased down by the MK Evolution rider. That is Noah Bagwell, but it's all about Munro as they bring it Mullen, as they bring it down to the line. 13-year-old girls out on track. Ruby Warren, that is, leading this one out. Yeah, it is Warren. Pure Bicycles going 1 and 2 with Stay Strong Clark and Ken May Ward. Looking like we've got Anushka Jones in there for 3. Out of Jump Club S&M sorted and out of that final turn. That's got to be the 15 plate of Clara Salmond. One rider down in race 221. That looks like Dakota Tucker, though, out of B Strong, chasing down the MCR rider out of that second corner. Cotton, Tucker, that's your 1 and 2. Who's the rider picking up 3 as they come towards the final turn? Looks like that could be Amara 5, I think it is, out of the Centurions Massive. She's currently going 3 and 4 with the Hard Knocks bike coaching rider. That is Isabella Gerard, going to round out the top 4 spots, but she's under pressure to the line from the rider out of Braintree. That was Molly Fumi Carroll. Allegra True was the fallen rider. Let's hope that she's okay. We do have a couple of birthday shout-outs. Put your hands together then, ladies and gents, for Allegra True. One of them was Mr. CH Coaching Performance. Is he around the track this weekend? He's got to be here. I've not seen him racing. Looking for a wave. Where is he? Connor Hedges. He'll be here somewhere. It was Connor Hedges' birthday a few days ago anyway. So happy birthday, Connor. And Amoria Gibson in the 6 and under little ladies. It's her birthday in a couple of days' time, so happy birthday to Amaria. As we move on from the 13-year-old girls to the Open 13 class, you are looking at Ethan Rogers out of Team Mabo UK going neck and neck with the 4 plate of Ethan Howell into turn number 2. So it is Mabo and Evolve. That's your front 2 riders. Team Bunny's in there with Max McNulty in 3, who's the runner in 4, rep in the south. Jersey heading into the final corner. That's got to be more towards Idlow, along with Roland Ells in there in 5, looking for a way round. Howell putting the pressure on Rogers through the final straight. It's going to be Rogers hanging on with Howell in that 2 spots. Race 223 now out on track. Who's leading it out? Green Machine Tribe and Fluent Bicycle Motocross. That's your 1 and 2. As it stands, looking like that could be Lawrence Bojang out of Brixton in there in 3. Yes, it is. He's currently chasing down, though. Your front 2 riders got to be Griffin and Honeywell. That's how they stand out in the front 3 at the moment. Gilmore Green in there for that top 4 spot, but it's going to be Honeywell picking up that moto win. Race 224, Xavi Fox Cooper's in this one, in the middle of the pack in about 3 at the moment, but you are looking at one BMX race team and Team Mine going 1 and 2. The 12 plate of Max Vass leading into that second corner along with Toby Duff on the 63. That's how they stand as they head towards the final turn. Sorry, no. Wilcox in the 2 spots. Out of Team Mine, chasing Max Vass to the line. Charlie Craig, MCR on track in race 225, looking good into the second corner. That 20 plate is going to be a lot smaller this for the next season. He's had a great year this year, has Charlie. I believe he picked up his first ever A final. Even picked up a couple of podiums as well, I believe. He's currently being chased down though by the 9 plate of Sully Collis out of Absolute. He's going to go 2 and 3 with Bent's T-Ball Kiss as they come across the line. Next up on track, the 11 plate of Joe Douglas going 1 and 2 with the 5 plate of Ethan Crooks Martin into the second corner. The 16 plate is in there in 3. That's Ralph Sowerby out of Reactive Racing, being chased down by Retro Racing's Stanley Farmer out of Braintree BMX on the 21 plate. Here comes Crooks Martin with a high low in the final turn. Makes it stick on Douglas. So it is going to be Douglas for the 2 spot. Crooks Martin out front. Sowerby going to round out the podium positions. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is your newly crowned 13-year-old national champion, James Miller, GT Factory, currently leading out this moto from who sits second in the standings in this age. That is JP Jack Perkins out of Team Mavo UK. Dylan Spence out of Team Bunnies is in there for the top 3 spot at the moment. That's got to be Hunter van der Malion in there in that 4th spot, but it is going to be Miller with the moto win. New addition Tom Palmer is on track in race 228. He's currently going 1 and 2 with the 7 plate of tyres into that second corner. Harry Tyres out of Moto 1 doing all he can to close down the Allen's Factory rider as they head through the third straight. 0-1 Racing is in there with Harley Steele inside the top 4. That looks like it could be Kurt Storkis in there for 3. Currently chasing down Tyres and Palmer down to the line, but it's going to be Palmer and Tyres in that order.
Yeah, check it out, 229 on track. Isabella Rowe leads this one out from the rider in 2. That is the 16 plate of Sophie Coulson. Coulson in there holding on to that second place. It's getting busy though because they're all queuing up behind. Libby Coppin is in there as well, trying to make moves in the last turn. She's in 3. So at the moment it's Rowe, it's Coulson and Coppin. 1, 2 and 3. And where's the Pro Start rider? Emily Eaton, not in that one, no. Okay, the national number 1 leads this one out. Katie Miller, Moto 1. In there in 2 is going to be the rider from Pekka, Jalila Patel in the 2 spot there, looking good with SVT Mongoose rider Chidley, Ellie Moore, Cleve as well from Fluid in the mix. But look at Phoebe Moore taking another. Katie Miller, I meant. Waiting for the Lucasade to kick in. Kobe Rayford is your leader here. He took the win yesterday after a great final and a great couple of moves from Marista Rayford. As the rider from Bruntwood and Centurions chase him down. That was Milo Weller and Brody Geddes. The number 59 on his bike, leading out a moto here. And the number 59, of course, is Harrison Barnes. Harrison Barnes at the front of the pack there with Ronnie Richards in the 2 spot. Then we can see the rider from Braintree coming on through. Is that Maxwell Lawrence in a good position and takes a convincing top 3 spot there as he comes down the last straightaway in the open 14. All right, Pro Start rider leads this one out looking good there. Isaac Shaw coming over all the way over from lane number 6 there. Takes a whole shot in and out of that first corner as they come towards us. Shaw still leads this one out and he's looking good there for the rider in 2 on the Stay Strong. And that's going to be Harry Donald, is it? I think. Yes, it is Harry Donald doing it there on his BMX Hype race top. Is that even a thing anymore, BMX Hype? We'll have to talk to Isit later on, I don't know. All right, then, open 14. Hannah, Cottrell, Knowles, Tyres, Jones, Lynch, Buttery, and Guppy. I can see Guppy in 2, so who's that leading this one out? It's Rab Racing in their Sunday colours. And the Sunday colours of James Cottrell. Cotty in there now in 2 because Guppy has taken it over, and the Moto 1 rider goes around the outside. That's Oliver Tyres, your British champion, chasing Guppy down to the line. Guppy might have just held on. It's a photo finish for 3rd to 5th though. Okay, that was Robin Mattern Alonso who went past me in the turn there, out in front. Then we got 2 riders from Team Air, Newton Hidley, Oscar Jewell. Out in front though is still Robin Mattern Alonso, doing it for Spain and Peckham. Okay, open full team. We got Logan Young in this one for DC Cycles. He's in about 3-ish. Your rider from Allen's out in front. The rider from Allen's, of course, Todd Smith-Notman. Thomas Westmore in the 2 spot. Young in the 3, coming on through now. In 4, Freddie Richardson trying to make his move in and out of that last turn as they come down the last straightaway. Is Allen's BMX going to hang on to it? I think he will do. That was Smith-Notman. Heath Osborne, Allison, Elvis Lawrence, Shenton, Hamilton, O'Brien and Childs in this one, and it's the Mabo rider leading this one out. The Mabo rider of Nate Hamilton, Elvis Lawrence. I think it might have been in there in 2. As we turn our attention to the 3rd place rider. That's an NRT rider, Heath Osborne in the 3 spot. As it comes down to the wire, a photo finish on the line. Okay, just a few riders in this one. The female, 15 years, and that is BMX widow photographer Ailey Watson. Is that right? That's how I say it, isn't it? Ailey Watson. And, yeah, thanks. Lucy Gardner in there in 2. Ruby's looking good. Evolve Collective in about 4 at the moment with Ruby Wolford, but the win was convincing for Ailey Watson from Cumbernauld. All female 15s, Price, Berg, Glynn, Atry and Brown. Lottie Brown and Grace Berg are battling out of the front of the pack. Summer Glynn in there in 2 or 3 at the moment. Chasing hard, the rider from Peckham is Etana Price. As Price comes down that last straightaway. Glynn hanging on for 4. Will that be enough to see her in the final? With only 2 racks, we'll have to wait and see until the finals are drawn. Race 240. 240. Mark Hewitt, Baptiste Franklin, Cocoon, Warren and Kirby. Smith in this one as well. Looks like the rider from Rusty Nut Racing, Freddie Franklin, is going to take the win in 240.
15-year-old boys out on track. Lucas Seeley's leading this one out with a 26 plate of Eric McSwitty chasing him down, but it's looking like Seeley's running away at the moment. Who's the rider in 3? Gotta be the LVG rider, Will Chaplin, being chased into the final turn, but he's got a lovely cap now on the rider in 4. It is going to be Chaplin in 3, McSwitty 2, and your race winner Lucas Seeley. Emmy Seaward on the inside of race 242, and she's made it stick. She's now chasing down who is out front. That is the 7-2 plates. Sonny Reed out of Andover. He's being chased down though by Seaward and Elijah Jamira racing up an age group, repping the Rab Racing colours, heading into the final corner. Cooper McCrum is in there in about 5, looking for a way around the rider just in front, heading down the final straight. I think that's Jack Davey out of Cornwall, but it is going to be Sonny Reed taking that moto win. Bradley James out of Reactive Racing out there in that 2 spot at the moment, looking like we have got the 362 plate in there behind it. That is Hackney's Julian Gonzalez, but your race leader is going to be Birmingham NRT. That is Lucas Osborne on the 16 plate heading into the final corner. Osborne and James have run away with this moto. One rider hits the deck in the final corner. That's Stan Mason out of Birmingham, straight back up to his feet though. He's going to walk away, which is good to see. Harvey Tomlinson out on track. He's being chased down by Mason Groves out of Sorted Race Gear. Them 2 guys going 1 and 2 at the moment. The 41 plate in there in 3. That is Chase Barnard out of Stay Strong. Clark and Kent. The front 3 riders are separating out nicely as they're bringing it to the final corner. Harvey Tomlinson, Peckham BMX Club, smooth as you like down the final straight, going to pick up this moto win. Race 245 hits the track. 15-year-old boys looking like it's a great start from the Nice wood rider, I think that was Henry Conroy heading into the first corner. It's all about warm BMX race teams. Eden Boone at the moment leading this one out. MK Evolution in there in that 2 spot. Looking like that could be the 37 plate of David O'Prey. In and out of that second turn they go. I'm reading the wrong race. That's Ollie Blanche in there in the 2 spot. He's being chased into the final corner. That is Evolve Collectives. Alex Dunkley inside the top 3. Boone down the final straight. Going to be Oliver James, going to be your race winner. Ollie Blanche in 2. We are now on to race 246 where we have Tidy S leading out the pack, doing it for Factory Supercross, going 1 and 2 with the 9 plate of Eden Boone out of Warm BMX race team. That looks like the 31 plate in there in 3. That's David O'Prey bringing it on towards the final turn. The 776 of Henry Conroy out of Nicewood is in there at about 4, swapping and changing positions on the exit of turn number 3. That's got to be Thomas McGovern trying to put a shift in to pick up a top 4 finish, and I think he might have just managed. 16-year-old girls now out on track. Ruby Moores leads this one out. Going 1 and 2 with Lexi Wade. Lexi, yesterday's winner, I think. Be Strong Racing. In that 2 spot, chasing down Moores, heading for the final turn. Alexis McCartney in there for 3. That looks like BB Alderton in there for 4. But it is going to be Moores and Wade down the final straight. Wade putting the pressure onto the line. Moores is going to hang on. Sophie Elwood's been shot out of her cannon in race 248 in the 16-year-old girls. Second rack of these ladies headed towards the second corner. That's got to be the W4 of Jess Marriott looking up the inside of Elwood in turn number 2. Didn't dive under, so she's going to have to settle for the 2 spot at the moment. Here comes Amelia Reveley out of Mabo UK, heading into the final corner, looking for a way round. In and out of the last turn they go. Elwood, Crucial Racing, looking like she's going to hang on to this moto win with Marriott in there for 2. Kai Bowen racing up an age group, your world number 5. Stay Strong Clark and Kent World team in and out of that second corner. I think he's actually wrapped up the national title for this age group, so the age above. Been on fire all season long. Sure he'll be out in Copenhagen next month looking to go a few up from that W5 plate, along with Finn Collis in there for that 2 spots. Moving on to race 250, then on track, yesterday's winner, his first ever national win. And you could see what it meant to him after the race had finished. Team Mabo UK and hashtag 59. Out on track, it is Noah Everly, of course. In and out of that final turn, he's going to 1 and 2 with John O'Harradine. Doing it for all of the single ladies out there in MK Evolution. Going to bring that one down to the line in the 2 spot along with Ollie Coppin in 3. Rab racing on track in race 251. That's Eli Smith leading this one out from the 15 plate of Samson Townsend out of Bournemouth. Looking like we've got the 149 plate of Malachi O'Reilly inside the top 3. He's being chased down there by Kai Blaine as you're headed to the final turn. Blaine not quite close enough to dive underneath for a 3 spot in the final turn. So he's going to have to settle for 4 down the final straight. Smith, Townsend in that order. 17, 18-year-old girls now out on track. Arthurs, Higham, Gerard, Baird, Simpson and Akerele. It is the 15 plate of Mega Gerard leading this one out for Rab Racing. Exeter Eagles in there in that 2 spot. That looks like it could be Lexi Arthurs out of Green Machine Drive. Heading into the final turn. Where is Team Mine? That's Lacey Baird. Inside the top 3, heading down the final straight. It is going to be Baird rounding out the top 3 spots. And looking like Pekka BMX are going to go 3 and 5. That is Alaya Akerele.
Yeah, check it out. Ladies on track. DC Cycles leads out the pack. And that is Mika Pritchard, of course. And then we see the rider from Peckham, Eridemi Hepburn. Hepburn in there in the 2 spot with the rider from Mabo, Esme Brook in 3. Coming out of the last turn, the number 6 of the National Series, Annabelle Charlton, in there in 4. As they come down the last straight, Mika Pritchard picks up another win of the weekend. Okay, open, 17, 18 years old on track. These guys go fast, let me assure you. Daventi Malo, Gam, Gooding, Samson Jacobs, Malon, Lethbridge, Gerard and Clark. And it's George Gerard that leads this one out. 0-1 Racing's Jack Clark is in there somewhere. And Brandon Malon also. As we turn our attention to the second rack of 17, 18, Stone, Reynolds, Fawcett, Haddleton, is that? Henry, Williams, Dyer and Burgess in this one. Looks like your man from Hard Knocks, Jadon Fawcett, is your early leader here from the start out of the last turn. He's going to take the win here in race number 255 as they come down to the wire there. Rider down. Carter Hawker, happy birthday from all of Manchester BMX Club. Carter Hawker, it's your birthday. Bob the Turner Overdrive, you ain't seen nothing yet, mate. Let's rock. Hello, mate. Done a lot of good work for charity. Done a lot of talk about it. No, you ain't got a clue, have you? The Fast Show, mate. Harry Enfield and Paul Whitehouse. Another thing you can YouTube later, along with that Wesley Snipes film, Blade. Yeah. Yeah, mate. Hi, my name's Smashy. Smashy and Nicey, mate. We're gonna done a lot of good work for charity. Don't like to talk about it. He's up on his feet. Give him a round of applause. Is that right? Lewis just said I could have a sit down for 20 minutes. He don't care. He loves doing it. I love doing it as well. I really enjoyed yesterday. It just seems like today's dragging on a bit. Yeah. Don't worry, Rich Eames will be back at Birmingham. I might even ride my bike. I'll have a roll around, literally. Well done, my man. Where's he from? Birmingham? Daniel Henry, is that who that is? Oh, he's going to have to go in the wheelchair of shame. Nobody likes getting carted off in a wheelchair, do they? Let's be honest. He'll be back in his third moto. I can laugh because I know he's all right. Yeah, I got a secret earpiece in my ear, and it tells me if he's going to be all right from the first aid people. Riders to the pens, please. And do I want a visit from the welfare? No. Riders to the pens. What riders? No, seriously, riders to the pens for your next set of motos. We're nearly at the end. We need you back in the pens, you cruiser riders. I hope you've not all fallen asleep in your team tents. You need to get back in the pens. British champion leads this one out. That's Arne Esselmont. He's at the front of the pack there. It says Zach Green's racing. Is that right? Is he in fourth? What, as in Green, as in the TV people? Wowzers. Oh. Has he? Didn't even notice the jersey. Charlie Granger looking good here. And the 44 plate of Lamin Accarelli from Peckham. In there into Rab Racing Elliot Brook. In the mix with a box of tricks. In and out that last turn. Jump Club in there as well in three. With Romeo Capai. That's a cool name. I like that. 19 to 29 female on track. Who's that leading this one out? It's going to be Emily Green. Emily Green, Imogen Gibson's been riding really well all weekend long. Evie Webster back in three. Doesn't always find herself back in that position after some good rides in Manchester on the outdoor there. She took the win on the Saturday, I believe. A good performance there from Emily Green, taking the win for Green Machine. Well, that rhymed. Do my rap to this one. I love this one. Deep down inside, deep down inside. This is Hard Drive. This is done by Hard Drive, this one. Alrighty then, here we go. Championship shooting on the show. No, it's not. It's 19 to 29. Lynn Scott, Kirby, Hurry, Elwood, Beck, Drew, and Alexander. Harriet Alexander made the final yesterday, and she needs to get up into them top positions if she wants to make the final today. She's in third, and she's looking good. Has the riders from Green Machine, Megan Kirby, and is that Hedges or Drew? That's Drew in there in 2. And that rhymed. And Harriet Alexander is coming home in 3 at the moment and looking good for it. Just needs a result in that last one. She'll be in the final again as we turn our attention to the second 19 to 29. Clements, Brook, Hemstock, Willets, McGarvey, Miles, and Townsend. That's Annabelle Townsend out in front. She's not French. Do not worry. She is not from La Francais. She's out in front. Willets, I think that is in the 2 spot. I recognise the retro racing jersey. And we see Team Air rider Annabelle Townsend taking the win convincingly. Alrighty then, again fast and furious now. Look at this guy go. Woo! He's fast. That's Tyrese Bradshaw, Mabo UK, and that's Brinley Savage in there in 2. Savage in there in 2. Then we can see Cannons. And Hayden Green nearly gets it all wrong on the last straight, but hangs on to it with some style, I must say. Joshua Cates, I think that is. No, it's not. This is where they all wear the same jersey, isn't it? No, it is Cates out in front. I was right. I should trust my own judgment. Cates leads this one out from Finley Clark. SAS Sebastian Hambling in there in 2. Oh, a little twitch there from the rider in 4. Who is that coming on down in 4? It could be, where's Seaward back in 5 there? It's all mixed up in the 19 to 29. Fitzsimmons, Craig, Ramsden, Izzard, Chard Maple, and Schaefer Cohen from Hackney. And who is that out in front? Wow, he's fast. Is it Callum Chard Maple? That's why he's fast. It's Callum Chard Maple, no team from Tiverton. Somebody sign him up. Widow Photography, Ben Fitzsimmons in there in 2. As they come out on that first turn, Putland, Smith, Randall, Masu Cowlard, Elliot Hudson and Taylor. And they're all going super fast here in the 19 to 29. As it's the 0-1 guy out in front. That's Owen Putland. Team Mind in there in 2 with Maso Kola from Bournemouth. He's had that sun bike a while, hasn't he? God blimey.
Masters on track, race 265 in and out of that first turn. Source BMX out front, that is George Higley. He's currently going 1 and 2 with the 2 plate of John Lillingston. Lillingston having moved stuck on him in that second corner. That's going to be David James out of Green Machine Tribe. He's now being chased down though by Army Cycling Union's George Warner in and out of the final corner. It is all about Source BMX out front. Higley going to hang on to it. Lillingston putting the pressure on. Not quite going to get close enough. Sean's just chilling. He's already done 2 laps near enough after his rerun earlier on. I'm not going to let him live that one down. It is Adam Brazil, Sean is it, Billy Lucas. That's your 1, 2, 3 in this moto. There's Adam Brazil. We're still on Masters. Missing a couple of riders after their crash in the last moto, so them 3 guys are going to chill their way across the line. And then we move on to the Vets, race 267. You are looking at Mark Moore chasing down the 3 plate of Matt Barnard into the second corner. So it's Stay Strong, Clark and Kent out front. Source BMX in there behind. That looks like Big Nige Smith holding up a bit of a queue through the third straight as a couple of riders are looking for a way round. One of them riders, you alright? Neil's just stacked it in the commentary tower. Yeah, he's broken a board. I don't know how he's done that. He's had no energy for the last couple of hours. He's suddenly perked up, so we're getting all excited up here. Fraser Watson, it is on track, leading it out from Zoltan Boudet. Got to be Yurbury and Tarora going through in 3 and 4 at the moment, heading into the final turn. All about BMX Widow Photography at the moment, though. Watson under pressure from Boudet down to the stripe. Boudet's going to nick it on the line as we take a look at the Grand Vets hitting the first turn. Looks like Simon Homan's out front. No, this is just the normal Vets. Yes, it is. Race 269. Homans, Boudet, Taylor. That's your 1, 2, 3. Matt Eaton, Dylan Dixon, 3 of 4 and 5. And the 6th spot looking like Andrew Mackey out of LVG NRT, but it is going to be Homans out of the final turn, leading this moto down to the stripe. Adam Boudet, Danny Taylor going to go through in them 2nd and 3rd positions. Fitzroy Bryce leads out the Grand Vets first moto of the 2nd set. Who's in there chasing him down? Got to be Ian Archibald on the 4-2-1 plate. The 9 in there as well. That is looking like Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. David Knowles is in there in 4. And the Gosport National Race Team rider in there for 5. That is Daniel Carey-George on the 18 plate. But it's all out front with Fitzroy Bryce and Ian Archibald. Then 2 guys are going to pick up the 1 and 2 spots across the line. Pure Bicycles on track. It is Mr. Hilly, Alan Hill leading this one out. Who's in there behind him? Looking like we've got the 017 looking to chase him into the 2nd corner. Brett Archibald is in there in 3, but in between them is going to be the 017 of Lee Hunt. Brett Knight on track after his crash earlier on. He's putting in a shift though, looking for a way round. Craig Nelly Nelson in the final turn. He's thrown in a high-low, looking for a special last straight as every other race. Here comes Knight on Nelson down to the wire. Who's going to get the 4th spot? I think Knight might have just nicked it. Race 272, the championship women are a go. We are nearing the end of the second set of motos. It is going to be Lily Chiswell leading it into the turn. Maybo UK out front. That looks like Moto 1 in there behind her. Chiswell, Roy, that's your 1 and 2. Who's in there for 3? Pure Bicycles, Maggie Bound. Here comes Simpson up the inside of Ashman in that 2nd corner, and she makes it stick. Lorianne Carruthers isn't done yet either. She's worked her way into a top 5 spot just in front of Ashman into the final turn. Carruthers just about hanging on then. It is going to be Chiswa. Roy, Bound isn't done yet though. She's putting pressure on Roy down to the wire. Roy's going to hang on Bound for that 3. Pro set racing, ladies and gents. The junior men are coming at you thick and fast through the first straight. Got to be Clitheroe on the inside. Hard Knocks bike coaching, looking to pick up the whole shot. Clitheroe leads it out. JTL Simpson Davis is in there in 2. Who's the rider coming on through for the 3 spot? That's got to be the 10X of Ryo Stepanovs. But he's got the 33 of Finn Phillips right there behind him, looking for a way round. Looking like Webster's in there with Larkins in 5 and 6. Last turn action. It's all about Clitheroe at the moment. He's under pressure though. JTL Simpson Davis isn't finished yet. Chasing down the final straight. Clitheroe, Davies, Stepanovs in that order. Moto 274 hits the track, 2nd rack of the junior men for this set of motos. Here comes Cody Coker on the inside. Coker leads it out. Finn Hoff trying to thread the needle in the turn. He's come out in about 3 in there behind Ruben Byrne. It is Coker, Byrne, Hoff in that order. The 127 in there in 4. That's got to be Millar being chased down by Heath Thomas as to bring it back through the 3rd straight, but it's all about Pure Bicycles at the moment. Cody Coker taking it to him. Here comes Byrne. Has he got enough left in the tank? Hoff is coming back at the both of them down the final straight. Half looking to pick up a top 2 spot. He's going to have to settle for 3 as Byrne hangs on. Penultimate moto for the 2nd set. Sharrock in this one, heading towards the 1st turn. Who's in there with him? Danny Jake Monfort is on the inside. Xander Mavawani Wright though leads this one out. Mavawani Wright out of Pekka BMX out front. Paddy Sharrock in there behind him. Looking like we've got the 57 of Ben Cornish in there in 3, but Danny Jake Monfort throws in a high low and works his way from 4 to 3. So that shuffles back Cornish into that 4 spot. Cornish isn't done though. Back up the inside in the 3rd turn, and Charlie Roy takes advantage of the carnage. Xander Mavawani Wright, Paddy Sharrock, Ben Cornish, Charlie Roy, Danny Jake Monfort in that order. 4 riders on track now for the final moto of the 2nd set. Taylor Hunt's on the inside. Yesterday's winner, Carl Strickland, was pulling down the horses through the 1st straight in the final. He's looking to do the same at the moment, but he's got Jared Hill trying to work his way underneath in the 2nd turn. Casey Martley in there in 4, but it's Hunt, Strickland, Hill. That's your 1, 2, 3 heading into the final corner. Crucial racing leading this one out. All 4 riders out of the final turn, safe and clear. Going to be Hunt out front. Hill isn't done. Push it to the line. Strickland's going to hang on. Markley in for 4. 2nd set of motos done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Alrighty then, third rack of motos, ladies and gentlemen. This is your last chance to qualify through. All riders should be making their way through to the pens for their third qualification moto. We've already started on the cruisers. And Leighton Harding from GT Bikes leads this one out from the fast signature rider of Harry Swales. There's 4 racks of these cruiser riders, so they will have semi-finals today. It's GT fast signatures. 1 and 2 down there last straightaway. Thomas Barnard in there as well. This time we've got the Gosport rider leading this one out, but the Rusty Nut rider is giving him one hell of a race. That's Jet Thompson. Thompson leads this one out. From the rider there, I was going to say Rusty Nut. Yeah, Leo Bradley it was. The shirt looks completely different from the back when you see it from the back to the front, so I got a little bit confused. Ocean King in there as well. As we turn our attention to race 279. And we're looking at the 396 of Luis Chefe Team Mind. Out there again with Jack Swales this time in the 2 spot. But somebody going around his outside was the rider there in the pink. Freddie Walsh, it could be. Killian Hanna should be in that one as well. We're young Holly Bishop at the back in that one, but she may have qualified through to the semis already, and she might have just been chillaxing. As we look at the rider there coming out front from Merseyside, Charlie Cotton, I think that is. And then we've got 2 riders from Gosport in there, Billy Cheeseman and Max Livingston. And then we see the rider from Team Air coming on through. That's Bram Heaver from Andover and Taylor Hoare from DC Cycles. Alrighty then, jumping their way through into the second turn, Hadley Harding. And the rider there in 3 is going to be the rider from Crank BMX, William Knowles. As we look to that shirt at the front, I'm not sure who that is. Could be the Evolved rider coming on through in 3. More 13-14 cruisers. Supercross out in front, Allens. And DC Cycles in the 2 spot. So that's Todd Smith-Notman, Logan Young, and then Newton Hinley. And then the rider all in black. Not sure which one that is. Could be the 3X of Hunter Malon from Brixton. As the rider from Gosport just brings up the back of the pack. It's Jacob Scrivener. Hard Knocks lead this one out then. They've got a great bike coach in them with young Dylan Clayton, of course. I say young, but you know what I mean. And Hard Knocks got a great team. Freddie Woolworth, that is, leading this one out. Evan Jones in that one. Benedict Marco in the mix there inside that top 4. That was Bench Tibor Kiss mixing it up at the front of the pack now. We move on to Rab Racing, the number 1 of the National Series. James Cottrell, Gotti, he leads this one out. It's going to be Robin Matern Alonso in there in the 2 spot. Then we see the reactive rider coming on through, Owen Miller in 3. As we look to Cooper Westwood back in 5 at the moment. Trying to get inside that top 4, but he's got to get past the Peterborough rider. And he's not going to make it in that one. That's the last moto qualification for those guys. Moving on to more cruisers. 15 and 16, just 3 racks of these. They will have semi-finals. Davison, Widdowson, Caulfield, McCrum, Surridge and Andrews. As they come out of that last turn. Well, I've gone 1 too early. I have, yes. That was Walford, Palmer, Bobbins, Cunnison, Milburn and Warren. Now we turn our attention to race number 286. That's Widdowson in there in 2. The rider out in front is the rider from the south, Bradley Davison. BMX Widow Cooper McCrum in there in 3. As they exit that last turn, it looks like the South rider's going to hang on. That's Davison from the Hawks. As we see your rider there leading this one out from Bath. Bath BMX, Finton Cockburn. He's at the front of the pack there. We can see McSwiddy trying to mix it up in about 2 or 3 at the moment. LVG NRT, William Chaplin in 4 as they come down the last straightaway. But it's still looking good for the number 9 bike. From Bath, Finton Cockburn takes a win in race 287. Parkinson and Lillingston in this one. Lillingston's got the whole shot though. He leads this one out. Then we can see Martinez moving on through in 3. Then we see Hearn from the Stay Strong crew. That's Chris Hearn. Pretty awesome to see him in on a bike and actually battling through there. Riding really well. Just going to get pipped on the line down the last straightaway, but hangs on for 4th and a qualifying position.
Race 289 on track, the 39-year-old cruisers. That is Hudson leading it into the second corner, but he's got the 0-1 of Popel right there with him, looking for a way round, doing it for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. It is Halo Wheels and Absolute at the moment. Here comes Martin Smiley Brown, though, one of the piece of the pie, but it is Popel with the perfect high-low in the last turn to go from 2 to 1. Hudson for 2, Brown in 3. 30-plus women's cruiser on track. Brooke, Will, Albert, Beckett, Evans, Sitch, Nichols and Meaden. Nikki Sitch, 40 years of racing, going to attend her 20th World Champs this coming July. So congratulations to Nikki Sitch on a very long and successful career. It is also SJN out front, your world number 2. Hot Shot Racing heading down the final straight. Going to pick up this moto win. Looking like we've got Rowan Beckett in for the 2 spot on the 511 plate. Next up on track, you are looking at Cassie Holding out of Team Mine. Last year's national number 7, along with the 13 plate of Juan Clements from Andover and Team here, just a couple of miles down the road. Looks like Ice Bikes is in there inside the top 3. That is Manda Hemstock doing all she can to close down the front 2 ladies. Who's picking up a top 4 spot? Looking like we could have Josephine Burston in the mix. She is in there in about 5, looking for a way round out of the final turn. That's got to be Nicola Wheeler out of MK. Just had the pressure put on her by Burston. Burston's gone through for 4. Wheeler in 5. Next up on track, the 4-plate of Matthew Eaton leads out the 40 to 44-year-old cruisers. Going 1 and 2 with Tom Odlin out of Army Cycling Union. That's your front 2 riders as it stands. That's got to be Craig Cordin in 3 as he works up the inside of the final turn. He's going elbow bashing though with one of the riders down the final straight. Looks like it was Cordin back to 4 then, and I think that was the 15 of Rob Harris picking up 3. You are looking at Simon Homans just working his way around the outside into that 2 spot as the 12-plate leads the race. Ian Smythe out of Gosport National Race Team, who's in there with him. Got to be Dylan Dixon on the 2 spot, on the 3 spot at the moment, headed for the final turn. Homans out of GT Factory looking good. Dixon throws in a high-low and makes it stick. Homans just reining it in down the final straight. It's going to be Lockwood in there for 3 as Homans picks up 4 or 5. Norbert Marco leads out race 294, 45-49 cruisers. He's got getting off as Norbert, and he's absolutely charging through that 3rd straight at the moment. DC Cycles repping out front. Smooth as you like down the final straight. He's going to pick up this moto win as we take a look at race 295 on track. It's like having CCTV up here with Neil. Right, we are on to race 296, 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Rich Stevenson out of Barnesbury leads this one out. Here comes Dave Stokes. Looks up the inside, but it was not quite close enough. He's now under pressure from DJ Too Good. Andy Todd wants a piece of the top 3 pie. Too Good, though, on a late charge. Gonna nick the 2 spot on the line. Stokes shuffle back to 3. 50 to 54-year-old cruisers. Where is Mark Cotty? Cottrell is out front. Out of Rab Racing going 1 and 2 with the Royal Air Force. Matt Haywood on the 22X. That's your front 2 riders. Who's picking up 3? Looks like we've got Stephen Notman, out of the northeast and out of the final corner. The rider picking up the top 4 has got to be Dominic Elliott out of Brixton BMX. Pressure on Notman to the line, but Notman's going to hang on to 3. Healy on track, going 1 and 2 with Brett Archibald. Pete Butler's in there in 3. Christos Chorkos, Brett Knight and Daz O'Brien all in the moto as well. It is Daz in there in 4 in behind Pete Butler. Chorkos is fending off attacks from Knight as they head towards the final turn. Knight back there in 6 at the moment with a high-low on Chorkos out of the final turn. Healy, Archibald, Butler, O'Brien, that's your front 4. Knight's going to pick up a 5 spot on the line, shuffling Chorkos back to 6. SVT Mongoose on track. Steve Hassel leads this one out. Ian Archibald, that's got to be Speedy Reedy in there in about 3 at the moment, looking for a way around Archibald in the final turn. Gaz Carver in there as well, out of Manchester, heading down the final straight. It's going to be Hassel with the moto win. Archibald in behind. Pure Bikes leads out the next moto, 55 plus Cruiser Bruisers. These guys are waging war on their 24s. Madron's leading it out. Knowles is in there behind him. That's got to be Gosport National Race Team in 3. Billy Stupple being chased out by James Musgrove on the exit of the second turn. It's all about Pure Bikes still at the moment, though. Madron on a charge. Heading out of the final turn and down the last straight. Madron, Knowles in that order. That's how they're going to bring it across the stripe. As Big Mick Goff leads out the following moto in race 300. Brown, Noble, Needham, Joy and Whitaker all on track as well. Steve Needham in Team Bunny's colours in there in 6. Chasing down Stephen Joy, who I believe will be on the side hack later on, giving us a glory lap as he did yesterday. It is Mick Goff, though, going 1 and 2 with Keith Brown across the line. That looks like it is the 17-29 women's cruiser. Yes, it is. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter, Halo Wheels Race Team going 1 and 2 with DC Cycles. Molly Nice is to head towards the final corner. That looks like Willett's in there for 3. Who's in 4? Pro Start BMX's Hannah Hedges in and out of the final turn. Then it's all about the one plate from last season. Annalise Cabin-Carpenter picking up that moto win. Alexis McCartney on track. Allen's Factory Supercross being chased out by Sorted Race Gear. That is Olivia Firth. The template is in there in 3. Urban Air BMX, that is Trinity Cam. Alicia Lynn Scott in there for 4. Who's the rider in 5? Got to be 01 Racing. That's Carmel Allison out of Ipswich BMX on the 8X plate. Firth making moves in the final turn. Looking for a way around McCartney to bring it down the final straight. McCartney's going to hang on to it. Firth in 2. Taylor Lee Mohan on track, leading out the next moto, race 303. Izzy Hurry's in there in that 2 spot. Who's picking up the 3 as they come on round? Looking like it could be the 900 plate. Jodie Musgrove out of the northeast. A lot of separation between the front 3 riders. Mohan and Hurry running away with this moto out of the final turn. Royal Air Force out front. Taylor Lee Mohan Pekka BMX going to take that moto win. 17, 29-year-olds on track for their cruisers. Got to be Josh Cates leading it out on the 9 plate. Going to 1 and 2 with the 10 of Rocky O'Brien. Owen Portland is in there in 3. He's on the 8 plate out of 01 Racing in and out of the final turn. DC Cycles in there as well, heading down the final straight. That's got to be Caden Roberts rounding out the top 4 as O'Brien picks up the 1 spots. Dan Wilson in the 2 spot, currently chasing down Jack Mowat on the exit of turn number 1. Mowat, Wilson, Blythe, that's your 1, 2, 3. Who's picking up 4? Got to be Matt McHugh out of BMX Widow Photography. Lloyd Freeman in there, along with the Crank BMX coaching team manager. That is Tyler Chadwick, but it's Wilson that's made his move to go from 2 to 1. Your new race leader then Wilson down the final straight, looking like he's going to take the race win. Connor Blythe putting the pressure on, but he'll have to settle for 3. Alex Brooks on track, leads out race 306 in the 17, 29-year-old cruisers. He's leading it out by quite a way into the second corner. Got the 789 plate in there behind him. That is Fletcher Elliott out of Brixton BMX. Couple of riders out of DC Cycles in there as well. One of them's got to be Colby Horan. He's picking up the 3 spot just in front of Max Henderson. In and out of that final turn, he's going to go through in the 4. So it is Rab Racing going on through. DC Cycles in there for 2 and 4.
Yeah, 19 to 20, 17 to 29 cruiser. Charlie Roy leads this one out from your rider there from Birmingham on the 2 spot, the 27 plate of Kian Brown from Merseyside. I beg your pardon. Looks like that's is that Daly in there in 3? I think it is Callum Daly for Ice Bikes in the 3 spot. Hawks rider coming on through in 4. Johnny Jackson in 4. Where's Kyle Hill? Oh, he's at the back. What's he doing? Come on, Kyle. Okay, moving on, more 17, 29 cruisers. Another Moto 1 rider leads this one. Now that's Thomas Miller. Mancy in there in 2. Fast Signatures, Nam Moss in the 3 spot. Coming on through in 4 is Pops. That's Luke Davis Hayes, I think, with Theo Pope. Just backtracking a little bit at the moment, but maybe he's just chillaxing. Moving on to the 6 and unders. Yeah, the Pocket Rocket 6 and unders on track. Check this guy out. Jensen Diet looks like he's been getting quicker and quicker all weekend long. He was battling in the final yesterday for that top podium spot, but I think he ended up third, was it? And he's looking good today, though. He's really putting it out there and making his stall here on the 277 bike. That's Jensen Diet in there in two there, the 4.60 of Ellis Dowson. Dowson moving on through with the run. Younger on the 18-inch wheels. He's only on the 18-inch wheels and he's beating the rest. It's the rider from Bruntwood, Maxim Krozaic from Bruntwood. In there in three, inside the top position there. Going to try and make his way into the final. These guys have got semi-finals, remember. The 6 and unders semi-finals. Mad. Albie Howe is in this one. I can hear them screaming and shouting for him. The Cardiff rider in there in two because the 509 of Luke Barron leads this one out. So it's Barron and Howe, 1 and 2. Then we see Sparrowhawk and Bays, Mitchellmore, Lockwood, Turner from Team Bunnies in this one as well. But at the front of the pack, it's looking like Barron and Howe are going to be 1 and 2 down that last straightaway. All 6 and unders on track. Founty, Garnett, Shepherd, Zucchina, Bien and Hawker from the TNT Club. As they exit that first turn, we see the little pocket rockets coming at us. And that's Founty, Garnett, Shepherd, Zucchina, Byrne, who's got the speed to take the lead. It's the 407, the 403, I beg your pardon. The 403 and the 346 is Jack Byrne and Rupert Garnett from Bexhill in there in two. And the rider in three, they're coming on through is Shepherd from Andover, I think. Female, 6 and under. Look at this lot go. Noah Kerr from Retro Racing is always one of the first to show. And it's all changed here because Gibson, Amira Gibson is up the inside and now taking over. Oh, one rider down in the first turn. As we turn our attention back to the front. But Gibson leads this one out from the 275 of Erin Thoreau from the Hawks. As we see the retro rider coming on through in three, Noah Kerr. She's looking good, but at the moment it's still Amira Gibson from Preston leading this one out. Gibson down the last straightaway. Thoreau's from the Hawks. Noah Kerr. As the young lady picks herself back up and comes round. The 194 it was from Braintree. Peony Ford that took a spill. Make sure you give her a big round of applause as she comes past you on that last straight. Male, 7 years old, lining up on track. Isaac Tomlinson was one of the first to show, but on the inside is the rider there from, is that the NRT team in Birmingham? Shelby Yates, I think it is. Yeah, Shelby Yates leads this one out now from Tomlinson. And then we see, the rider just went down there in the second turn as we see the Benji Ross Foster, was that? Okay, we're going to red flag this one. Guys, stop. Oh. All right, the raffle's been drawn, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you check the website, Facebook page for all the prizes you'll see all the numbers, but the Maybo Pro Frame went to number pink ticket number 212 for the top prize. The Maybo Pro Frame. Young man down there, just picking himself up. That was Louis Austin, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Louis Austin. He's picked himself up. Of course, the other race, I guess, where was it? It'll be 314. 314 will be rerun a little bit later on. All right, this is race 315. 315, the male 7 years old, lying up on the gate and hitting the track. Here in their third qualification moto, Thorn, Chalkos, Barkley, Bradley, Jamira, Krzyzek, and Jocelyn Black from Bournemouth. But it is the 918. Is that the 818 of Sandis Oons from Norwich, who leads this one out from the rider there, Luan Jamira. Jamira in there in two. Then we can see the rider pushing on through from Rusty Nut. Charlie Thorne. Ernest Chalkos is in there. Teddy Barker. But your man took the win there. Looking good. Okay, female, 8 years old, line up on the track here. We got Brentnell, White Anderson, Moore, Chalk, Henning, and Moore. Two Moores in this one, and Pine for PCR. And I think that's the Moto 1 crew in there in three. I recognise the shirt. The one out in front, though, I think that's Mabel Pine, isn't it? And then we see the rider from Exeter coming on through, Susie White, Hackney rider coming on through, and Chalk as well in the mix. But now we turn our attention to the next rack, because the British champion, the 01 play of Orla Jewis, is in this one for fast signature. And we see the Redco racing rider Matilda Hewitt in there in two. So Hewitt in the second position at the moment, but it's looking good at the moment for Jewis from Fast Signatures BMX team as she comes down that last straightaway. Race 318 on track, Roman Birdfield. Ryder Bays, Miles Ford, Skew, Wakely and Bartololi. The 596 it was, or the 595 of Roman Birdfield leads this one out. Hot shot rider Rudy Pleasance Ford in there in two. Riding hard and strong, the rider from the Hawks, Augustus Bartolini. Bartolini in there in three, inside that top four position. This is their last chance to get through to the next round. They're all racing hard and fast here in race number 318.
Race 319 on track. Your 8-year-old boys are heading into the second corner. Your British champ leads this one out. That's Joseph Claydon out of the Eagles, being chased on through by Connor Grant, doing it for Bruntwood Park National Race Team 01. In there as well with Jonah Taylor heading into the final turn. Finker out of Retro Racing racks up the top four spots in and out of the final corner. Then your British champ going to pick up this moto win. Claydon from start to finish right the way to the stripe with Bruntwood in behind. Next up, you are looking at the MK Evolution rider, Teddy Gorman, on the 904 plate, being chased on through by the 979 of Peter Bunchik, the 677 of Archie Walsgrove in there in four. As the move came into number two, that looked like it could have been Crowley out of the Bruntwood Park National Race Team. Yes, it was Crowley making his move up to a top three spot. Absolute bicycle motocross inside the top five as well. Heading down the final straight, that's got to be Albie Blight, but it's Gorman, Bunchik, that's your 1-2. Crowley under pressure. Walsgrove's going to go through in 4. As we take a look at race 3, 2, 1 on track, Frankie Jones leads this one out. Who's he going through with? Looking like Moto 1 picking it up. That's got to be Logan Acito on the 870 plate. In and out of the final turn, LCC race team, Frankie Jones, Logan Acito. Adam Moto 1 going to rack up the top 2 spots. Race 3-2-2 on track. Where is Finley? Thomas is in there in that 2 spot doing it for GT Factory. But everyone in the race is chasing down Archie Fisher on the 424 bike out of Redditch Premiers. That looks like it could be Brixton BMX in there as well. Fergus Lily White on the 908 inside the top 3. Braintree BMX in the mix as well. That's Noah Bishop on the 353 plate. Heading towards the final corner. The Centurions have got a rider in this one. That's Elliot Goodall on the 792. He's in 5. Being chased down by Rustin at Racing into that final turn. That's Elliot Arlo Hatch. In and out of the final corner they go. Theo Harris in there 4-7. But it's going to be Thomas in the 2 spot behind Archie Fisher taking the Moto win. Ella Grant on track leading it out from the 820 plate of Panach. Paranica, Castro, Latch, Ardacog heading towards the final corner, but moves are coming up the inside. That looks like it could be Maisie Dyson out of the Bandits. Oh, rider down in the final turn. I think that was Castro Lack going down in the corner. She's up to her feet. Let's hope that she's okay. As the second rack of the 9-year-old girls hits the second turn, that's your British champ leading them out. Phoebe Milan, where is the 000 plate in this moto? She's in there repping the Tiverton jersey in about 7 at the moment. That is Poppy Weatherly, Annabelle Smith, Alton Moore and Mika Gibson, Alice Barron, Layla Dixon and Grace Ledgerwood Bar all out on track as well. But it is going to be your British tramp picking up the win, going to 1 and 2. With Preston Pirates and Mika Gibson.
Random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
9-year-old boys hit the track. Race 3-2-5. Check out the Moto 1 rider out of the outside. Ethan the Great White are charging for turn number 1. White's going to lead this one out. He's going 1 and 2 with DC Cycles. Oscar Marco on the exit of the first corner. That looks like Vernell Challenger inside the top 4 at the moment, but he's under all sorts of pressure from the Hawks rider Harley Laker on the 237. Who's the rider picking up a top 3 spot? Got to be the 461 of Kristen Garbachik. It is Garbachik out of Peterborough Phantoms, but it's all about Moto 1's Ethan White at the moment. The Great White in and out of the final turn, looking like he's going to rack up another Moto win to add to his collection so far this season. Marco Garbachik, challenger in that order. Big Hens, your national champ on track, repping the Crucial Gang into turn 2. He's been chased down though by Oakley Hill. In and out of the corner they go. That looks like Reactive Racing inside the top 3. Noah Northcott on the 981 plate. Gotta be the Bristol Jets in the mix as well. Felix Zucchina, he's in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do in the final turn if he wants to make it around. Elliot Hatch had a rusting at Racing. Hatch is going to hang on to that top 4 spot as Big Hens, as stylish as you like, picks up that Moto win. Rerun out on track. That looks like Antek Peremny, so it is the rerun that's on the gate. Antek Peremny, Jake Avis, that's your 1-2 in race 3-2-7. Alfie Thorne in the mix as well out of Urban Air BMX. He's inside the top 3. Who is repping the East Anglian jersey inside the top 4? Looks like that could be William Cairns on the 069. In and out of the final turn. Thorne going airborne. He's going to pick up that 3 spot with your race winner, Birmingham NRT's Antek Peremny. Rerun on track. Taylor, Powell, French, Kinge, Bridle, Taylor, Catkins and Eels. Your British champ going to lead this one out. Of course it is going to be Oliver Bridle, Exeter Eagles out in front. Who's in there with him? Got to be Jasper Eels on his home track. Gosport national race team in there as well. That is going to be the 299 of Arthur Kinge. In and out of the second turn they go. Catkins is in there for 4. Who's here? 5. That's Peckham. BMX's Alexander French on the 133 plate. Looking good though. Bridle out front. being chased down by Eels. The front two riders running away with this one. Eels putting the pressure on down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. It is going to be Bridle hanging on. We are on to race 3 to 8. Jessup, Ford, Tucker, Blakeburn, O'Brien, Perry and Wood. Out front, the 216, Charlie Blakeburn, MK Evolution going 1 and 2 with what looks like Seb Perry on the 314 plate. That's going to be Callum Wood out of Green Machine Tribe. Inside the top 3, the Northeast in the mix as well. Joseph O'Brien on the 274. But the front 3 riders out front looking good. It's all about MK Evolution down the final straight. Going to rack up this moto win. That was Charlie Blakeburn. Alexander Gilbert on track in that 2-spot, chasing down Dominic Zapanos into turn number 2. Hotshot Racing, Fluent Bicycle Motocross, a team here. That's your front 3 at the moment. Who's in there in 4? Looking like that could be Finn Yearbury, I think. Sorry, no, that's Josh Bernard, a decoy on the 402. In and out of the final corner they go. Zapanos on a charge today, looking to pick up this moto win. Gilbert doing all he can to close the gap, but he's not going to get close enough. 10-year-old girls on track, race 330. Dyson, Evans, Wheeler, Wyatt, Cross, Tomlinson and Lamb. Puyet Lamb it is inside the top 3. Molly Tomlinson leads it out. Look at that for a high low in turn 2, ladies and gents. That was Florence Dyson out of the Bradford Bandits crew. Heading for the final corner. It's Gosport National Race Team inside the top 4. That's Cara Cross on the 8 plate in and out of the final turn. Susie Wyatt in 5. It's going to be Tomlinson, Dyson in that order. Puyet Lamb rounding out the podium positions.
Yeah, check it out, race 3-3-1, Webb, Bishop, Denton, Geddes, Dean, Powell, Rowlands and Svensson. It looks like Bishop leads this one out from the rider there from Team Air, Holly Webb. Then we see the rider from Crank, is it coming on through? It's Eliza Powell in the free spot. It's also play for between the Manchester rider, Una Svensson from MCR team. In there about 4 or 5 at the moment, but look at Bishop. She is your world number 7, and she has absolutely killed that moto against those other young ladies in the female 10 years old. Alrighty then, here we go. Reactive racing in this one. We can see the rider there, Jack Belton. Belton in the middle, but on the inside was Thomas Giles. Giles on the 6 plate, doing it for the Northeast at the moment, because I'm sure somebody's going to snap this kid up. He's your national number 6, but he's leading this one out in front of the number 7 of the national series from last year. And the rider from Peckham coming on through, Aidan Baptiste, no slouch either, on a bike. We can see riders all battling down behind for the final quarterfinal positions here in this last moto qualification. But it is Thomas Giles. He's going to take another win today from Jack Belton. Aidan Baptiste for 3, and the 4th place is up for grabs still. Alrighty then, male 10 years old, Killian Hanna, John Lee, Ryder Davis, Chapman Davis, Tanter, Ford and Bird in this one. Look at this guy go out in front. Looked like it could have been Rex Ford. Rex Ford for the Halo Wheels or BMX race team. The national number 3 leads this one out here at Gosport in round number 8. He'll be coming back later on in the semi-finals, maybe even the quarters. All right, then we can see Green Machine out in front. Arthur Donaldson leads this one out from the rider there in 2 on the LCC team. That's Jack Haynes. Haynes is in there, so it's Donaldson, Haynes. And then we go to James from Reactive in there in 3. And then the 4th place rider coming on through could be George Spencer, actually, as there's a couple of Reactive riders in that one. One rider down in the first turn, picked himself up, though, the rider from Gosport. We're looking at the 14 plate here coming on through. That's the Evolve rider. And that is... where are we? Okay, not sure about that one, but I think that was Ethan Shaw. Led that one out in the end. The number 30 was Rory Smythe, I beg your pardon, from Gosport that went down. I think it was Fluent, actually, that I was trying to say. It was Jack Kitchen, of course. Sorry about that. Alrighty then, here we go. The number 1 of the National Series, Charlie Dowson, leads this one out for the male 10 years old. So, looking at this sheet here, they probably got quarterfinals, have they? Let's check it out as they come down towards us. Dowson leads this one out from the national number 5 of Seth Kacharik there in a great spot with the 846 from the Hawks. Malaki Smith is in there in 3, and then we see Team Air Rider Oakley Lewisfield from Andover in a great position in 4. Coming out that last turn though, Dowson, your national number 1, and he's looking to retain that title here today in Gosport. Okay, Fast Signatures rider leading this one out. Then we can see the rider there from the TNT. So Fast Signatures, Joseph Jewis. And then we see George Kellum from TNT in there in 2. The rider in 3 is LVG NRT rider, I believe. Could be Jack Griggs. And Mark Lou from Hawks in there as well. James Wright, Randall. But it's tough racing for these male 10 years old. As we move on to the female 11 years. I can see a CGR rider leading this one out. Holly Richardson from CGR. Izzy Dolan from Bruntwood in there in about 4 at the moment, but coming in and out that last turn. It's all to play for here, the female 11 years old. There's 3 racks of them. They're going to go down to semi-finals here this afternoon, but the rider from Hawks holding on for that third. That was Pritchard there. Okay, more young ladies on track. We got the rider there from Moto 1 coming on through. That's Grace Hudak and the Evolve Collective, Trixie Trays. It's Trays and then Hudak 1 and 2. And then we see the rider coming on through there. Ada Walding from Nuneaton. Jamie Puddock from Step to Win BMX Bicycle Motocross team. All coming down, but it was the Evolve Collective rider who took the win, Trixie Trays. All right, 3-4-0 will be a little bit later on as we move on to 3-4-1. All right, here we go with the young men on track. Okay. Okay. So the British champion leads this one out. That's Connor Hempel. He leads the front with the GT Factory team. The 43 bike comes on through his second. That's Ollie Thorne. Thorne is in there with a rider from BMX Widow. That's Murray Watson. I think there's a rider in that race that shouldn't be in that race, if I'm honest with you. But maybe somebody can check that on the finish line. The one at the back. Oh, I don't know. Maybe not. Okay. Let's start again. Can we start again? The whole thing. Jacob Anderson, that is leading this one out. Anderson, Colin Gordon, Croupy. You don't see many Croupy riders these days, do you? But we see one here racing, and he's racing hard and fast. He's in second position as he comes down that last straightaway. Maybe I should just do it in my normal foreign accent. That might help me get through it a little bit easier. Okay, we've moved on to race number 343.
Preston Newmosh is in this one. At the back of the pack of the minute, got a load of work to do. Here comes Joey McAvoy. He's going to go from 5 to 2, down one straight but quarter. He says, no, thank you very much. I'm going to hang on to that one. So McAvoy in there in 3, just in front of the Landshark Ward. But it's going to be Dayton with the win. cornery for 2. Preston Newmarsh Power with a late ditch to the line. I think he's just nicked the 3 spot. What a race that was. Race 3-4-4. Arlo Steinmetz leads this one out. Who's there with him making moves? Looking like it could be Isaac Moore on the 20 plate. The Hawks Riders in the mix as well. That's Aidan Dowling on the 6-8 plate heading into the final turn. Got to be Albert Turner out of Team Bunnies in there in 4. Making moves in the final turn. Looking solid down the final straight. Turner going to pick himself up a top 4 finish. Arthur Claydon, PCR on track, heading into the second corner. He's right in front of the Evolved rider. That's Benny Jackson. Jackson looking for a way round, then it's to bring it back through the third straight. Got to be Richards inside the top 3. That's Oliver Richards in there at the moment, under pressure from the LCC rider. In and out of the final turn. Looks like that's Freddie Ray Holland inside the top 4. Here comes Seb Hewitt with a late charge down the final straight. Not quite going to get close enough. Looks like Jackson was your race winner. Oh, it's all gone wrong for Allen's Factory. Finn Munro hits the deck on the second straight. Manuel the double, his front wheel washed to the side. He tried to save it. Ended up in a huge heap. Rex Beasley gonna take the moto win. Put your hands together for Finn Munro, ladies and gents.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
12-year-old girls hit the track, race 3-4-7. Heading towards turn number 1, Seren Pritchard on the inside out of Evolve Collective. She's going to pick up the whole shot. Who's in there with her looking like we've got Webb? Yes, it is Olivia Webb out of Team here in Andover. Heading for turn number 2 in that 2 spot. Who's in 3? Coming on Centurions, the 17 plate that is. Holly Hume in and out of turn number 2 then. Where is McSwitty? She's in 4 at the moment. There's a battle going on for 5 between Ocean Headley and Megan Mooney out of Braintree BMX. Mooney then up to the 5 spot at the moment. That's shuffled. Headley back to 6, but it's going to be Pritchard out of Evolve picking up the motor win. Betty Wills on track. This is the race that was held back, the race number 340. Bonnie Dudley's in this one for Evolve Collective. Maisie Egan in there in that 2 spot chasing down Wills. Freya Montfort is in there in 3, who's picking up 4, looking on the 13 plate of India Bennett. Heading towards the final turn. It's all about Pro Star BMX at the moment. Betty Wills in and out of the final turn. She goes. Maisie Egan doing all she can to close the gap down. I don't think she's going to get close enough. It's going to be Wills picking up the moto win. Second rack of the 12-year-old girls hits the track, then back to race 348. You are looking at the Hard Knocks ladies out front. That is Brooke Fast Fawcett going 1 and 2 with her teammate Grace Gerard. GT Factory in there inside the top 3. That's going to be one of the Keller sisters. It is Lauren Keller in and out of the final turn. Maura McCarran out of Radco Racing. She's picking up a top 4 spot. Amelia Martin in there for 5, but it is all about Hard Knocks bike coaching in that one. Got to be the E3 of Iris Haida leading out the next moto. Doing it for Pure Bicycles, ladies and gents, taking it to him. She's got Samaya Hughes for company in that 2 spot. The front 2 ladies are running away with this moto at the moment as they head into the final turn. It's all about Pure at the moment and the Irish contingent as they head down the final straight. Haida, Hughes in that order. Who's going to get the 3? That's going to be Lexi Adams on the 498 bike. Race 350 hits the track. Poppy May Kirby, Winnie Andrews, Elsie Blight, Lucy Stevenson, Paige Cathcart, Cunnison and Elizabeth Lola Poole. And it's Poole in that 2 spot chasing down the 7 plate of Elsie Blight on the exit of turn number 2. Elsie Blight, then Elizabeth Lola Poole. That's your front 2 riders. Who's picking up 3? Poppy May Kirby out of Green Machine Tribe. Look at the move from Poole in the final turn. She's executed it perfectly and moved her way across to pick up the 1 spot and the race lead. Poole takes it across the line. Blight in behind. 12-year-old boys hit the track. Where's Isaac Smith? Wrong moto, so we're on race 351. That's got to be Marcus Mullen. His teammate just took a big hard crash on the second straight, but he is dominating this moto at the moment. Adrian Galitis in there behind him. That's got to be Reactive Racing in the mix as well. Looking like that could be Jack Laughlin. Yes, it is Laughlin out of decoy. Oh, he gets it all wrong. On the last straight, Laughlin hits the deck, picks himself back up. Put your hands together for Jack, ladies and gents. This time round, we've got Isaac the Centre Smith in there at about 4 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch a rider just in front. That's going to be number 4 out of Braintree BMX. But look at the move from the sender in the final turn. He's been doing that all day long, and it's worked this time round. It's going to be Harding out front. Hughes in for 2. The sender going to round out the podium positions. Leo Rowlands, James Bibby on track in race 353. Heading for turn number 1. It's got to be Pro Star BMX looking to pick up the whole shot. Yes, it is Bibby. In and out he goes, your European number 4. I'm sure he'll be wanting to improve that plate later on this season at either the Euro or World Championships. He's leading it out at the moment. Leo Rowlands is glued to his back wheel though, looking for a way round Pro Star. Be Strong in that order. Here comes Charlie Cotton in there in 4. The other, Rowlands round the outside. He's made it stick. Leo Rowlands on fire this weekend, ladies and gents. Bibby for 2. Wow. Zach Everly on track, leading out the next moto in race 354. The 19 plate in there behind him. Looking like that is Oliver Taylor out of MK Evolution. The Bishop sisters are represented in there as well, doing it for Halo Wheels. And the girls against the boys in this final turn. That's going to be Poppy in and out of the last corner. She goes mid-lengths in this one as well. That is Jacob Aston on the 42 plate, rounding out the top 4. Bishop putting pressure on Taylor as to bring it to the line, but Taylor hangs on to the 2 spots. Archie Bell on track, just seen his teammate pull off a wicked move in that final turn in his moto in the same age category. That's got to be Akin Brazia in there inside the top 2 at the moment, being chased down by the Braintree rider who's in there in 3. That is Zach Parsons on the 29 plate, who's picking up 4. Looking like that could be Jacob Jameson under all sorts of pressure as he enters the final turn. The Team Mine rider Ocean King looking to make moves on Jameson down the final straight. Can he make it happen? King's going to go from 5 to 4 and shuffle Jameson back. Rab Racing back on track then. Itar Jamira on the 4 plate, going 1 and 2 with Zach Hamill out of Retro Racing. In and out of that second corner they go. The 21 plate is in this one. Looking like that could be Albert Aladzans, I think it is. Yes, it is Adzans. Inside the top 3, heading down the final straight, but it's all about Jamira at the moment, repping the Rab Racing and Food Electables colours as they take it across the stripe. Joe Rook on track. Archie Croker White has hit the deck in turn number 1 and swallowed up Sam Richards with him. Both riders up and going to finish their laps, but it is Rook and Payne leading this one out. Who's picking up 3? Looking like that could be Harry Swales. So it is Swales rounding out the top 3s to run away with it down the final straight. Rook picking up the moto win for Stay Strong Clark and Kent. Put your hands together for Archie Croker White and Sam Richards, ladies and gents. Little sugar in the tea, eh? That was the other shout out I had to do earlier. I've remembered now. There was a pair of knee pads left at Andover Regional by who I believe is Mrs. Beard, if I've got that right. She's requested that if anyone picked them up from Andover, if you could, I think it was Andover the other week, wasn't it? I'm looking over at the Team Air gazebo. I don't think any of them could see. So if you managed to pick up a brand new pair of G-Form knee pads from the recent regional Andover, if you could return them back to the Team Air gazebo, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Back into the racing then. Race 358 on track. 13-year-old girls Molly Fumi, Carol Moff, Cotton, Ruby Warren, Esme Ward, Allegra True, Lamara 5, and Eva Zerzek. Heading towards the final corner, it is Warren out front. Pure Bicycles, 1 and 2 with the Stay Strong rider in and out of the final corner. Ward looking for a way round Warren as he head down the final straight. Warren's going to hang on to the moto win. Ward in 2. Dakota Tucker on track, leading out race 359. Where is Cara Salmon? She's in this one at about 4 or 5 at the moment. Who's in there in 2? It is the 355 played out of Bath BMX. Lily Yerbury being chased down by the Hard Knocks rider in and out of turn number 2. That is the 13 played of Isabella Gerard. Looks like Anushka Jones in there in 3, trying to work her way round. Yes, she manages it. That shuffles Gerard back to 4 then. So it is Tucker, Yerbury, Jones, 1, 2, 3 down the final straight. Here comes Salmon looking for a late charge. I think she's going to nick the 4 spot on the stripe. 13-year-old boys now on track. Lawrence Bojang is chasing down your race leader, Charlie Craig, heading towards the final turn. Warm BMX race team, Max Vass in there inside the top 3. The new addition, Tom Palmer, in there in 4. Mark Torzaidlo is in 5. That looks like Hunter van der Malion in 6, but it's all about Craig picking up the moto win.
Yeah, check it out, Open 13 on track. This is another race 361. We're getting to the back end of the motos here in the last qualification chance for these guys. It looks like you're right there from Team Bunnies. Mac McNulty leads this one out. Looking good there in the 2 spot. Oh, Smarties Fight Club. And he's in there with Oliver Arnold in the 2. But who's got the 3? Coming down the last round, looks like Rusty Nut Racing. Gilmore Green, he's going to hang on to that 3rd. As they cross the line in race 361. Okay, 2 Mabo riders, 1 and 2 in this one. Teammates off the track, but on the track. Each one's going to try and win. That's you're going to Ethan Rogers there and Jack Perkins. Going to be Rogers and Perkins coming down to the wire. Can they cross the line at exactly the same time? No, Rogers is going to just pick his friend off there as he crosses. All right, then Storkis, Douglas, Spence, Pipe, Els, Howard, Collis. In this one, I can see that the man leading this one out is Ethan Howe. Howe is being in front there. It's your man Joe Douglas from Norwich in there into this young man. Really coming on strong now in this category. In the boys, 13 years old, and he's in 2nd place, coming down across the line. He's going to hang on there. What a great race for those guys. Race 364 on track. Jackson, Kacharik and Steele. Looks like it's the Green Machine Man. Thomas Honeywell, though, that leads this one out. 0-1 Racing Steele in the 2 spot. The 3 spot coming on through there. Is it Jamie Tablanche or no, Jordan Ajibade from Peckham, I think it is, in there. Trying to push through and picks up a 2nd spot there on the line, I think. Okay, Bodie Markley in this one. We got the rider, though, from GT Factory, James Miller. Miller leads this one out from the Bromford kid. Is Sam Dolan in there in 2. And then we can see Markley and Scrivener coming on through from Gosport. He's just at the back of the pack at the moment. Joshua Lewis from Merseyside in the mix as well. But Miller takes another convincing win. He's already wrapped up the title, I think, here this weekend. Okay, hot shot rider, the number 5, Ethan Crooks Martin from Runnymede, jumping his way into the 2nd turn. Looks good out in front, this guy. Crookshank Holmes Farmer in the mix there with Fluent Bicycle motocross rider Griffin. And Charlie Wilcox from Team Mine in the 3 position with Retro in 4 with Stanley Farmer. Alrighty then, here we go. Look at the young ladies come on round the track there. We're looking for the Team Mine rider there, Sophie Coulson. Coulson leads this one out. I'm not sure who that was in 2 there. Looking for Chidley, Eaton, Coulson, Zaravev, Dixon and Ellie Moore. There's only 5 on track, 6 on the sheet. One of those riders is missing. As we turn our attention to female 14, 368 on track. The Moto 1 rider, Katie Miller. Miller and the number 2 coming on through there. That's well, it does. I don't have a number 2 on the sheet, so it can't be. Rena Serafino, Gianolino, Miller and Gianolino looking good there. Patel in there in 3. Coming on through. Who's that in 4? Is that a Crucial Top? Libby Coppin it was in 4. All right, back to the guys. Open 14, if you like. Moto 1 at the front of the pack there. That's going to be the rider there. Oliver Tyres, of course. Tyres and Pro Start going at it. Isaac Shaw. So Tyres and Shaw down the last straightaway. Then we can see the rider from Team Air, Newton Hindley, picking up a nice third place. And BMX Widow Photography in 4 with Thomas O'Brien. All right, we got Harry Donald in this one. Where is he? He's in about 4 at the moment. He's making moves on the inside, picking his way up to 3. But the guy leading this one out in all black was Elvis Lawrence, is it? I think it could be Elvis Lawrence at the front of the pack. Then we see the rider there. Reactive rider I'm looking for. No, he's back in 4. Not sure who that was battling away with Lawrence. Pretty tight, though, on the line. Donald getting through in a qualifying position. Now we can see the super stylish World Stay Strong rider. His name is Kobe Rayford. Kobe Rayford leads this one out by a little way now. We got the Team Air rider coming on through. Oscar Jewell in the 2 spot, making his move inside that last turn and coming through as a Rab Racing. James Cottrell. James Cottrell should have been in this. I'm not sure. We got a seat on the track and a seat clamp. Well done, my man in blue, getting out of the way. The Bruntwood guy leads this one out. Which one is it? Milo. Wello. Oh. Frank BMX in there as well somewhere, but it's the other guy, Bruntwood Park, NRT. He takes the win. That was Milo Weller from Ronnie Richards. Mabo, Nate Hamilton. Oh, Brody Geddes, I think that is in the 2 spot from Cumbernauld. So Hamilton and Geddes, 1 and 2. Richardson, Cranston, Lawrence, Hannah Underhill in this one. All pretty close to the open 14. Race 3-7-4 on track. Ned Guppy takes the whole shot there. Bicycle motocross there, leads his way out into the front of the pack there. I'm looking for the rider in 2 in the yellow and black. Who is that? Do I recognise the shirt? Is it from East Anglia? The 35 on his plate. That was Zach Childs, I beg your pardon. Zach Childs, but Guppy taking another convincing win here this afternoon. We are going to go straight into quarterfinals, aren't we, after the motos? Do we do that again? Yeah, straight into quarterfinals. As we see the Birmingham. Heath Osborne leading this one out. Sorted in there in 2. Toby Lynch. Allen's in the 3 with Todd Smith-Notman as they come down this very technical third straightaway. All safely through in and out of that last corner. It's looking good for the rider from NRT, Heath Osborne. And he's looking smooth and quick here today in race 375. Yep, Summer Glynn in this one from Ireland. Lucy Garner, Roxy Tree, Berg and Watson. We can see the Green Machine rider leading this one out, Grace Berg. And then Ailey Watson in there in 2. Then we see the rider from Mind, Team Mind, Lucy Gardner in the 3 spot. And Summer Glynn in there in 4 for Ireland. Is that going to be enough to see her into the final? We'll have to wait to see until later on today. Oh, wow, one rider down from Peckham there. One of the riders from Peckham, that was Alana Price. Unfortunately, it went down in the first turn. That spread the pack out here, as we can see Lottie Brown from Absolute Bicycle Motocross taking it over there and taking the win convincingly. From Evolve rider Ruby Walford, I think it was actually in front of her, may have been Eliza French. That's who I was looking for, Eliza French. Yeah, just put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Alana Price from Peckham, picking herself back up and getting back on the bike. The Bucketheads. Chaplin, Radcliffe, Cranage, Jones, Avery, Gould, Franklin in this one. Rusty Nut on the outside, Crank. Racing, is it? No, it's Team Bunnies maybe coming on through in the all black there, coming on through with the plate number 32. It's Henry Radcliffe from Decoy, actually. So Decoy Rider leads this one out. LVG NRT in there in 3. And looks like it is rusting up Freddie Franklin in the 2 spot. But it was good stuff from Henry Radcliffe. He's going to take a moto win here in race number 378.
379, 15-year-old boys on track. It got all sorts of busy down the first straight, and we've got 2 BMX Widow photography riders in this one, and they are in 1 and 4 at the minute. McSwitty's in 4, McCrum's in 1. MEC, rider down on the exit of turn number 2. It is McCrum, Seawood. That's your front 2 riders as it stands. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looking like he could be Henry Conroy. Sorry, he's going to pick up the 3 spots. The fallen rider was Max Atry. Let's hope that he's okay. Tidy S leading the next moto out from Teddy Headley out of Peckham BMX. So Peckham out front 1 and 2 at the moment, heading into the final turn. Gosport National Race Team in there as well. Harry Maitland. But it's all about factory supercrosses. Tidy S. We are a go racer number 381 on track, who's headed towards turn number 1. Rufus Cosinew's had a great start. He's going to pick up the whole shot. Check out the first turn action. Bradley James has got a busy. Elijah Jamira's taken advantage. James Jamira, that's your 1 and 2. Cosinew's in there for 3. Who's in 4 moves a bit. Made 1 BMX race team diving underneath. That's Eden Boone trying to make it happen in the second corner. He's worked his way up to about 4. In and out of the final turn. Check out Jamira. He's on a charge out of the final corner. Jamira, James, that's your 1, 2 across the stripe. Who's going to get 3? That was Rufus Cosineu. Jack Davey leads out the next moto on the 22 bike, heading into the second corner. He's currently going 1 and 2 with Team Buddies. That is got to be Logan Widdowson heading towards the final turn. Lucas Tandy, Jacob Warren also in this race. Julian Gonzalez, Remy Coquelin, and William Kingwell, Ada Torby in and out of the final turn. It is all about Davey and Widdowson. 1 BMX race, Fluent Bicycle Motocross on track. That's Oliver James going 1 and 2 with a 16 plate of Lucas Osborne out of Birmingham National Race Team. That's got to be sorted race gear in there for 3. Mason Groves heading towards the final turn. In and out they go. David O'Prey in there as well in the 4. It is going to be James though taking it across the line. Rab Racing on track. Lucas Seeley leads this one out. On the 4 plate, going 1 and 2 with the 8 of Harvey Tomlinson. The front 2 riders running away with it at the moment. That's got to be Alex Dunkley out of Revolve Bicycle Motocross, bringing it through for a top 3 finish at the moment. Looking like the mid-length rider, Oliver Sim is in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Sonny Reed out of the final turn. Reed's going to take the 4 on the line. Massive pile up on the first straight in the 16-year-old girls. Jess Marriott isn't phased though. She's going to pick up the 1 spot in the second turn. Betty Brewer in there behind her. Alexis McCartney in 3, the 18 plate. Eleanor Curtis, one of the fallen riders. We also lost BB Alderton and Adele Veruti. Put your hands together for them 3 ladies up and okay. Jess Marriott picking up that moto win. Once again, ladies and gents, put your hands together for Adele Veruti and BB Alderton. Do not forget, we will be going straight into quarterfinal action when the motos are finished. So if you are in an age category that is going to have quarterfinals, you need to be checking scores as soon as your age group has finished their motos. In fact, I think that most of them age groups have probably been and gone. Yes, they have. So if you're in the quarterfinals age groups, you need to be checking scores, and you will need to be in the pens when the last Superclass moto drops. Race 386 hits the track. Amelia Reveley out of lane number 1, but it's all about Sophie Elwood charging for turn number 1. Elwood leads it out. Who's there with her? Got to be Lexi Wade out of Be Strong TVG, heading for turn number 2. That is Ruby Moore's in there for 3. Everly's in there in 4. Retro Racing in the mix in 5. That's got to be Smiley Maloney being chased out of turn number 2 by Bethany Coates in 6, doing it for Decoy. Wait on the outside of Elwood in the final corner, looking for a way round. Wait, throws in a high-low. Can she make it happen down the final straight? Elwood, Wait down to the stripe. That one was close. Moore's in 3. Kai Bowen on track, your world number 5, Stay Strong. Clark and Kent going 1 and 2 with yesterday's winner, Noah Reveley. In that second corner, Eli Smith's in there in 3. On the 2 plate, headed towards the final turn. It is Stay Strong, Mavo and Rab Racing. That's your front 3 riders as it stands. Decoy BMX in this one as well. In and out of the final corner. Looking like that 4th spot was going to be Oscar Stanbury. We are looking at race 389 on track. Where's John O'Haradine? Wrong race. We are on race 388. Kai Blaine, Samson Townsend, that's your 1 and 2. Ollie Coppin in 3. Bradley Davison in 4. As Mr. Collis hits the deck out of the gate. That was Finn. He's back up to his feet. Put your hands together for Finn Collis, ladies and gents. Looks like he's lost his chain. Just going to make sure that Finn's all right. That looks like it could be Caspery Reynolds out front. Smiley's Flight Club having a corker of a lap. John O'Haradine in there for 2. Malachi O'Reilly in 3. Put your hands together for Finn Collison, ladies and gents. Quarterfinals are drawn, ladies and gents. They are up on scores. Get your phones out, get your iPads out, get your laptops, your PCs, whatever it might be that you find your scores on. Get your quarterfinals, get yourself over to the pens, please. We'll be going quarterfinal racing as soon as the motos are done. 17 to 18-year-old girls, race 390, heading into turn number 1. Mega Gerard leading this one out. Esme Brook in there behind her. Alaya Akareli, Molly Simpson, Alexa Oyalola and Annabelle Charlton all out on track. Charlton working her way up the inside out of Preston Pirates. No, sorry, that was Molly Simpson. She's now up to that 3 spot. Looks like Annabelle's just chilling her way through the motos. I think she crashed earlier on. It's going to be Gerard and Brooke. That's your 1 and 2, along with the 8 plate of Simpson in 3.
Alrighty then, here we go. We're more female 17 to 18s on track. Mika Pritchard, DC Cycles leads this one out there as we're looking for Lacey Baird there and Lexi Arthurs. Could be Arthurs in the 2 spot. No, it's not. It's been overtaken there by the rider from GT and Peckham. Fumi Adaremi Hepburn there on the 2 spot. So it's Pritchard, Hepburn 1 and 2. Then we can see the rider coming on through from Green Machine, Lexi Arthurs and Team Mine Rider Lacey Bird. Is she going to hang on for the 4? I think she might, just in front of Tilly McCrum. All right, getting faster on track now. We're looking at the boys or men. Open 17, 18. Heath, Brooke, Reynolds, Dyer, Kapai, Malo, Malio, I guess. Price and Gam from Peckham. But already, oh, hello, somebody's having a little jump over the triple at the end of the first straight. Can only be one man, of course, Arne Esselman, as he jumps his way through the second straight as well. He's had to put a couple of cranks in, though, for the third straight. Leads this one out from the rider there, from Hard Knocks, is it? No, Zach Green. And the rider from Merseyside, Kian Brown, in there in 3. And then we see the Team Air rider of Tommy Haddleton. Lamin Acarelli, Fawcett, Mallon, Burgess. And that is your rider from Ireland leading this one out. That is Brandon Mallon, looking good at the front of the pack. Then we can see the rider from Peckham, Lamin Acarelli, in there in 2, and he's fighting hard. He wants the first place now. Is he fighting harder because he needs it for a qualifying position, or is he just testing Mallon down the last straightaway as Jaden Fawcett comes home in 3? Okay, Gerard in this one, leading this one out from the BMX Widow photography rider of Josh Williams. Then we could see Sam Hambling coming on through in 3, and another rider from Peckham in 4. Joshua Simpson-Jacobs in the 4th position at the moment, chasing down Hambling, and he's not going to be quite close enough, is he? No, I don't think so, as Gerard takes the win. 'Watch out, females 19 to 29 on track. The European number 6, that is, of course, Evie Webster. I've skipped one page, apparently. I've skipped a moto. But it is Webster out in front. Taylor Limohan in there in 2. Is that Hurry in 3? I think it could be. And then Harry Alexander in 4. Now, Alexander needs this 4th position to get into the final. Is that going to be enough for her? Because it was Imogen Gibson that went down. It's good to see Imogen Gibson back up on her bike. That's a shame because she's been riding really well all day long, but she might have done enough to get into that final anyway. So it's worth her completing the lap as Gibson just picks herself up and finishes it off. More 19 to 29 on track. We've got 2 riders from Green Machine in this one, Kirby and Green. Going to be Emily Green lead this one out. Green at the front of the pack, Kirby in there in 2. Then we can see Lynn Scott bringing up the 3 there. And 4 is going to be Jamie Elwood, I believe. Yes, it is. Elwood in 4. And the rest of the riders coming on through there. It's going to be the rider there. It's going to be Lynn Scott. No, sorry. It's going to be Clements, Albert, and Brooke is coming through behind. Lynn Scott's making a move down the last straight. Emily Green's checked out. Kirby's going to be there with Elwood and Lynn Scott chasing it down to the wire. Open 19 to 29. Elliot Seawood, Hamling, Cohen, Randall, and, I don't know how you say that. Kieran Benio Christ. Benio Christ, maybe. Benio Christ. I don't know. Help me out, people. Alrighty then, looking good at the front though. That's I've gone one too many again, haven't I? That's Annabelle Townsend that was leading that one. Oh, I'm having a bit of a disaster today. I'm really sorry. I do apologise. Jaden Seawood leads this one out. Then we got the 2 riders from SAS Hambling and Shaffer Cohen from Hackney. It's looking good for Jaden Seawood. Stay Strong, Clark and Kent and Blackpool leads this one out in race number 399. You know, we have done nearly 400 races today, Lewis, just the 2 of us. You know? It's not easy, is it? It's hard. People think being a commentator is just a cinch, you know? Just rock up, drink the tea, eat the lunch. But no, it's difficult. Callum Chard Maple, though, out in front, looking good. Who's that in the 2 spot? Going to be a rider from Braintree. Eddie Cannon's in there in 2. Rider in 3, going to be Team Minor, Oscar Meso Cowlard as they cross the line. Race number 401 on track. Izzard, Cates, Partland, Bradshaw, Savage, Wallace and Fitzsimmons. Who is it? It's Bradshaw and Savage out in front. Then we see Izzard and Wallace. And no, it's Cates and Wallace, I beg your pardon. Izzard struggling at the back there at the moment. So Cates and Wallace are looking good. Savage is looking good. Tyrese Bradshaw, we can't wait for that final later on. All right, Hayden Green leading this one out for Absolute Bicycle Motocross. Green at the front of the pack. We've got another Halo Wheels rider in there in 2. That's Hudson. Then we got the guy from NRT, Finley Clark. Clark is in there. Preston Ryder coming on through. Thomas Gray. But look at this guy go. He is quick as you like. Your man from Absolute is Hayden Green.
Got grass all in me, isn't it?
Is that on? Masters. Yeah, Masters on track. 4 guys in this one. Billy Lucas leads them out on the 5X, going 1 and 2 with the 5 of David James in and out of that second corner. Looks like 0-1 racing in the mix as well. That's John Livingston in 3, along with the rider in 4 is Dale Scott. The man missing out of this one is Darren Utley. He's turned it in for the day. Race 404 on track then. In and out of turn number 1. Gotta be Adam Brazil. Crucial Racing leading this one out. Who's there with him? Source BMX. That is George Higley. Into the second corner. They're going back out again. Sean Issett in there in 3. This has got to be near enough his 4th lap of the day. Sean's not happy about it. I'm sure he'll have something to say later on. Adam Brazil, George Higley, Sean Issett and George Warner in that order. Vets on track then. Salmond, Millar, Burno, Taylor, Mackie and Torora. It is Danny T leading this one out. Haida Torora in there in 2, Millar in 3, Mackie in 4 and Salmond in 5. That's how the standards are headed to the final turn. All about Danny T at the moment out of Crucial Racing. Danny T's going to pick up the moto win. Next up, more vets. Race 406. Alison Homans, Barnard Boudet, Mark Moore, and Boudet again. It is Zoltan Boudet in there in 3. Well, he is chasing down Barnard, and Homans heading for the final turn. Here comes Matt Barnard around the outside, looks for a high low, doesn't dive underneath. So it's going to be Homans down the final straight under the pressure of Matt Barnard, bringing it to the stride. Barnard's going to nick it. Boudet in there for 3. Watson on track. Leading out race 407, Steele, Dixon, Yearbury, Smith and Eaton all in there as well. It is going to be Watson though, out of BMX Widow Photography, looking good at the moment. Yearbury in that 2 spot, Dylan Dixon in 3, it is Matthew Eaton in 4, Steele in 5, Smith in 6, in and out of the final 2 though for Mr. Fraser Watson. Going to pick up this motor win down to the wire. Grand Vets hit the track, Nelson, Stanbury, Chalkos, Knowles, Hunt, Hill and Perkins. Hilly out front, of course. 1 on the plates. Smooth as you like. Skills to pay the bills. Pure Bicycles are looking good. Team Mind in there in the 2 spot. That is Lee Hunt on the 017. Being chased down by Christos Chalkos. Pure Bikes in and out of that final turn. That's how the front 3 stand. Knowles in there for the 4 spot along with Stanbury in a 5. We are on to the second rack of Masters. Archibalds 1 and 2. Ian and Brett in that order. That's going to be Fitzroy Bryce in there for 3. Brett Knight in there in 4. Craig Nelly Nelson in 5. Looks like the 017. That's Dominic Elliott making his move on Craig Nelly Nelson is to bring it down to the line. The fallen rider in the final turn. I think that might have been Daniel Keary George. He's up to his feet, walking away. As we near the end of the motos, ladies and gents. Don't forget, straight into quarterfinal racing. If you're in the quarters, you need to be in the pens, please. Moto 410 hits the track. These are the championship women headed for turn number 1. They've been scrapping it out all day so far. Chisua leads it out. Megan Royce had the move stuck on her at turn number 1. Chisua bound, that's your 1-2. Here comes Carruthers getting back involved in the action round the outside of Roy. Didn't quite make it happen, so it is Megan Roy hanging on to the 3. As it stands, Lucy Simpson's in there in 5. Carruthers isn't done yet though. She's looking for a way round the Moto 1 rider into the final turn. Check out Roy, 3 abreast on the exit of the final corner. Chisua's just about hanging on. Chisua bound in that order. Roy's going to take 3. We are going pro set racing, ladies and gents. The 2 Pure Bikes riders in this one out of the centre of the start. It's going to be Cody Coker picking up the whole shot into the turn. Coker leads it out. Phillips is in there right with him. Got to be Ben Larkins in there at about 3 or 4 at the minute, but he's got Heath Thomas working his way up the inside. Thomas then works his way into a top 3 spot. That's Webster in there in 5. Cody Coker out front looking good. Phillips doing all he can to close the gap down. Heath Thomas isn't done yet either. Looks for a high-low on the exit of the final corner. Phillips then under pressure from Thomas. It's going to be Coker, Phillips, Thomas. That's your 1, 2, 3. We are looking at race 412 heading down the start and towards turn number 1. Finn Hoff going to pick up the whole shot right round the outside of Ruben Byrne out of the Irish contingent, but he's not done yet. Byrne looking for a way back at him through the second straight, didn't quite find it, so it is still Hoff and Byrne out front. Who's picking up the 3 spot? Looks like that could be the 127 of Tom Millar out of Moto 1 race team. Here comes Clitheroe, he's in there in 4 at the moment. Moves are being made in the final corner. That's going to be JT Simpson Davies working his way into 5. Byrne's not done yet, pushing Hoff to the wire. Hoff, Byrne, Millard. That's your 1, 2, 3. Penultimate moto hits the track, then these are your superclass men heading down the hill and towards turn number 1. Peter Addy Sharrock's just been boxed in. Looks like Taylor Hunt is going to work his way into the lead. Sharrock's not done yet though, he's worked his way under the inside. He's now in there in 2, so it's Hunt, Sharrock. Here comes Cornish on the inside. He's worked his way underneath Mavawani right. That looks like it could be a Jared Hill in there in about 4. He's taking advantage in and out of the final turn then. Hunt, Sharrock. That's your 1, 2. Cornish working his way in. He's going to pick up the 2 spot on the line. Sharrock for 3. Hill in 4. Last moto of the weekend is the track. This is your final superclass moto headed towards the turn. Markley looking for the whole shot. Casey Markley leads this one out on the 139 plate. Who's in there with him? Looking like the Moto 1 rider. That is Charlie Roy on the 300 plate. He's being chased down by the 1 of Danny Jakeman Ford. Picked up the national championship last year in the junior open category, I believe. He's looking for a way round Roy on the exit of turn number 3, and I think he might have just about found it. So it is going to be Markley down to the wire, Montfort for the 2, and it's Roy rounding out the top 3. Moto's done and dusted, ladies and gents. Your quarterfinals are up on the start. (17 and 29-year-old cruisers lining up on the gate. Oh, it was a long old pause for the first quarterfinal of the day, ladies and gents. 29-year-old cruisers are a go. Brooks is looking for the whole shot, and I think he might have found it. Yes, he has. Alex Brooks leads it out. The Rab Racing team manager in front. That's got to be the 01 rider. That's Owen Putland in 2. Here comes the 19 plate of Jack Mowat in 3. Who's got the 4 spot? Callum Daly. He's in there in 5. Got a bit of work to do if he wants to find a way round. Caden Roberts into the final turn. Roberts hanging on to the final qualifying spot. Then as they bring it down the final straight. The front 4 taking it through to the semis. Brooks, Portland, Mowat taking it through with Roberts in 4.
We've moved on 2 races. We're under our quarterfinal number 4, and it looks like Rab Racing. Dan Wilson leads this one out. Rocky O'Brien chucks it up the inside, makes it work for him. Fast signatures. Niall Moss in the mix with a box of tricks with the 6 plate on his bike. Coming on through is going to be Theo Pope. Pope for Moto 1 up to 3 now. Rocky O'Brien hanging on to that 2. Wilson still out in front for Rab Racing. Here comes Pope trying to come down the last straightaway. That's the way they're going to end up. It's going to be Wilson, Pope, O'Brien and Moss going through.
8-year-old quarterfinals have hit the track, ladies and gents. You are looking at Teddy Gorman trying to pick up the whole shot into the first turn. Gorman leads it out for MK Evolution. Where is Pitar Bunchik? He's right there behind him, but the moves have been made in turn number 1. Bunchik isn't phased. He's worked his way back into that 2 spot rather fast. He's in there for 3, just working his way around the outside of the 117 of Cooper Crowley. Crowley's back there in 4 then. He's being hunted down by Charlie Crossley out of Tiverton BMX. Has Crossley got enough left for Crowley as he enters the final turn? Crossley gets it neck and neck, looks for a high-low on the exit of the final corner. It's going to be Gorman. Bunchik rather fast. Crossley with a leg charge. Who's going to get the final qualifying spot? It's going to be Crossley on the line.
Wow, what a race. And looking at this one here, we got quarterfinal number 6 already. The male, 8 years old, Connor Grant in this one with Lewisfield. Sato was your early rider, but now it's Brumwood rider coming out in front. The A25 of Connor Grant. Grant leads this one out from Sato in there in 2. The 3rd place rider, oh, I'm not sure who that is. Could be Archie Fisher from Redditch, trying to make it move. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. There's about 5 of them that could get 4th place here. It's all going to change down the last straightaway. Bruntwood, Connor Grant looks good for it. Motor 1 looks good for it. Asato's coming through. And the other 2 riders, I'm not sure who that was.
38-year-old quarterfinal hits the track. You are looking at Finley Thomas out of the inside, doing it for GT Factory on his home track here at Gosport. Who's there behind him? Got to be the 0-1 of Joseph Claydon out of Exeter Eagles. So it is Gosport and Exeter. That's your 1 and 2 spots as it stands. The Hawks have got Augustus Bortolini in there inside the top 3. Here comes Kerr. That's Finley Kerr out of Retro Racing. He's being chased down though by what looks like 0-1's Jonah Hill. Hill looking for a top 4 finish if he wants to take it through to the semis. Look at Hill with a high-low in the final turn, trying to make it stick. Kerr and Taylor down the final straight. Kerr's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot.
All right, that's quarterfinal number 8 on track. Birdfield, Jones, Pleasance Ford, Kempsford, Bishop, Hale, Goodall and Wakely in this one. Look like the rider there in the LCC. Is it the 933 coming on through? It's Frankie Jones. Jones leads this one out. Looks like that could be one of the Birmingham riders in there in 2. That could be Jack Hale. Jack Hale and the 042X of Ferrari Kempsford from Nywood trying to get inside that top 4. He is inside the top 4. Can he hang on to it? The other rider coming on through there from Hotshot was Rudy Pleasance Ford. It's all a bit of a mix-up, but they all try to get through.
It is Big Hens leading our quarter-final number 9 and the first for the 9-year-olds. He's currently going 1 and 2 with the 757 of Oscar Marco out of DC Cycles. Jake Avis is hunting Marco out of turn number 2. He wanted a way round him but couldn't quite find it. Just about managed to stick his bike upright as his wheels screeched through the turn. The Bristol Jets have got a rider in there as well. That's got to be Felix Zucchina. It looks like Avis has made his move on Marco out of the final corner. It's going to be Big Hens, Avis, Marco, Zucchina in that order.
Back to quarterfinal number 2 on track. Charlie Roy has picked himself back up from that last Superclass race and he's up inside the top 4. It's Mancy, it's Blythe, it's Roy. 1, 2 and 3. Who's in the 3? It's going to be the BMX Widow rider. It's going to be Matt McHugh. McHugh is hanging on at the moment because Retro Racing, Jack Wilson is going to pull out him down the 3rd straight. Or is he? Because Hughie's holding the line nicely into that last corner. Blythe, Roy, Mancy, 1, 2 and 3. Here's McHugh going to hang on. McHugh from BMX Widow. He is going to hang on. He's going to make the semi-final.
Nine-year-old second quarter-final hits the track and Teg Perebni's on the inside, repping the Birmingham National Race Team colours into the first corner. Where's Seb Perry's right there with him on his back wheel. Them two guys have created a gap already. Alfie Thorne looks like he's blown a pedal in the first corner, so he's now at the back of the pack, and that looks like his day is done. Into turn 2 then, Perry still hunting down Perebni. Garbachik is inside the top 3. Who's picking up 4? Looks like that could be Elliot Hatch. And Rusted on Racing. Put your hands together for Alfie Thorne, ladies and gents, as he finishes his lap. It is going to be Perebni and Perry. That's your 1 and 2 down the final straight. Garbachik, Hatch, in that order, taking it through to the 9-year-old semi-finals.
Another quarterfinal for the male, 9 years old, and they hit the track. Moto 1 on the inside. Ethan White took the whole shot. Oh, 2 riders gone down in the first straightaway already. The UK Evolution rider and one of the riders from Team Air. But as we turn our attention back to the front, Moto 1 is clear of the rest of the pack here. Look at this guy go. Fluent Bicycle Motocross in there in 2, and the Hawks rider in 3. So it's Moto 1, it's White out in front. Then we see Gilbert. Then we see the rider from the Hawks coming on through. Oliver Ford inside a qualifying position to make it into the semi-finals. Got to be happy with that as we check out the Northeast rider coming on through. Joseph O'Brien, I think it is. It's going to be O'Brien. Is it O'Brien that makes it through? I think it was.
Quarter-final number 12, the last of the 9-year-olds hits the track. Oakley Hills on the inside for LCC Race Team. He's absolutely charging towards the first turn. Who's going to pick up the whole shot? There is Dominic Zapanos right around the outside of Hill in the first turn. Zapanos, Hill 1 and 2 at the moment. Who's that picking up 3 and 4? Callum Woods on the bubble at the moment. He's occupying that 4th qualifying position, but he's got the 981. Squaw Hills hit the deck. My oh my, what happened to Hill in the turn? I have no idea. Zapanos leads it. Robinson's in there in that 2 spot. Who's in 3 and 4? Got to be Wood and Northcott headed down the final straight. The front 4 are looking safe and clear now. Taking it down to the semi-finals. Put your hands together for Oakley Hill, ladies and gents.
Alright, it's already washed the gate. Who's got the spin to take the win? Looks like the reactive rider was the first to react. Jack Belton took the whole shot here, coming down to the step up, step down, and he's looking good there in the first turn. Takes the whole shot. Haida Wheels, Rex Ford in there in 2 at the moment. So it's Belton and Ford 1 and 2. Then we got Mabo in there with the 846. The Mabo rider, Rocco Wexford. Rocco Westwood and Malachi Smith. Malachi Smith is there. Malachi Smith, even as they exit the last turn, he's still in 4th, but here comes the fast signature rider, Joseph Dewis. Dewis coming down the last straightaway. Dewis on the outside, Smith on the inside. Is Smith going to hang on? I think he is, you know.
Aidan Baptiste got boxed in out of the start, but he's managed to work his way into a top 3 position on the exit of turn number 1. But everyone is chasing down the 1 plate from last season. That's Charlie Dowson just about fending off an attack from Donaldson in turn number 2. Baptiste is there in 3. Who's here 4? Got to be Jack Haynes out of the LCC crew, heading for the final corner. But they are all now queuing up behind Dowson as they exit the final turn. It is going to be Dowson, Donaldson, that's your 1 and 2, bringing it to the wire. Haynes has worked his way into 3, Baptiste in 4.
Yeah, check out quarterfinal number 15 on track. These are the guys there, Charles and Kachurek. It's looking good to come out of this at the front of the pack. Look at this guy go. Yeah, he's got the tune coming on now. The tour. Yeah, it's got 6 on his plate, but it's not his shirt, that's for sure. It's got a different name on it. Thomas Giles got to be a little bit confused there as he came out of the last turn, though. He's cleared the rest of the field. Looks like Radko Racing, Seth Kachara. He's in the mix. Winterbox and Tricks, Ollie Bird, Ashton Glim, and Jake James trying to make it through. No, he's out.
Quarterfinal number 16, these are your 10-year-olds going at it on the exit of turn number 1. Got to be Jesse Rose on the 12 bike, heading towards turn number 2. He's been chased down by the 16 of Jack Kitchen, the 0-1. Where is Shaw? He's in about 3 at the moment. Got a bit of work to do, as he normally likes to be at the front of the pack, and he's already worked his way from 3 to 2. Reactive Racing's in the mix with George Spencer inside the top 4. But the rider looking on the outside, looking in, is Oakley Lewis Field, heading down the final straight as Field. Got enough left in the tank to pick off Spencer. I don't think he has, but Shaw's your race winner.
Yeah, back to quarterfinal number 3 on track. 17 to 29 cruiser. Miller leads this one out from Kate in there in 2. Who's the 3 on the bike there? The 14 coming off you is Luke Davis Hayes. Who's in 4? It's going to be the rider from Merseyside, Kean Brown. Brown is there. DC Cycles. Looks like we might have lost. No, he's still there, but he's just out of it at the moment. So Miller, Kate, and wow, that was close.
11-year-old quarterfinal number 1 exits turn number 1. Who's that on the 1 bike? Got to be Jacob Anderson. Has it in? Yes, it is. Absolute Bicycle Motocross leading it out from Mabo UK and LCC. That's got to be Joey McAvoy and Ronnie the Landshark Wood. He's on a charge inside the top 3 at the moment. Who's picking up 4? Looks like that could be Neil Grandans. Yes, it is Grandans, but the movers come in the turn. Murray Watson's worked his way through from 5 to 4. Who's going to get it down the final straight? It's going to be Watson. Grandans are lucky in 5.
Yeah, checking out the male 11 years old quarterfinal number 18 on track. Looks like Connor Hempel is the first to show. Preston Numas Powell from Birmingham in there for the NRT team. Then we see the rider from Stay Strong, Rex Beasley in the 3, and the 4th place rider coming on through. Didn't quite catch it. Was it Adrian Dowling or Edward Cordery? Cordery from Baytree is in the back of the pack there at the moment. So who's it going to be? Hempel and Numas Powell battling it out down the last straightaway. They're safely through along with Beasley, and I think that was Cordery.
Teddy Jones leads our quarterfinal number 19 in the 11-year-old boys. That's got to be the Croupy Green team in there as well. Kylan Gordon's picking up the 2 spot. Here's the 11 plate of Oliver Richards out of Green Machine. He's under pressure there from the 9 plate of Seb Hewitt in and out of turn number 2. That looks like he could be cleared inside the top 5. Got a bit of work to do to catch Hewitt as they bring it towards the final corner. It's all about Jones and Gordon out front at the moment. Hewitt looking safe and clear and managing to pick up a 3 spot down the final straight. He's going to be safe and through with Richards in 4.
Yeah, check out male 11-year-old on track quarterfinal number 20. Finley Munro was the first to show out of the gate, and he hole shots into the first turn. Freddie Ray Allen, LCC BMX race team, should be in there somewhere. Where is he? He's in about 3 or 4 at the moment. Who is the guy in second? It's the 12. The 12 coming on through there, and that is Hugo Dayton from the GY95 club. Look at the rider from LCC now, Orlan, trying to make his move to make sure he stays inside that top 4, and he has done. Orlan's going to be safe now, but he's got riders on his outside, riders on his inside. Orlan makes it through. Oh, one rider nicks it on the line. That was Benny Jackson. Wow.
Leo Rowland's Weetabix were coated in hot sauce this morning after he had that start in his quarterfinal. He has checked out from the rest of the pack, heading into the second corner. The 4 plate of Atar Jamira doing all he can to close the gap down. His teammates in there behind him. That's obviously Isaac the Sender Smith. So Rab Racing looking good in this quarterfinal at the moment, heading into the final turn. Looks like Harry Swales is in the qualifying spot at the moment, but he's being chased down out of the final corner. That looks like Noah Ford putting pressure on Swales. Swales is going to hang on and go through in 4.
Oh, that's a shame. Bishop has gone down on the first straightaway, picked herself up already though, alongside the rider next to. But let's check them out in the front of the pack there, as we see the Jump Club rider of Ronnie Payne leading this one out. Oh, Supercross rider jumping his way through into second. That was Marcus Mullen. So, Payne, Mullen. Oh, Mullen's gone down. He's left the doors open now. And it's all changed at the front. Retro Racing. Zach Hamill is going to make it through. So it's Payne and Hamill. Who's that there in 3 coming on through? Difficult to see from here. As Bishop and the Green Machine rider pick themselves back up. Akim Brazier. But Mullen was doing so well there. Looked in full content to get through into the next round. He's going to pick himself up though. Put your hands together for Marcus Mullen from Manchester and Alan Sfaci Supercross. He'll be more disappointed than her, I'm sure. We'll see him back at the next one. We'll see you in Birmingham.
Quarterfinal number 23 hits the track. The easier 12-year-old boys is looking to pick up a whole shot. Your British champ taking it to turn number 1. Rugg leads it out, then Haida, stay strong, Clark and Ken. Who's that there with him? Got to be B Strong, TVG. That is, of course, Archie Bell aboard the 3 bike. He's being chased down by the 824. That's Lewis Hughes out of Preston Pirates. He's having an absolutely blinded day today. Being chased out of turn 2, though, by Adrian Galitis, doing it for Moto 1. Charlie Cotton's in there in 5. Got it all to do to catch Galitis on the exit of turn number 3. It's Rugg taking it to and Bell and Hughes looking safe and clear down the final straight. Galitis going to pick up the final qualifying spot.
Quarterfinal number 24 on track. Everly has slipped the pedals out of the gate from Mabo. He is out of it. Let's check them out as they come down towards us. Going to be the rider from Absolute. I think it is. Yeah, it's Crocker White leading this one out from ProStar and Green Machine. So it's Crocker White from Riches, from Bibby and Harding in there in 4 for GT at the moment. That's the way they're coming down the last straightaway. It's going to be Crocker White taking the win. Then it's going to be Bibby. Then it's going to be Green Machine, Riches and Harding taking the 4.
Pile up in turn 3 in the last quarterfinal, but we're on to quarterfinal 20.5. In and out of the first turn, James Miller, your newly crowned national champion. He's turned that 2 into a 1 on the front of his bike for next season. He's taking it to him at the moment with a 12 plate of Max Vass. In there behind him, where is Joe Douglas? He's working his way from 5 to 4, neck and neck with Kurt Storkis, but he didn't quite make it happen, so he's going to have to come back for another try in the final turn. Roland, moves are coming from Storkis. Els has been shuffled from 3 to 4. He's now under pressure from Douglas. Miller, Bass are safe and clear. Storkis and Els are safe and taking it through to the semi-finals.
Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Check this guy out. Has been winning all day long. Max McNulty from Team Bunnies. Look at him go. The rider in 2 on hot shot colours there coming on through. Is Ethan Crooks Martin. Crooks Martin in the 2 spot. Who's there in 3 coming on through? Is the 20 plate. The 20 plate of Charlie Craig. And then we got the Team Mine Rider of Wilcox in there in 4. So it's Wilcox and Bishop. They're fighting it out for the 4th place at the moment. Bishop is a little way off. Unless he gets some power down this last straightaway, he's going to be out of it. Bishop versus Wilcox. It's going to be Wilcox hanging on for the all-important 4.
13-year-old quarterfinal action hits turn number 1 with JP leading the race out. One rider gets caught up in a bit of traffic. I think that might have been Lawrence Beauchamp getting caught up with the mark towards Idler. So that means that the front 4 have got a bit of a gap now. And the rider in 4th is here in new addition, Tom Palmer. He's currently chasing down Team Bunnies, Dylan Spence, heading for the final turn. That looks like Thomas Honeywell in there in 2. And your race leader, of course, Team Mavo UK. That is JP Jack Perkins taking it to him down the final straight. JP, Honeywell, Spence and Palmer.
Yeah, and his teammates in this one in the open 13-year-old quarterfinal number 28 on track. Ethan Rogers leads this one out for Mabo. Who's there in 2 is going to be the Evolve Collective crew of Ethan Howell. Howell in there with the Moto 1 guy because he's taken it over. It's Harry Tyres up the inside, and the rider there on the 9 is Sullivan Collis. Collis in there in 4, but he's being chased hard by the rider there from Fluent, is it? I think it could be Fluent trying to chase him down. Who's going to get the 4th? Is he going to be Collis? I think it is, as Rogers makes another convincing win here in quarterfinal number 28.
14-year-old quarterfinal action hits the track. This is the first of the 14s heading towards the first corner. The European number 2. He had it all to do in his final yesterday and he made it happen. It is Kobe Rayford, ladies and gents, coming at you through the second straight. Who's in through 2, 3 and 4? Looks like Richards has worked his way up to 3. The 59 plate of bars. Moves are coming. Oscar Jewell, Elbow Magnus around, and they are banging bows in the turn. It looks like it is going to be Barnes hanging on to 4 at the moment. Cotty's in there for 2. Rayford, Cotty, Richards. That's going to be Barnes picking up the final qualifying spot.
Yeah, check it out. Birmingham NRT, Heath Osborne. He leads this one out. from the rider Smith Notman from Allen's here in the 2 spot. Goes around the outside but hangs on to that 2, and he looks good for him at the moment because the rider in 3, Crew 19 rider, the 30 on his bike there, Thomas Westmore from Runnymede. Oh, he's getting swallowed up. He's getting swallowed up by the rider from Mayo, Nate Hamilton. He's making his move now. He's up to 3. Oh, there's moves going in, and Elvis are back in. But the guy from Runnymede, Westmore, he's not giving up. Oh, he's gone down. And the rider from DC takes it on the line. Oh, wow. Westmore was trying so hard.
Absolute carnage in quarterfinal number 30 as 31 hits the second turn. Tyres leads it. Let's hope that we can get Westmore off the track. He's out of the way. That's it. Then we are running with the race. It's Tyres out front. Shaw's in there for 2. Weller's in 3. Here comes Geddes in 4. The front 4 are looking safe and clear from the rest of the pack. Geddes putting pressure on Weller down to the stripe. He's going to nick the 3 spot on the wire. Let's hope that Thomas Westmore is all right, ladies and gents. He's up to his feet. Put your hands together for Thomas.
Check it out, quarterfinal number 32 for the 14 years old. And check this guy out, absolute bicycle motocross. Ned Guppy comes down, takes the whole shot into that first turn. Looks like Elvis Loris is trying to make the moves happen in the turn, and he's back in 3 at the moment because Noah Buttery is up to 2. It's all mixed up here with the rider in 4 at the moment. Coming on through is the rider from Team Air. That's Newton Hindley. Hindley, who's he got behind him? Let's check him out as they exit that final turn. It's looking good though for Guppy. He's going to be convincing on this track, and he takes the win in quarterfinal number 32.
Lucas Seeley's on the inside in the first 15-year-old quarterfinal. In and out of the first turn he goes. Rab Racing leading it from Reactive Racing. That is Bradley James being chased down by the 32 plate of Henry Radcliffe out of Decoy. The front 3 are looking good at the moment. Who's the rider out of Peterborough? That is Lucas Smith on the 43 plate. Under all sorts of pressure from Ollie Kirby in and out of the final turn. It is Smith and Kirby down the final straight. Smith looking like he's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot.
Okay, then Ty DS in this one. Factory Supercross takes the lead there, lane number 1, and Team Mind Rider coming on through there. Looked pretty good there. Was going to be the Warm BMX team, I beg your pardon. That's Eden Boone. Boone is there with the 2 spot. The 3rd place rider is going to be Widdowson, is it? Yeah, Logan Widdowson with a great result there from lane 7. In and out of that last turn, he's looking good in 3rd. Who's there in 4? I'm not sure who that is in the gold and black, but Ty DS checks out and wins that one quite convincingly.
Penultimate quarterfinal hits the track for the weekend, ladies and gents, and Emmy Seawood is in the middle of the pack in there in 5 at the moment. She's chasing down the race leader, as is everyone else. It's Oliver James going 1 and 2 with the 21 plate of Freddie Franklin in and out of the second corner. Seawood's worked her way just in front of David O'Prey, so she's now in there in 4, and that looks like Dunkley in 3. Last turn action then. It is James out front, Franklin, Dunkley, Seawood in that order. Has David O'Prey got enough left for Emmy Seawood down to the wire? Seawood's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot.
Last quarterfinal on track. These are the open 15 guys, and they are bagging bars in the turn, trying to avoid the pro straight. Mongoose rider is looking good there. Cusano. Oh, 3 riders gone down there as the rider leading this one out. Looks good there from the rider from NRT in the 2 spot. That was Osborne. Then we got the rider from Mongoose, Cusano, in there in 3. Not sure who that is in 4. Coming out of that last turn as they come down the last straight, the rider. Oh, he's on the single digit there. That's Harvey Tomlinson, I think it was, that took the win. That is your quarterfinals done and dusted. What time are we going semi-final racing? Oh, that was the 34, William Chaplin. He's up on all right. Okay, when are we going semi-final racing? Give me a clue. Yeah, okay, 3:15. We're going to go semi-final racing at 3:15. You got 35 minutes to relax, get some food, put the sunscreen on, take in some water, and get your riders ready for the semi-finals at 3:15.
The raffle has been drawn, ladies and gents. So if you've got raffle tickets, head to the green cabin behind the start hill. Them guys have got your raffle prizes up for grabs. So if you've got a raffle ticket, make sure you head over there and check your raffle ticket. Thank you. It's done, but the action is not finishing. We are ready to go semi-final racing, round number 8 of the 2025 BMX National Series. The Warlock's been re-energised.
Yeah, man. I've eaten.
Have you had some Red Bull?
No, but I've had food. And
that's enough then, isn't it?
Anybody that knows me knows that food is probably enough.
That's it then. Do you get hangry? Is that what it is?
Oh, I get very hangry.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, understood.
But I must say, Gosport BMX Club have looked after us very well.
They've
so
been
that's good.
absolutely fantastic. Your semi-finalists are getting lined up on the start, ladies and gents.
Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, semi-final action. Look at all the Gosport riders in this one. Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Gosport riders, but it's Leighton Harding leading this one out at the moment. Jet Thompson in there in 2, I believe, at the moment. Look at the Gosport riders queuing up behind. Team Martin, Lewis Sheffy, he's in there at 4, but the 3 Gosport riders on the inside making moves, getting the elbows out. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Gosport, make some noise for your riders. Inside the top 4, you got 3 at the moment. He's coming back down to 2, is it? But he's got the inside line. It's looking good for Harding. It's looking good for Thompson. It's looking good for the other guys from Gosport. Is it Billy Cheeseman? 3 out of 4 from Gosport go through. I love that.
Second rank of the semi-finals for the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers, and Harry Swales is running away with this at the moment. But Charlie Cotton is doing all he can to stay glued to his back wheel in and out of that second corner. Huey Hall's in a qualifying spot inside the top 3 at the moment. Where is Ocean King? He's in there in 4. He's being chased down by Arlo Steinmetz out of Bird and BMX. Not enough in the tank into the final turn. Has he got enough left down the final straight? He has not quite going to get close enough. It's going to be Ocean King.
Yeah, semi-final number 3 on track. Cottrell, Alonso, McKinnon, Nell, Slater, Hindley, Hannah and Marco. In this one, we got the rider from Rab Racing out in front. That is, of course, James Cottrell. Alonso in there in 2. We got Newton Hindley in there in 3 at the moment, coming on through in 4. I'm not sure who that is. There's Benedict Marco, one of the younger riders. He's at the back at the moment with a bit of work to do, but riders coming on through, looking good. Alonso takes it over now from Cottrell, and Hindley definitely in the mix.
13, 14-year-old cruiser semi-final number. Oh, rider down on the first straight. That look like hot shots. Benjamin Dean, let's hope that he's all right. Todd Smith, Dotman, Logan Young are your 1 or 2 riders at the moment. Where is Harding? He's in there in 3. He's being chased down by Alfie Sim. Sim's looking to make it into his 3rd ever A-final aboard his 24-inch wheels, and he's worked his way into a top 3 spot in his semi-final. Notman, Young, Sim, that's your 1, 2, 3. Harding's in there for 4. Who's in 5? Looking like it is Bruce Anthony. He's not quite going to get close enough. Harding's going to hang on to the final qualifying spot. Hands together for Benjamin Dean, ladies and gents.
Yeah, checking out. We got 2 riders from BMX Widow Photography in this one. Cooper McCrum, Eric McSwitty, and they are 2 and 3 at the moment because the guy leading this one out was your rider from Bath, Finton Cockburn. Cockburn leads this one out from McSwitty, and McCrum in there in 4 is going to be Widdowson. Widdowson's being chased hard by Warren from Hotshot. Hotshot Bikes in there in 5 at the moment. Great to see that team back out on the track, and the guy from Hotshot is chasing Widdowson down. Widdowson versus Warren. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Widdowson taking it on the line.
50-16 Cruiser semi-finals into turn number 1, and it is going to be your fast signatures rider Stan Palmer on his home track here at Gosport, leading this one out from John O'Harridan, riding for all of the single ladies out there, bringing it into the second corner. The 9X of Jack Walford's in there in 3. Who's picking up 4? Looking like Bradley Davison out of the Hawks. He's got a bit of time and room, as Isaac Caulfield has got a bit of work to do if he wants to catch Davison out of the final turn. Palmer going to take it down the final straight. Harridan's in, Walford's in, and so is Davison.
Yeah, there he is, pedaling his way out to the front of the pack. The whole shot goes to Alan Hill from Pure Bicycles. He looks good there. Is Ian Archibald on the 2 spot? Who's there in 3? Matt Hayward. Here comes O'Brien. Oh, O'Brien's up the inside. He got it all a bit wrong there, but he's hanging on, is he? I don't know, because the guy from Manchester, Gary Carver, has gone round the outside. As you come out of that last turn, Hilly's going to be safely through with Archibald, with Hayward, and it is going to be Gary Carver in the final qualifying position. That's a shame for O'Brien.
We need a berm sweeper, please, in turn 2. A berm sweeper in turn 2. Right, on track, second rack of the 50 to 54-year-old Cruiser semi-finalists. We are looking at Hassel leading it into the turn. We're Speedy Reed. He's working his way around the outside of Butler, and he's hanging on to that 3 spot as it on 2 spot as it stands. Butler's in there for 3. Who's in 4? Looking like that could be Archibald. It is Brett Archibald in and out of the final corner. Hassel taking it to the wire. Reedy, Butler, Archibald in that order. Cotty's unlucky in 5.
Faster, faster.
Get him a job at Gosport Council, that's what I say.
Whose idea was it to put those stones there?
They'll be removed before the next national era, I reckon.
I think it's to do with drainage. Do you remember that national years ago in the rain? Oh my days. The track was like completely flooded across. As you went over the first jump, you just went through about 3 inches of water.
I rember that because I was on my bike back then.
There you go.
Yeah,
oh, wow. It was a long time.
It was a long time ago.
Well done, Gosport staff. Okay, good to go. Riders already watched the gate. We got the girls leading this one out. It's Jamie Elwood. Elwood trying to get the whole shot, but look at Alexis McCartney, Alan's Factory Supercross, leading this one out there. So McCartney all the way from Bonnie, Scotland, looking good out in front there. We can see the rider into is going to be Trinity Cam, I think, from Urban Air. Yes, Jamie Elwood in the 3, and the 4th place is Olivia Firth at the moment. Izzy Hurry needs to get a hurry on because she's not going to make it through unless she gets up into 4 at the moment. These 4 ladies clear the rest of the pack. McCartney, Cam, Elwood and Firth are going to be in the final.
Second rack of the 17 to 29-year-old women's cruiser hits the first turn, and it's Annalise Cadman-Copter leading them out. Who's there with her? Got to be Taylor Lee Mohan picking up the 2 spot for the Royal Air Force. That looks like Pro Star BMX's Hannah Hedges inside the top 3. Here comes the 7 of Molly Nice and the 6 of Amy Willett. They're elbow bashing. The bows are going in the turn. It's Willett that's picked up the 4 spot. Here comes Nice. She's not finished yet. Last turn action. Molly Nice looked for a high-low. Got caught up in the traffic. Carpenter, Mohan, that's your 1 or 2. Looking like Willits is safe and clear along with Hedges into the final.
Yeah, look like Miller got the best of starts here in this cast. Look at these guys coming around that first corner. You can throw a blanket over them. They're so close, but Brooks leads this one out from Miller now. Fast signatures in there in 3. It's going to be Niall Moss. He's been riding really well all weekend. He made the final yesterday. We got Pops there in 4. It's Luke Davis Hayes. I think that is Davis Hayes in the 4, but here comes your rider on the 0-1 bike. Coming through, it's Owen Patland. Patland versus Hayes. Hayes is going to hang on, I think, as he crosses the line. Wowzers.
It's getting tight down the first straight in the second. 17-29-year-old cruiser semi-final, and it's Moto 1 going 1 and 3 at the moment. Who's leading it out? Got to be the 300 of Charlie Roy. Yeah, it is Roy the 6. Pope's in there as well. He's in the 3 at the minute. Josh Cates is in there for 4. Who's splitting up the Moto 1 party? Got to be the Ram Racing rider. That is Dan Wilson in and out of the final turn. Wilson gets it all sorts of wrong, and now he's shuffled back to 3. It's going to be Roy, Pope, Wilson, 1, 2, 3. Cates is going to pick up the final qualifying spot.
Ready? Watch the gate.
6 and under pocket Rockies, and as usual, Albie Howe gives the best of starts. Whole shots down the first straightaway. On his inside, though, was the 3-4-6 of Rupert Garnett from Bexhill. But now looking over, taking the lead, is the guy in the light blue shirt. It's going to be Jack Byrne, I think, on the 403 bike. Coming at us, where's Albie Howe? Still there in 2 at the moment, all to play for. So it is Byrne and Howe, 1 and 2 at the moment. Here comes the guy on the 460 coming on through. That's Ellis Dowsing. Dowsing in there in 3 at the moment, because the guy coming around the outside is the rider from Cardiff. No, it's the rider from Bournemouth, I think. It could be Sparrowhawk, is it? As they exit that last turn, it's looking good for Byrne. It's looking good for Howe. It's all to play for 4. Ellis Dowsing hanging on for 4. The rider coming through 3. He is going to make it through. That was the rider from Bruntwood, I believe.
Jackson May had a corker of a first pedal in his semi-final, headed for the turn, but it's all about Jensen, Dyke and Luke Barron, elbow to elbow into the first corner. Dyke leads it out. Barron's right there with him, glued to him for that 2 spot at the moment. Dyke trying to shut the door into turn 2. Here comes Barron. The bows are flying. Barron dives under. Who's in 3? Got to be Decoys, Freddie Mitchell-Moore. The 4 spot is Stanley Lockwood out of Nottingham Outlaws. Barron's made his move and gone from 2 to 1 out of the northeast last turn action. Barron shuts the door firm. In and out he goes. Barron, Dyke in that order. That's how they're going to wrap up this semi-final. The 3 and 4 spots are going to go to Mitchell-Moore and Lockwood.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Who's got the spin to take the win? Check out the guy in the middle from Gosport. That was Eddie Brown. Looked good out the gate there, but on the inside there, coming on through was your 01, your British champion of Oliver Bridle from Exeter. So Bridle leads this one out from Brown from Gosport. In there in 2, he's hanging on. The NRT rider coming on through is Brown. No, I beg your pardon, it's Birmingham, Shelby Yates. Yates and Jamira now, 3 and 4, but who's that coming around the outside of Sandis? Owens from Norwich, in 5 at the moment, but he's trying to make his move to the inside. In and out of that last corner, it's looking good for Bridle. Yates, Jamira and Brown, they're your top 4 coming through. Here he comes, he's making a charge. Owens from Norwich, he's not going to catch Jamira.
Semi-final number 16 exits turn number 1, and it's going to be Isaac Tomlinson leading them out for Allen's Factory Supercross, but he's got the NRT rider in there behind him. That looks like Arthur Kinch. Here comes Eels working his way up the inside, throwing the bows in turn 2, works his way into that 2 spot then. So it is Tomlinson, Eels, Kinch, that's your front 3. John Joe Brundell is in there for 4. He looked up the inside of Kinch in the final turn but didn't dive, so he's just allowed in there in 4 at the minute, creating a bit of space between him and the rider in 5. It's all shuffled up at the front, but the front 4 are safe.
Yeah, check out MK Evolution rider Teddy Gorman. He takes a whole shot in this one. Peter Bunchett from Pickham in the mix with a box of tricks as well, because the sorted race gear is coming through as well. On the inside, the 424, and the 424 is Archie Fisher from Redditch. Fisher from Redditch making moves inside there. Look at the 042 trying to push his way through. That was Rory Kempsford from Knightwood. He is in 4 at the moment. Can he hang on? He's got a rider on his tail. I'm not sure who it is, but it's looking good for Teddy Gorman. Unchich as they cross the line in male, 8 years old. Wowzers.
Frankie Jones setting the standards for a first pedal in this age group as he's shot out of a cannon through the gate. So who's there with him? It's got to be your British champion, looking like Joseph Clayton out of PCR in Exeter. Here comes Finley Thomas, and Rapid Roman's making moves. He's gone from 4 to 2 in turn 2. Roman then up to that 2 spot in behind the LCC guy. That's Jones. Here comes Finley Thomas round the outside of your British champ, trying to make his stick. That means Claydon's under pressure from Rooney Pleasance Ford. Here comes Pleasance Ford chasing down the final straight. Oh, Thomas is the unlucky guy that goes out in 5.
Yeah, one of my favourite riders out on track now, male, 9 years old, Ansel Perebny from NRT. Moto 1 in there in 2. It's going to be Ethan White. And then we can see the rider from Fluent, Gilbert, in there in 3 at the moment. Here comes the hot shot rider coming on through there. I thought it was a hot shot. It must be Rusty Nut Racing. Elliot Hatch moving up to 3 now, hanging on to it. But Anton Perebny's checked out. He's going to take the win here. Looking good was White as well from Moto 1. Here comes Rusty Nut coming on through. He's going to take it through. Elliot Hatch and Fluent Bicycle Motocross.
Big Henge, your British champ, is out front in semi-final number 20. Heading on through the second straight. He's manualing his way through as smooth as you like. Jake Avis in there behind him in the 2 spot, looking to close the gap down. That's got to be Dominic Zapanos in there in 3. Who's here for Reactive Racing? Looks like that could be Noah Northcott. Yeah, it is Northcott bringing it at him through the 3rd straight. Callum Wood's not done yet. He's worked his way into 5. In behind Northcott, trying to close the gap down. Northcott looking like he's got a bit too much of a gap over Wood. He's going to hang on to that top 4 finish.
Yeah, check it out. We're looking at the guys here. The number 6 of the National Series from the Northeast is in this one, and he's leading out. I said to you yesterday, and I said this morning, he'll get picked up by a sponsor any day soon, and I reckon he's wearing assorted race gear, race top there, because it's not his name on the back, so maybe he's been picked up, and it's well deserved. Donaldson in there in 2, so Giles and Donaldson safely through at the moment. Who's that there in 3? Coming on through, it's going to be the Halo Wheels rider, Rex Ford. I think it could be Rex Ford, is it? Rex Ford in 4th, that's for sure.
Semi-final number 22 is in turn number 1. It's got to be your British champ, Shaw, leading this one out. The wind's just about picking up for these 10-year-olds through the second straight. Reactive Racing have got 2 riders in the top 4. It's the 7 and the 10 of Belton and Spencer. Then 2 guys on the bubble at the moment. Here comes Seth Kacharik round the outside, trying to pick himself up a qualifying spot into the 10-year-old final. But Aidan Baptiste is making moves, and so is Rocco Westwood. Kacharik looks safe though down the final straight. Shaw, Belton, Spencer, Kacharik in that order.
Yeah, Betty Wills, she has got an amazing start here, and she's leading this one out from Grace Hudak. Hudak on the 2, and Wills in 1. Bournemouth and Milton Keynes represented. Who's there in 3? It's going to be the CGR rider, and I always miss that shirt, the number 11, and it's Holly Richardson and Ada Walden. It's the Nuneaton shirt there in 4. That's what I'm seeing, but Wills from ProStar, Motor 1 race rider, Grace Hudak in the 2 spot. Coming out of that turn, it's still going to be your rider there coming on through. Holly Richardson from CGR, and then Anita rider of Ada Warden's going to hang on, is she? She's being chased, but she's going to just hang on to the line.
Second semi-final for the 11-year-old girls exits turn 1, and that is Trixie Trays leading it out from the 1 plate of Maisie Egan, bringing it back towards the second corner. Here is Freya Montfort inside the top 3. Who's the rider in 4? Got to be Izzy Underhill on the 20 plate, but she's got the 381 of Rachel Pritchard in there behind her, looking to close the gap down and pick herself up. Top 4 finish to take herself through to the 11-year-old final in the girls category. In and out of the final turn then, Trays Egan, that's your 1-2 down the last straight. They're going to wrap this one up. Montfort is going to pick up the 3. Who's getting 4? Pritchard with a late ditch to the line. Who's going to get it? Looks like Underhill just hung on.
Yeah, checking out Mount, 11 years old, semi-final number 1. Here's Connor Hepbill from GT Factory out in front. NRT on the 2 spot, and that is Preston Numos. Pow in there in 2 with Ronnie Wood picking up the 3, and that looks like the 17 plate of Killian Gordon from Croupy in the 4th spot, hanging on. There's a bit of a gap to 5, but here comes 5 coming down the last straight. The 5th place rider from LCC, he's going to nick it on the line. Oh wow, that was Teddy Jones, was it, or Ronnie Wood, one of the 2.
Jacob Anderson is on track leading out semi-final number 26. Who's there with... Oh, Hugo Dayton hits the deck. The 14 of Orland got swallowed up in the action. Orland's not done yet. He's throwing bows in the turn. He's back up to 4. In behind Hewitt, who's in 3. Joey McAvoy's hit the deck in turn 1. So it's Anderson, Munro, down the final straight, then 2 guys safe and clear from the pack. Who's going to get 3 and 4? It's going to be Hewitt and Orland taking it through. Put your hands together for Joey McAvoy and Hugo Dayton, ladies and gents.
All right, on the inside there, female 12-year-old semi-finals. We got Iris Haida, Grace Gerard going at it 1 and 2 at the moment. Iris Haida, she just needs to pick up a few more points here this weekend. She could become the national number 1 in the end of the day. She just needs to stay on the bike, make the final. That could be it for her. Grace Gerard in the 2 spot. Sarah Pritchard coming on through in 3. I think that is. And who's that in 4 there? Don't recognise the shirt there in 4, Lewis. Who do you think that is? It's Mara McCurran from Radco Racing. Radco Racing are going to get them a finalist in the female 12 years old. But Iris Haida, a clean set of wheels again.
Semi-final number 28. In and out of the first corner. That looks like it could be Brooke Fast Fawcett on the European number 2 bike. Yes, it is Fawcett repping the Hard Knocks bike coaching colours into the second corner. Elizabeth Lola Paul is right there behind her, chasing her through the third straight as they come on round. Samaya Hughes is in there for 3. Who's in 4, looking like that could be Elsie Blythe out of Absolute Bars coming across, but she's being chased down by the Green Machine rider. That's Poppy May Kirby down the final straight. Blythe being pushed all the way by Kirby. Who's going to get it? Blythe's going to hang on.
Yeah, this kid is rad on a bike, that is for sure. Bruntmont rider, Be Strong race team rider Leo Rowlands. He's looking good out in front. There shouldn't be any trouble for him to get through. Looks like the Jump Club rider coming on through is Ronnie Payne, and then you see little Jamira coming on through there in 3, and that's another Rab Racing rider in 4. That's Isaac Smith, who's at in the 5, coming on through, trying to make his move into that last turn. But at the moment, it's Rowlands looking good with Payne, Jamira, and Smith. Your 1, 2, 3, and 4 fast signatures. Not quite close enough. That was Swales.
James Bibby, the first person to show his front wheel in semi-final number 30. Who's in there with him? They're looking like we've got your British champion Joe Rook out of Stay Strong, Clark and Ken. He's being chased into turn 2 by the 12 of Archie Croker White, who shuts the door on Archie Bell, but Bell hangs on to his top 4 spot. As it stands, that looks like GT Factory in the top 5. That's Leighton Harding. He's got it all to do though on the exit of turn number 3. If he wants to pick up a final in this 12-year-old category, he's putting in the work down the final straight. Can he catch Bell? Bell's going to hang on.
Oh, that was close. Open 13 on track. Miller in this one as they come down the first straight. Fast Craig, Rogers, Palmer, Tyres, Howland, Collis in this one. They're jumping their way into the front there. That was the Evolve rider coming on through there. That was Ethan Howe, the number 4. He had a 7th pick in the semi, and he's up there in 2 because it's James Miller looking good for GT Factory. Is that an LCC or is it a Mayweather rider? Rogers it is going through with the Be Strong rider of, I don't know who that was. Ethan Howe maybe.
2 Team Buddies riders on track in semi-final number 32. One of them is McNulty's in there in that 2 spot, and the other rider is Dylan Spencer. They're both in qualifying spots. Spencer's in there in 4. Where are you, Team Bunnies? JP leads out the semi-final though for Maybo UK heading into the final turn. Who's splitting up the Bunnies party in 3? That's Ethan Crooks Martin. Last straight action, JP, McNulty, Crooks Martin, and Spence taking it through.
Yeah, check out the Stay Strong rider, the European number 2, Kobe Rayford, looking good at the front of the pack there. Team Maybo on the 2 spot, is it? Coming on through, yeah, it's Nate Hamilton in there in 2. Then we see the rider coming on through from GC, sorry Neil, it's Stay Strong still leading this one out. It's Elvis Lawrence, so I always missed that one because he doesn't have a team, but he's the national number 8, and he should be on a team, but the Moto 1 rider's going to pick up the 4, and that was Oliver Tyres.
Ned Guppy is on track in there at about 4 or 5 at the moment. He's having a good old scrap road again. He's hanging on to that top 4 spot, top 3 spot at the moment. Guppy's worked his way into 4. Isaac Shaw's in there in 5, but out front you're looking at Cotty and Osborne. That's your 1 and 2. Here comes Geddes inside the top 3. Guppy's not done yet. He's throwing bows in the turn. Didn't quite make his stick, so Shaw's putting the pressure on. Isaac Shaw's going to nick that final qualifying spot on the line. Guppy is out in 5.
Yeah, check it out. We got Radcliffe, James, Seeley, Smith, Franklin, Kusano, and Jamira in this one. And Jamira's on the pro straight. No, it's not going to hoe him as my voice goes. Reactive leads this one out. Bradley James, and I think that could be Oliver James on his outside, inside, coming into the last turn. Oh, they need to stay out of each other's way. Make sure they both get through the final. James is going to make it, along with the Rab Racing rider, as that Lucas Seeley in the mix.
Tidy S leads it into turn number 1 in semi-final number 36. Who's in there with him? Got to be Harvey Tomlinson, and the NRT rider picking it up is Lucas Osborne inside the top 3. The 24 plate in there as well. Looks like it could be Alex Dunkley. It's all getting busy. Who's in there in 5? Logan Widdowson. Got it all to do if he wants to catch Dunkley, heading for the final corner. Dunkley, Widdowson, in and out they go as Widdowson got enough left in the tank to catch it down the final straight. Tidy S, Harvey Tomlinson, Lucas Osborne and Alex Dunkley taking it through.
Alrighty then, here we go. Kai Bowen leads this one out. The world number 5 for Stay Strong at the front of the pack. Samson Townsend always up and around there. John O'Haradine, Finley Collis in the mix as well from Absolute. That's pretty much how they go past me in the turn. So Bowen, Townsend, Haradine, and 149 of Malachi O'Reilly from Ireland picking up there. I just got so much dust in my eye.
Semi-final number 38 hits the first turn. That looks like Noah Reveley, yesterday's winner, leading this one out. He's currently going 1 and 2 with the 2 plate of Rab Racing's Eli Smith. That is got to be the decoy rider in the mix as well. That Joe Nunn's in a qualifying spot. There was all sorts of carnage happening in turn number 2. Here comes Ollie Coppin, a corner specialist. He's worked his way around the outside to put himself into the final in the 16-year-olds category.
Yeah, check it out. Gerard on the inside, looking good. Closely followed by Jaden Fawcett, or it could be Fawcett, then Gerard, I'm not sure. Let's check them out as we come past. Brandon Mallon in the mix from Ratoath BMX Club in Ireland, doing well here at the moment. And we can see Sam Hamlin in there in 4 at the moment, coming out of that last turn. It's pretty close for 4 and 5. Here comes the rider. Oh, he's gone down, the rider from SAS, and Josh Williams is going to take advantage.
Semi-final number 40 is going on. Esselmont came unclipped down the hill. One rider's hit the deck in turn number 1. Has Esselmont got enough to pick up this final as they bring it into turn 2? Gambe's in there in the 1 spot. Lamin Akareli's in there in 2. Here comes Esselmont with a high-low in turn number 2. Who's the fast signatures rider in a qualified spot? That's Granger in 3. Esselmont's gone round the outside of Brook. He's picked up the final qualified spot, and he's going to move from 4 to 3 down the final straight. Oh my word!
He ain't bad on a bike, is he, that kid? Even though he mucks about a lot. Alrighty then, 19 to 29. Females hit the track. Semi-finals for them today. Emily Green, Megan Kirby, both from Green Machine. It's Green leading this one out though at the moment. Who's there in 2? Is that Hannah Drew? I think it is Drew. And Gibson. She had it off in her last one, but she's made it back on her bike. And she's in the semi. And she's in 4. She's in 3 at the moment with Kirby in 5. Hurry trying to chase her around the outside, but I don't think it's going to stick because Kirby, she's got the power down. Green Machine in 4. And at the front of the pack with Green. So it's Green, Drew, it's Gibson, and is it going to be Kirby hanging on? I think Kirby might just hang on for the 4.
Louise Beck got shut out of the gate, and that means that your race leader is going to be the European number 6 of Evie Webster. She's currently going 1 and 2 with the 14 plate of Annabelle Townsend. Is a charge into that second corner. The 33 plate of Harriet Alexander is in there in 3. Taylor Lee Mohan is in 4. Who's in 5? Willets and Beck having a good old scrap for a top 5 spot, but Mohan is in the all-important 4 spot at the moment, in and out of the final turn. Webster and Townsend are run away with it. Harriet Alexander is going to hang on to the 3rd spot along with Mohan in 4.
Fair play. She's a good coach. She ain't a bad rider. Oh, riders down in the turn, but we got Bradshaw and Savage safely out in front. Team Mine in there with the rider from Massasoqua from Bournemouth. 0-1 in the 4 there. That's going to be Owen Putland. Putland had lane 8. Last pick in the semi, and he's up in 4. This is not over yet, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to get the 4? Putland's going to hang on. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers. I want to boogie with you. Woo-hoo-hoo. These are just the semis.
Put your hands together for Eddie Cannons and Josh Cates, ladies and gents. Both riders walking away. 19 to 29-year-olds hit the track for their second semi-final. Check him out, the 2 on the bike. Got to be Callum Chop Maple. Heading for the first corner out front. Maple leads it out. Where's Jaden Seawood? He's worked his way to about 3. Just behind what looks like the A-plane of Connor Hudson. Yes, it is Hudson. Heading into turn number 2. Where's Haida Green? He's in there in 4. Finn Clark looks up the inside. Didn't quite make it under. So is he looking to squeeze the top 4 out of it in the final turn? Green on the outside of Seawood in and out. Down the last straight, it's going to be Maple, Hudson, Green, and Seawood taking it through.
Yes, Segarako Vets 40 plus on track. Matt Barnard leads this one out, and he's looking good at the front of the pack. Already wrapped up the title. Who's out there in 2? That's going to be Boudet. Where's Homans? Homans back in about 3 at the moment. Mark Moore is in 4. Can he hang on? He's got the other Boudet behind him. Adam Boudet. We want Mark Moore in the final. Look at him go, ladies and gentlemen. He's coming down that first straightaway. Has he got into limp mode yet? Or has he got some legs left? Here comes Boudet. It's Moore versus Boudet. Come on, Mark Moore. We want you in that final. Yes, he's made the final.
The final semi-final hits the track, and it is led away by Fraser Watson and Danny T. That's your 1 and 2 as it stands with Haida Tarora. He's in there in about 4 at the moment, being chased down by the 6th plate of George Salmond out of Team here in Andover. Rep of the KHRT in and out of the second turn. Who's the 3 spot occupied by? That is Grant Yearbury. So Watson, Taylor, Yearbury. That's your 1, 2, 3. Here comes Salmond on the exit of turn number 3. Has he got enough left in the bank for Tarora? Tarora's going to hang on to that final qualifying spot, and that is your semi-final done and dusted, ladies and gents.
Alrighty, we're going to go racing again with the finals in 10 minutes time, ladies and gentlemen. So 3:55, let's call it 3:55. We're going to go final racing in round number 8 of the National Series.
If you are watching on the live stream, make sure you stick around, as there will be an inside line segment done very, very shortly.
All right, welcome to the Inside Line. We've got Neil's with us this week. Neil Stewart. Hello, Neil.
Hello, how you doing? All right?
I'm all right. And we've got Lewis as well. Absolutely brilliant. Rich Eames is AWOL at the moment, as we know, eating baguettes and stuff. So, the racing's been absolutely off the scale today. The wind's actually got up just in the last 5-10 minutes, but it is a tailwind down the second straight. The pro section's been all right today. But Lewis, what's really standing out to you?
I think all of the racing across the board, we're having some really good competitions going off, some really strong racing happening. Iris Haida's obviously flying, some great racing going off in the 14-year-old boys. I think that's magnificent to see, especially with the semi-finals. I mean, you're looking at 16 riders across 2 races that could all potentially be in the A final, and when the competition's that high, who's not going to enjoy it?
Yeah, for sure. And what about you, Neil?
Well, I've got to say, I mean, it's been a little while since I've commentated at a national, so thanks, Rich, for being away out in France. But I've really enjoyed myself. I mean, there's a lot of these younger riders that are doing so well. There's a couple. I mean, we all know what's going to happen with GT next year. They're probably not going to be around as a team. There's definitely going to be some of them riders up for grabs. I mean, Hempel and Miller are just 2 of the riders that are outstanding from them. They've got younger riders like Maisie Egan as well. She's surely going to be picked up by one of the big factory teams. I'd don't know. But, I mean, it's across the board, like Lewis said, really. I mean, it's just amazing. Yesterday we saw some different results that maybe we expected. Maybe the favourites not winning, going out, sliding out the turns or whatever. So it's all to play for this afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. I agree with that entirely. And I think I'm going to put a shout out for the 1929 males. You got Tyrese and Bryn. We talked to them yesterday, both of them. That'll be in the highlights show. And but that semi-final just then, it was just like a bomb went off in the first corner, and just incredible racing. Everyone's all right, which is great. But yeah, incredible racing. Chatting to some of the guys yesterday, there's literally 24, 26 in the group. Yeah. They can almost all of them make a semi-final, and they all deserve an A-final as well. So what about the skill level? We've talked about this before. There's some amazing riding in there. So I suppose 10s, 11s, 12s upwards, really. It's really coming on, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and that's what's so good for UK BMX is the skill level at that young age. So when these riders that are 10 or 11 now that are jumping and manualing, not just in practice but in racing as well, which is something that over the last few years we've perhaps not seen as much of. So now that we've got these 9, 10, I mean, Henry Sullivan in the 9-year-olds is jumping the first jump at Manchester Indoor, he's manualing down this first straight, and there's other riders in his age class that are doing that. So for them to start picking up them skills in race scenarios from that young age says a lot about what they're going to be like as riders when they get up to sort of 15, 16s and start looking to go in junior men and things like that. It means that when we get into them junior men sort of times for them sort of guys, we're going to have even more competition because they're all going to know what they're doing. So.
Yeah, and close riding as well. That's a real thing that really stands out to me. I was watching some motos down on corner 3, and you know, like 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in a third moto, and you could throw a blanket over them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's mental out there, and it's a great racetrack. You know, this track is a good track. There's nothing wrong with the turns. There's nothing wrong with the track. I mean, gone are the days of the 8 straights of Gosport. We don't miss that at all. But it's a good racetrack. There's moves being. I mean, look at Arne Esselmont. You know, in that last semi-final there, he unclipped out the gate, and he still made it through up to 4 down the last straight, and I think he might have even got 3rd on the line. You know, if that kid stopped messing around on the track and actually put his work that he can do on the bike, seriously, he would win every weekend, no doubt, I reckon.
Imagine that, on. Imagine that. Anyway, let's leave it there. Thanks, guys, and hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Maybe some people will wake up in a minute. Is the race hub ready, Dina? Is the race hub ready? Dina's dying to go final racing. She's had enough of sitting on her stool all weekend. We've got the Warlock back. That means we're ready to go final racing, ladies and gents.
I'm pretty sure you weren't waiting for me. Here we go.
We're always on the Warlock's time. We are always on the Warlock's time. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B final up on the gate. Here we go then, first final of round number 8, ladies and gents. These are your 9 to 12-year-old cruiser B finalists heading for the first corner. Arlo Steinmetz, he wants to pick up the whole shot. 006 on the plate, not quite 007, but he's doing a good old job of it. Heading on through the second straight. Who's in behind him, looking like it is Team Mine? That's Louis Sheffy, shutting the door, coming across into that second corner. That's Leo Bradley, who's hanging on to a podium position at the moment. Rocco Westwood, Mr. Sigma Riz, is in there in fourth. Sheffy looked for a high-low, didn't quite make it happen. The front wheel gave way. Steinmetz, Bradley, Westwood. That's your 1, 2, 3. Put your hands together for the fallen rider, Louis Sheffy. 9 to 12-year-old cruiser A final is lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. Right, we've got 3 riders out of Gosport National Race Team. These are Billy Cheeseman, Max Livingston, and Jet Thompson. GT Factory, Leighton Harding. Team Mine, Ocean King. Out of Birmingham, Huey Hall. Out of Merseyside BMX Club, Charlie Cotton. And out of Fast Signatures on his home track, Harry Swales.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Here we go, the 9 to 12-year-old cruisers hit their track. Harding's been shot out of a cannon, just about managing to get across and shut the door on Cotton and Swales. Harding leads it out. Swales threads the needle in the turn. It goes from 3 to 2. Cotton's exiting right onto the pro set, and that allows Billy Cheeseman to pick up a podium position. In and out of turn 2 they go. It's all about GT Factories. Leighton Harding at the moment. Fast Signatures. Harry Swales, he's doing all he can to close the gap. Can he pick himself up at one spot? In and out of the final turn. Harding's going to hang on to the 9 to 12-year-old cruiser win. Harding, Swales. That's your 1 and 2. Cheeseman rounds out the podium.
Okay, B final 13-14 cruiser in this one. We got William Knowles looking good from the start there, but it looks like the rider in the red coming on through from DC coming out in front there. It's going to be a Hard Knocks guy, actually. It's going to be Freddie Woolwork. Woolwork now out in front from the rider in there too. All in black, that's going to be Bruce Anthony, I believe. Anthony in there with Knowles also in 3. Oh, here's the move. Look at the guy from Hard Knocks hanging on to it. Freddie Woolwork, he wants to win here, even if it's a B final. Is he going to hang on? No, he's not. Okay, A final, 13-14 cruisers. From Preston, Jack McKenna. GT Factory, Hadley Harding. From Evolved Bicycle Motocross, Alfie Sim. Team Air, Newton Hinley. DC Cycles, Logan Young. Allen's Factory, Todd Smith, Notman. Rab Racing, James Coddy Cotterill. And from Peckham, Robin Matten Alonso. 13-14 cruiser. Good luck, boy.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Oh, we was a twitching and a twitching there on the gate. There was no noises whatsoever, was there? Oh, was there? Oh, yeah, you got to stop your kid's bell there on the bike down there on the start hill. Make sure they're not picking the bell. That's that bell there that we're just hearing. We got to stop that in the start procedure because Rab Racing rider leads this one out, and that is of course James Coddy Cotterill. Cotterill's out there with the rider from Team Air, Hinley in the 2 spot, coming on through in 3. GT rider is where is he? He's Hadley Harding, of course he is.
Alfie Sim just picking himself up off the floor and turn them on. Put your hands together for Alfie Sim, ladies and gents.
Okay, just put your hands together one more time for the rider there in the blue. Alfie Sim, that was, from Evolved.
He's all right. $15 to 16-year-old Cruiser B final hits the track. You are looking at the Hawks rider on the inside. Santiago Montano on the 777 plate. He's looking for the whole shot, but he's ended up in a bucket load of traffic in the first turn. Your race leader then out of Team A, Theo Robbins on a charge. Going 1 and 2 with a 10X of Jacob Warren out of Hot Shot Racing. That's your 1 and 2. It is the Hawks going 3 and 4 at the moment. That looks like Montano and Jamie Hayward on the 33 plate. So the Hawks looking good for a 3 and 4 down the final straight, but it's all about Team A out front with Theo Robbins. 15 to 16-year-old Cruiser A final lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. Out of the Hawks, Bradley Davison. Out of Team Bunnies, Logan Widdowson. Evolved Collective, Jack Walford. BMX Widow Photography, Cooper McCrum. MK Evolution, John O'Harradine. BMX Widow Photography again, Eric McSwitty. Out of Bath BMX, Vincent Coburn. And Fast Signatures, Stanley Palmer.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
15, 16-year-old Cruisers hit the track. Where is Stanley Palmer? He's on the inside. Sean Brown's not in this one today. He's already wrapped up the title for this age group, but it's looking like Palmer's going to lead it out of the turn. Palmer going 1 and 2 with Vincent Coburn. Where is John O'Harradine? He's out of Kebab's race team. Do it for the ladies in there in 3. Wants to put his bike onto a podium spot. Here comes Walford. Walford elbow bashing the Bowser out between Walford and Harradine heading into the final turn. It's going to be Palmer out of the last corner. Pick it up. The win in the 15-16 Cruisers. Vincent Coburn, John O'Harradine are going to make up the podium positions.
Alrighty then, 30-39 Cruiser A final from Bath, Matthew Parkinson, and over Shane Reed, Bournemouth, Agris Aledzans from Telford, Smiley's Flight Club, Martin Brown from Crucial, Benjamin Martinez, Halo Wheels, Jack Hudson, 01, John Lillingston, and Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Dan Popel.
Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate. Look at these guys go. Lillingston wants the whole shot here, and he wants to take the win. Look at him get in front of Popel. Well, Popel, he will make you move in the second corner, will he? Because Lillingston's holding the line lovely. Smiley Brown up to 3, as per normal. Oh, Popel making the move there. Lillingston left the door wide open, and it was obvious he was going to come. Brown hanging on for the 3, but Popel and Lillingston, they're going to go down to the wire. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Popel, Lillingston, and Martin Smiley Brown.
30-plus women's Cruiser lining up on the start for their A final. Out of Ice Bikes, Amanda Hemstock. Team Bunnies, Marsha Brook. Fast Signatures, Nikki Sitch. Team A, Fawn Clements. Out of Bournemouth, Liam Meaden. Smiley's Flight Club, Rowan Beckett. Team Mine, Cassie Harding. And out of Hot Shot Racing, your world number 2, Sarah Jane Nichols. Final number 8 hits the track. The 30-plus women's cruiser Oraco. Check out your world number 2, ladies and gents. SJN wants to do the double this weekend. She's charging into turn number 1. Haida Hot Shot Racing. Look at that for a lead in a National A final. She's currently going 1 and 2 with Rowan Beckett out of Smiley's Flight Club. That looks like Nikki Sitch looking to put it on the podium in her 40th year of racing. In and out of the second turn she goes. She's under pressure from Cassie Harding. That looks like it could be Liam Eden in there for 5. Last turn action, all about SJN. Sarah Jane Nichols going to pick up this national win. She'll want to one-up that W2 on the front of her bike. Here comes Sitch. Sitch is going to hang on to 3. The 2 spot was Rowan Beckett.
Yeah, all good in the hood. 40 to 44 cruiser men line up on the gate. From Knots, Andrew Lockwood. From MK, Rob Harries. From ProStart, Craig Cording. From Gosport, NRT, Ian Smythe. From Bray Racing, Matthew Eaton. From GT Factory is Simon Homans. From Peterborough, Dylan Dixon. And from Army Cycling is Tom Odling. 40-44 cruiser.
Attention. Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Alrighty then, Eaton looking good out the gate there, but Homans is level pegging with him at the moment. So Homans on the inside, the Dylan Dixon there, the rider from Peterborough. He's going to come around the outside into 3 at the moment. Oh, baggy pass in the first turn. These 40-44 cruisers, I don't care. Homans styling it over the big step up there, but he is hanging on to that podium. Dixon's going to chase him down. Then we got the Army Cycling guy coming on through, and the BRE Racing rider also making moves. Yeah, that was Matthew Eaton. It's Matthew Eaton in there in 2, but Simon Homans, he's going to hang on. He's going to take the win here. Eaton in 2 and Dixon in 3.
45-49-year-old cruisers up on the start. Out of Nicewood, Abdul El-Kindi. Out of Peterborough, Andy Todd. Out of Bradford, Nigel Smith. Out of Evolved Bicycle Motocross, David Stokes. Moto 1, Kev Merron. Derby, Simon Toogood. Out of Barnsbury, Rich Stevenson. And out of DC Cycles, Norbert Marco. 45-49-year-old cruisers hit the track. Norbert Marco is the first front wheel to show, and he wants to do the double this weekend. DC Cycles on the jersey. Check out Simon DJ Toogood, ladies and gents. He's up to 2. I think he put it on the podium yesterday, but he wants to one-up it today. Check out Stevenson looking for a high-low in the turn. Didn't quite make it stick. He's not done yet, though. Merrin is in there inside the top 4, but Norbert Marco running away with this final, gonna take the win down to the stripe. He's gonna take it across the line. DJ Toogood for 2, and it's Rich Stevenson in 3.
Yeah, checking out the B final of the 50-54 cruiser. Cottrell, Notman, Knight, O'Brien, Chalkos, Elliott, McFarlane and Cockburn. Darren O'Brien styles his way into the front of the pack. Cotty in there in 2. Brett Knight in 3. What might have been for him if he hadn't slid off in that first one. He's there in 3 though. Chalkos for 4. Coming out the last turn, Darren O'Brien takes the win here in the B final. He's looking good for it as well. Rab Racing in 2, Crucial in 3. All right, 50-54 Cruiser A final from MCR, Gary Carver, Royal Air Force rider Matt Hayward, from the Titans, Britt Archibald, from Cumbernauld, Ian Archibald, from Sorted Race Gear, Pete Butler, GT Factory, Darren, Speedy, Reedy, SVT Mongoose, Stephen Hassel, and for Pure Bicycles, Alan Hill.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Riders ready, watch the gate, and I know these guys really want to beat Hilly. It's their ultimate goal. If they're not going to win the title, they want to at least beat Hilly in one of the races, but Hilly never gives up, and he will never let you pass him unless he's injured or he's come off his bike. Let's hope we don't put the commentator's curse on him here as he comes down the third straightaway. He's got enough of a lead to just chill out down that last straight. Hassel's going to chase him for all his life. Ian Archibald's been riding really well here all weekend, and these guys are all going out to the World Championships to compete in these older classes, and Hilly takes another national win, number 4,530.
55 plus cruiser on the start for their A final. Out of the Northeast, James Musgrove. Out of Bournemouth, Michael Whitaker. Gosport National Race Team, Billy Stupple. Out of the Northeast again, Stephen Noble. Out of MCR, David Knowles. Out of Team Mine, Keith Brown. Pure Bikes, have got Chris Madron. And out of Crucial Racing, Mick Goff.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Waging war on their 24s of the 55 plus cruiser bruisers. It's Big Mick on the inside on the 0-1. He's going to hold shot into the turn. Who's there with him? It's got to be Pure Bicycles, Chris Madron. So Goff, Madron running away with it at the moment. Who's in 3? David Knowles picking it up on the 8 plate. Here comes Stupple. He looks up the inside, but Keith Brown's got to move of his own up his sleeve, and he's made it work to go from 5 to 4. Big Mick then out front. Can anyone catch him? I don't think they can. He's taking it down the final straight and right the way to the stripe. Big Mick Goff for the win. Chris Madron for 2. Knowles in 3.
Okay, the 17 to 29 female cruiser B final is out on track. DC Cycles, one rider back. The back of the pack there's just gone down in the first turn. I think that was Musgrove. As Nice picks it up there. Molly Nice leads this one out from Linscott. Alicia Linscott. Here comes Hurry though down the outside, coming on through for the Maybo team there. In second now, Hurry as your rider from the start. Molly Nice takes the win in the B final in the 17 to 29 cruiser female. Alrighty, put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Jodie Musgrove, it just went down in that first turn. She's back up on her bike. As I introduce to you the female cruiser A final, 1729. From Pro Start and Gosport, Hannah Hedges. Retro Racing, Amy Willetts. From the Royal Air Force, CA Crew, Taylor Lee Mohan. From Sordid Race Gear, Olivia Firth. From Bristol, Jamie Elwood. From Urban Air BMX, Trinity Cam. From Halo Wheels BMX Race Team, Annalise Cadman Carpenter. And for Allen's Factory Supercross, Alexis McCartney.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
All right, this is the EA final, and Annalise Cadman Carpenter, I think, has been taking it easy all day long, just making sure she gets inside that inside lane choice is what I was trying to say in the final, and she has done that here as she jumps her way through the second straight here. Is she going to jump the step up? No, she's just taking it easy, but McCartney is not out of this yet. Alexis McCartney makes her move. Cadman Carpenter, no, she's there. She can feel her on the right-hand side coming down the third straightaway. Cadman Carpenter, McCartney in a field of their own at the moment as they come through. It's Trinity Cam in the free spot, but Annalise Cadman Carpenter, she takes the win.
29-year-old cruiser B final on track. Pile up in the last turn. Just mind how you go, gents, as you head towards the final corner. We are red flag in the race. Final 16 will be rerun. The 17 to 29-year-old cruiser guys will be rerun for their B final. Whilst the officials get that one organised, I will get you introduced to the 17 to 29-year-old cruiser finalists. Out of CGR, Luke Davies-Hayes. Doing it for Fast Signatures, Niall Moss. Braintree have got Josh Cates. Out of Moto 1, Tom Millar. Rab Racing, Dan Wilson. Out of Moto 1, Theo Pope. Rab Racing again, Alex Brooks. And out of Moto 1 Race Team, Charlie Roy.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
A long old pause for the 17, 29-year-old cruisers. Brooks, he's had a quality start heading for the turn. Who's that there with him trying to close the door? Oh, the Moto 1 riders are getting all involved in turn number 1, but it's all about your newly crowned 4-time national champion, Alex Brooks, running away with this one. Moto 1 are going through in 2 and 3. That looks like it could be Millar in 2, heading into the final turn. Theo Pope's in there in 3. Who's in 4? That could be Charlie Roy. Moto 1 then going through in 2, 3 and 4, but it's all about Alex Brooks, ladies and gents. 4 years on the bounce. Dan Wilson picks himself up in the last turn. He'll be back in Birmingham for some more.
racing here from the guys in the 15, but your mongoose man, Rufus Cousineau, is going to hang on there and take the win.
17 to 29-year-old cruiser B final hits the track. Manzi's had a great start heading for the turn. That looks like it could be Rocky O'Brien on the inside. Manzi, O'Brien. Here we go, then we are looking at Manzi leading it through. Who's in 3? Looks like Portland picking it up. That's got to be McHugh in there in about 5. Mowat in just in front of him in the 4 spot, heading for the final corner. But it's all about DC Cycles. Look at Manzi at the moment, bringing it out of the final turn. Oh, it all got a bit of sideways. Manzi's going to hang on to it with O'Brien in 2.
We think this is the 7-year-old B final. We're not entirely sure, but Ernst, Taylor, Kryzayek, Catlins, Jocelyn, Black, Ross, Foster, French and Thorne in this one. The male 7-year-old B final hitting at us now, coming towards us. The rider in the red shirt coming on through there is the 994 of Benj Ross Foster from Mersey. Oh, rider down in the second turn. Bruntwood bricking up the 2 there. That's Leon Kryzosiak. In there in 2, coming out of that last turn. And it looks like the rider from Mersey is going to hang on here. Benji Ross Foster, he's going to take the win in the B final. As your man down the bottom here just picks himself up. That was Sandys Owens from Norwich.
16-year-old B final up on the start. Put your hands together for Sandys Owens, ladies and gents. Final 30 hits the track. The 16-year-old B final is a go. John O'Harradine out of KHRT, MK Evolution, and doing it for all of the single ladies out there. He's worked his way into the 2-spot moves. Coming in the first corner, that's Caspery Reynolds working his way on the inside. He's now in there in 3. But your race leader is the 18 of Lewis Collins. Nemo, this lad has put in an absolute shift this season so far, and he's absolutely flying out of the Titans. Nemo then out front looking good. Harradine in there for 2. It is Reynolds in there for 3. That's how they're going to bring it down the final straight, with Bradley Davidson rounding out the top 4.
Okay, this is final 32 to B final for the female, 19 to 29. We must be coming back to the 17-year-old later. It's Louise Beck, Hurry, Willets, Nice, Elwood, Clements, Firth and Hemstock. They're not all out there at the moment. I can see the rider from Retro Racing, Amy Willets, lead this one out from Elwood. And the GB shirt there in 3 is coming on through there. That's going to be Louise Beck, I think, from Bournemouth. Pretty close in and out that last corner, the young ladies, but it's looking good at the moment for Elwood now, who takes it over from Willets. Elwood's going to take the win here in the female 1929.
The 2 fallen riders from the semi-final out of Braintree is Kate and Eddie the Hitman Cannons. Both riders leading out this B final then in and out of turn number 2. Eddie Cannons was absolutely flying yesterday. I think he picked up a podium in the 1929 A final. So them 2 guys out front, but glued to their back wheel is going to be the Birmingham NRT rider Finn Clark, putting pressure on down the final straight. Clark's going to have to take the 2 as Kate picks up the win.
Vets 40 and over on track B final. Boudet, Salmon, Dixon, Miller, Eaton, Steele, Smith and Mackey. Into that first turn, looks like it's Dylan Dixon that leads this one out from Matthew Eaton from BRE Racing. As we see the Kebab House man on the 8 bike coming on through there. It's a 6, I beg your pardon. George Salmon in there in 3 at the moment. There's your top 3. Dixon, Eaton and Salmon. That's your 3. No one else is really close enough. In and out of that last turn, Salmon's going to try and pick up a second here in the B final and pass Eaton. Is he going to pass the winner as well? Or the leader, I should say. No, he's not. Dixon takes the win.
17 to 18-year-old B finalists making their way up onto the start. 17 to 18-year-olds hit the track then for their B final. You're looking at Elliot Brook out of lane number 1. He's charging for the first corner out of Rab Racing. He's going to pick up the whole shot over the line in turn number 1. Who's in there with him? Looking like we have got the Peckham rider, got to be Malachi Price on the 17X plate, and that is the 24X of what looks like Max Burgess out of Preston Pirates, who's picking up the 4 spot. That's the other Peckham rider, Joshua Simpson Jacobs. So Peckham got 2 riders inside the top 4. SAS race team in this. That's Sam Hamling in 5, but it's all about Brook out front picking up that B final win.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the A finals of round number 8 of the British Cycling BMX National Series here in Gosport. The males 6 and unders coming out of Derby, Ellis Dowsing. From Bexhill, Rupert Garnett. From Cardiff, Albie Howe. From Notts, Stanley Lockwood. From Decoy, Freddie Mitchellmore. From Burnham, Jensen Dite. From Decoy, Jack Byrne. And from the North East, Luke Barron. The male 6 and under. Good luck, guys.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready. Watch the gate.
All right, I'm looking for Albie Howe because he has the best start of all the riders. Oh, he's got tangled up with Dite coming down the first straightaway, and that's held him up. And now he's in about 4 or 5 as 4 riders went down. So now it's the top 4 positions. I think that could be Luke Barron out in front on the 509 bike. Let's check him out as he comes past. No, it's the 403. Byrne and Barron, 1 and 2. And then we see the rider there on the 683. Is that the 953 of Freddie Mitchellmore? So it's Byrne, Barron, Mitchellmore. Byrne, Barron, Mitchellmore. But Byrne and Barron are going to fight it out down the last straightaway. Here comes Barron on the outside. Coming on the inside is Byrne. Byrne and Barron. And your man from Decoy is going to take it on the line. Byrne takes the win. Barron for 2. And I think that was... They're still racing out here. Albie's still, he's doing a little wheelie on the last straightaway. He's lost his position there, but it was Lockwood. It was Mitchellmore that went through in 3. I beg your pardon, I had a little brain freeze then. 6 and unders. Female 6 and under A final. From the Hawks, Erin Tarose. From Cardiff, Opal Jones and Rusty Nutt. Amira Gibson, Preston. From Braintree, Peony Ford. From Ipswich, Evie Steele. From Andover, Billy Sawyer. From Runnymede and Retro Racing, Noah Kerr. And from Andover, Lenny Goddard. Oh, here they come. The powder puffs are on track. Look at these young girls go. Noah Kerr on the inside. Looking good at the moment. Gibson in the middle from Preston. And on the outside, the young lady. I think that could be Goddard from Andover. Let's check them out as they come round. It's the 4th moto, of course, for these young ladies. This is about the total number of points because they're racing 4 motos. Kerr takes it over from Gibson now as the 275 pushes on through there, and that is Erin Tarose from Hawks. Tarose from Hawks is in 3rd. I think this is how it's been playing out most of the day, with Gibson now just pushing on through into 1st position, but Kerr is not out of this yet. Don't rule her out. It's all to play for down the last straightaway. Gibson, Kerr and Tarose from the Hawks in there in 3. That's your top 3 coming across the line with Peony Ford, Steele, Sawyer and Goddard and Opal Jones.
7-year-old A final. Lining up on the start, we have got out of Runnymede, John Joe Blundell. Out of Rab Racing, Lou and Jamira. Allen's Factory, Isaac Tomlinson. Gosport National Race Team, Arthur Kinge. On his home track here at Gosport, Jasper Eels. Out of Birmingham National Race Team, Shelby Yates. Gosport NRT again, Eddie Brown. And out of Exeter Eagles, he's your current British champion, Oliver Brado. The 7-year-olds are a go. Bridles on the inside. Look at little Lewa Jamira. Absolutely charging for turn number 1. Rab Racing are probably going wild on that first corner, but the move came from Bridle. Bridle leads it out. Jamira's there with him. Where's Shelby Yates is working his way around the outside of the Rab Racing rider to pick up the 2 spot. Yates is hunting down your British champion through the 3rd straight like a bull to a red rag. Here we go into the turn. Yates looking for a way through. Bridle defending with his life. In and out they go. Bridle, Yates, Jamira. That's your 1, 2, 3. Here comes Eels. He's on a late charge. He's going to go through for the 2 spot. Wow, wow, wow. What a last straight. All the way from 4. I think he might have nicked the 2. But can anyone stop Oliver Bridle? Who knows?
All right, the female A final, 8 years old. From Hackney, Isabella Henry. From Crank BMX Coaching, Sophia Reese. From Moto 1 Race Team, Esme Anderson. From Birmingham, Izzy Moore. From Preston, Abigail Henning. From Bruntwood, Radco Racing rider Matilda Hewitt. From Gosport, Fast Signatures BMX team rider Ola Dewis. And from PCR in Exeter, Mabel Pine.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
Oh, look at the rider in lane number 2, the British champion, Ola Dewis. She really wanted to get out in front of Mabel Pine because she knows Mabel Pine's got a good first straight and she is leading this one out. Dewis, Pine, 1 and 2 at the moment coming on through. In 3, looks like the rider there from Fast Signatures. As we come through, he's taking it over. Yes, the British champion, Ola Dewis, Pine in there in 2. Who's got the 3? It's the 104. The 104 is going to be Izzy Moore. Moore in 3 at the moment. Pine still chasing down Dewis. Dewis still leading this one out. Fast Signature, Gosport, BMX, make some noise. Ola Dewis coming down the last straightaway, but Pine is not giving up. Pine is trying to find a way past, and she cannot find a way past, and Dewis takes the win. Okay, male, 8 years old, line up on the gate from Knightwood, Roari Kempsford. From Sorted Race Gear, Oscar Rutherford. From Hotshot, Rudy Pleasance Ford. From PCR, Joseph Claydon. From Redditch, Archie Fisher. From MK Evolution, Teddy Gorman. From Birmingham, Roman Birdfield. And LCC BMX race team rider, Frankie Jones. The male 8-year-old final. Good luck, boys. Yeah, riders ready, watch the guy. Oh, the 804 goes sideways coming down that straight away, and he's not out of it yet though, with a bit of work to do. He could get back up with the pack, but look at this guy leading this one out. It's going to be Archie Fisher on the 424, is it? I'm not sure as it comes towards me. It is Archie Fisher on the 424. He leads this one out from the LCC rider, and the LCC rider of course is Frankie Jones. So it's Fisher versus Jones, 1 and 2. Who's that in 3 coming on through? I think that could be Birdfield from Birmingham. Oh, it's all changing, is it? No, it's not quite close enough. Here comes Fisher. Here comes LCC. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Fisher from Jones. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
9-year-old girls up on the start for their A final. We have got Arakog, Pananicha, Castro Latch. Out of the northeast, Alice Barron. Out of GT Factory, Megan Keller. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Lauren Snell. Out of Preston, Amika Gibson. Out of Bradford Bandits, Maisie Dyson. Doing it for Absolute, Ella Grant. And out of Moto 1 Race Team, your British champion, Phoebe Millar.
Okay, riders, random start. Riders ready, watch the gate.
The 9-year-old girls hit the track. Millar's out of lane number 1, your British champion. Looking to stick it into turn number 1 out front. Can she make it happen? I think she's going to. Millar leads it out. Where's Grant? She's right there behind her. Looking to work her way round. As we bring it back through the second straight, Snell's in there in 4, chasing Dyson down. Grant looked up the inside, but Millar absolutely charging in and out of that second corner. Moto 1 race team out front looking good. Who's in there in 3 and 4? Looks like Snell's made a move to go from 4 to 3. That's Dyson back there in 4 with Gibson in 5. Looking for a way around, but it's going to be Millar. Grant, Snell pushed all the way to the line. Dyson for 4. 9-year-old boys lining up on at the start for their A final. Let's get you introduced. Out of Reactive Racing, Noah Northcott. Out of Hotshot, Dominic Zapanos. For Peterborough, Christian Garbachik. Rustin Up Racing, Elliot Hatch. Fluent Basketball Motocross, Jake Avis. Moto 1, Ethan the Great White. Birmingham NRT, Antek Perebny. Absolute Basketball Motocross, Jacob Anderson. Birmingham NRT, Preston Newmarsh Powell. Allen's Factory, Finn Monroe. And out of GT Factory, your British champion, Connor Hemhill. "11-year-old boys hit the track. Jacob Anderson has been shot out of through the gate. That means Hemhill is at the back of the pack as he enters turn number 1. Anderson leads it. He wants to retain that 0-1. Looks like the land shark has been swallowed up in action with Hemhill, but they shake hands. It's Anderson leading it from Powell and Munro. In and out of that second corner they go. Jones is in there for that top 4 spot. Orland's in there in 5. Hewitt's in 6. Anderson under pressure as he enter the final corner. Preston Newmarsh Powell looking for a way round. Can he find it down the final straight? Anderson, an absolute basketball motocross. Here comes Finn Monroe with a late charge. He's going to nick the 2 spot on the line. Put your hands together for the land shark, Ronnie Wood, ladies and gents, and your British champ Connor Hemhill, both scooping themselves up off of the floor. Sweeping.
All right, we'll be moving on to the female, 12 years old. In the female 12-year-old final, here we go. Mara McCarran from Radco Racing. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Elsie Blight. All the way from Ireland, Samaya Hughes. From Evolve Collective, Sarah Pritchard. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Grace Gerard. Sorted Race Gear, Elizabeth Lola Poole. From Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Brooke Fawcett. And from Pure Bicycles, Iris Haida. Good luck, ladies. Alrighty then, here we go. Look at these ladies go. Iris Hyde of Pure Bikes. If she could take the win here today, I reckon that could be the title. I don't want to speak too soon, but Brooke Fawcett chasing her down here on the E3 bike. Coming on forward. No, it's the number 4 of Grace Gerard. I beg your pardon. Gerard's there. Fawcett's gone backwards as we see the rider from Sorted. Elizabeth Paul moving up to 3 now. So it's Iris Hyder on a Pure Bike out in front. That's a Pure Bike in the 2 spot for the Hard Knocks team. But Iris Hyder, that could just be the title as it goes back to the Pure Bicycle team. Okay, the male, 12 years old, line up on the gate from Rab Racing, Isaac Smith. Be Strong Race Team, Archie Bell. Jump Club S&M Source, Ronnie Payne. From Rab Racing, Aitai Jamira. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Archie Crocker White. From Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Joe Rook. From Be Strong Race Team, Leo Rowlands. And from Pro Start BMX, it's James Bibby. Male 12-year-old final. Good luck, guys. Alrighty then, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got the European number 4, the national number 2, the British champion, and the national number 3 in this one. But who's got the speed to take the lead? Look at this guy go around the outside. Is that Leo Rollers? I think it is, on the Be Strong team. Doing it there for Be Strong, the Pro Start guy. Bibby in there in 2. Rook is in there in 3 for Clark. Kent Stay Strong. Then we see the absolute bicycle motocross rider of Crocker White. Ajay Jamir is chasing hard, back in 5 at the moment, but Leo Rowland takes the win for Be Strong. Pro Start in 2, Stay Strong, Joe Rook in 3. Wowzers.
Put your hands together for Archibald, ladies and gents. He's up, he's riding away. 13-year-old girls lining up on the start for their A final. We have got Anna Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Isabella Gerard, Bath BMX, Lily Yerbury, Jump Club S&M, Source, Anushka Jones, out of the Centurions, Amara Fife, out of MCR, Martha Cotton, Be Strong Race Team, Dakota Tucker, Stay Strong Clark and Kent, Esme Ward, and doing it for Pure Bicycles, Ruby Warren. Final 48, the 13-year-old girls hit the track. Warren's out of lane number 1. She's looking to add more points to her tally, even though she's wrapped up the title in the 13-year-old girls National Series. In and out of the first turn, Dakota Tucker had a move put on her in the first turn. That's Anushka Jones working her way through. Tucker exits right onto the pro set. So it is still Warren, Ward, Cotton. That is your 1, 2, 3 as the exit turn number 2. Jones is in there in 4. That's 5 in there in 5. Looks like Gerard in 6. Dakota Tucker in 7. And that's going to be Lily Yerbury in 8. But your winner of day number 2, round number 8, Ruby Warren, ladies and gents. Esme Wall for that 2 spot. Martha Cotton rounds out the podium positions. 13-year-old boys up on the start for their A final. Out of Team Bunnies, Dylan Spence. For Hotshot Racing, Ethan Crooks Martin. Moto 1 Race Team, Harry Tyres. Mabo UK, Ethan Rogers. Evolve Collective, Ethan Howell. Team Bunnies again, Max McNulty. Mabo UK again, JP Jack Perkins. And at a GT Factory, he has already wrapped up the points for this season. It is James Miller. This final could get tasty. It's Miller out of lane number 1. McNulty's had an absolute blinding start from about 4. He's looking to put it into turn number 1. Rogers has worked his way up the inside. It's Miller, McNulty. Here comes Ethan Howell working his way through the pack. He's up to 3. Rogers is in 4. That looks like Tyres in 5. Making moves in the turns. He tried to look under Howell. Didn't quite make his stick, but he's in front of Rogers in 4. James Miller, what a season this kid is having. He's changed his 2 into a 1 for the 2026 National Series. Miller takes it. McNulty for 2. Howell in 3.
Alrighty then, here we go. We're getting to the back end of the day now, ladies and gentlemen, and we're looking at the female 14 years old lineup on the game from Evolve Collective. Rin Serafina Gianolino. From Fluent Bicycle and Motocross, Saroni Cleve. From Peckham, Matilda Zaruev. From Birmingham, Ellie Moore. From Peckham, Jalila Patel. From Team Mind, Sophie Coulson. From Sorted Race Gear, Isabella Rowe. And from Moto 1 Race Team, it's Katie Miller. Oh, there was a bit of twitching going on from the recycling centre there, but they held it together. They didn't go before they needed to, and Miller looks good out in front. She is your national number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Moto 1 race plates. That's where you go for your race plates. He is your man, Marlon Baxter, and he's got a great team here. But the Moto 1 leader out in front, Katie Miller. Then we're looking at Fluent Bicycle, Sinoni Cleve, I think that is in the 2 spot coming on through. Evolve Collective also trying to come around the outside, is it? Miller's going to hang on. I think that could be the number 2 there, Serafina Giannolino, who took the second place in the end. But Katie Miller, she does know how to ride a bike, that is for sure. Probably one of the races you've all been looking forward to, I'm sure. The Open 14 years. From Cumbernauld, Rodi Geddes. From Pro Start BMX, Isaac Shaw. From Birmingham NRT, Heath Osborne. Moto 1 race team, Oliver Tyres. Number 8 on his plate from Runnymede, Elvis Lawrence. Rab Racing's James Cottrell. From Mabo UK, Nate Hamilton. And from Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Kobe Rayford. Oh, Rayford, what a start on the inside. He's got it all to do now because he just needs to keep that line, and he's going to lead into the first turn, and he does. Yesterday, he had to make moves to win the national number 8, but today, he's done it from the start. The number 5 from Mabo, Nate Hamilton, is in there. Then we can see the Rab Racing rider coming on through. Is it James going to take another national win? Doing it for Stay Strong, Clark and Kent. Hamilton was there, and it was Elvis Lawrence, I think, in third in the end. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
We are going to put a pause on the 15-year-old girls final and move on to the 15-year-old boys. Before we get into that final, please make sure if you have hired a transponder this weekend, you are handing it into our admin team as soon as your racing has finished. Our admin team want to get home as much as you guys. Please avoid long queues at the end of the day. Thank you. 15-year-old boys up on the start for their final. Out of Decoy, Henry Radcliffe. Evolve Collective, Alex Dunkley. Fluent Bicycle Motocross, Oliver James. Rab Racing, Lucas Seeley. Birmingham NRT, Lucas Osborne. Reactive Racing, Bradley James. Out of Pekka BMX, Harvey Tomlinson. And for Factory Supercross, Ty DS. 15-year-old boys are a go. Ty DS has been shot out of a cannon in lane number 1. Harvey Tomlinson isn't done yet either on the inside. Here comes Lucas Seeley into the turn. Check this guy out, racing up an age group. Ty DS is leaving the rest of the pack. Seeley doing all he can to keep up with him into the second corner. The 13 plate is right there in 3. That's Oliver James. Harvey Tomlinson in 4. That's James in there for 5. Last turn action then. Seeley, he's looking for a way round Ty DS. In and out they go. It is DS. Seeley down to the wire. Who's going to get it on the stripe? Oh, I think Ty DS hung on to it. Lucas Seeley for the 2. And that was Oliver James rounding out the podium spots.
All right, then here we go with the 16 females. Alarm Brigade, DC Cycles, Bibi Alderton, Smiley's Fight Club, Eleanor Curtis. From Mabo UK, Amelia Everly. From Allen's Factory Supercross, Alexis McCartney. From Manchester, Ruby Moores. From Crucial BMX, Sophie Elwood. From Peterborough, Jessica Marriott. And from the Be Strong race team, it's Lexi Waite. Female 16. Good luck, girls. Riders ready, watch the gate. Ruby Moores was looking good out the gate there, but look at Elwood in the middle, coming across there, trying to get over on Marriott, but Marriott leaves it out from Elwood. Marriott looking good at the front of the pack there. Elwood in there in 2. Moores in the final podium position, actually, coming on through there in 3. Then we see Lexi waiting for, but here comes Waite. She's no slouch on a bike, doing it for Be Strong. She's got past Ruby Moores. Can she get past Elwood? But Marriott, I think she's too far in front to get caught. Marriott's going to take the national win here in round number 8. Elwood's trying to hang on, but Waite's going to nick it on the line. And she gets the second, and Elwood takes the third. Open 16 years. line up on the gate. For Crucial BMX, Oliver Coppin. From Decoy, Joe Nunn. Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Finley Collis. From Bournemouth, Samson Townsend. From Ireland, Malachi O'Reilly. From Rab Racing, Eli Smith. From Mabo, UK, Noah Everly. And from Stay Strong, Clark and Kent, Kai Bowen. Good luck, boys. Alrighty then, gate one. Kai Bowen shot out of a cannon, as they say, into the first corner there. Double manual, step up, step down, and he's looking good. Look at this guy go. He is quick. Everly in there for two for Mabo. Who's that in three? It's going to be one of the absolute riders. It's Finley Collis. Collis is trying to get on the podium. Ollie Coppin is making moves. It's been a while since we've seen Coppin making moves like that in these turns, as he comes home in five at the moment, because Kai Bowen is going to take the win. Everly for two. Who's that coming down the outside? Eli Smith it was for three. Wowzers, wowzers, wowzers.
17 to 18-year-old girls are lining up on the start for their final. Out of Peckham, Alaya Akareli. For Team Mind, Lacey Baird. Out of Blackpool, Molly Simpson. Green Machine Tribe, Lexi Arthurs. Mabo UK, Esme Brooke. Out of Peckham, Fumi Adarami Hepburn. Rab Racing, Mega Gerard. And for DC Cycles, Mika Pritchard. (17 to 18-year-old girls hit the track. Gerard and Pritchard out of lane 1 and 2. Looks like Gerard is trying to work her way across for the whole shot, and I think she might have managed it. Pritchard throwing bows in turn number 1. She's worked her way back into that 2-spot, chasing down the Rab Racing leader. That is, of course, Gerard. Gerard, Pritchard, Brooke. That's your 1, 2, 3. Baird is in there in 4. Here comes Fumi Adarami Hepburn. She's looking for a way round into a top 4 spot, and I think she's found it into the final corner. Pritchard looked up the inside of Gerard in the final turn. Didn't quite make his stick, so now she's under pressure from Brooke. Gerard takes it. Pritchard, Brooke 2 and 3. 17 to 18-year-old boys are lining up on the start for their final. Out of BMX Winter Photography, Josh Williams. Fast Signatures, Charlie Granger. Stay Strong C&K, Arne Esselmont. Out of Peckham, Lamin Akareli. Out of Birmingham and Belfast, Brandon Mallon. Out of Peckham BMX, Dexter Gambe. For Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, Jaden Fawcett. And out of Hard Knocks again, on the one plate, George Gerard. (17 to 18-year-old boys are a go. Esselmont gets a good gate from the outside. Looking like the 1X of George Gerard is going to hold shot into the turn. Gerard leads it out. Who's out there with him? Got to be his teammate Fawcett. Hard Knocks Bike Coaching a 1 and 2, ladies and gents. Here comes Dexter Gambe, looking for a way round in here in 3. Who's in 4? Got to be Esselmont out of Stay Strong C&K. Last turn action. Esselmont looks to tee up a move. Didn't quite swing down for it, so it's going to be Gerard, your race winner once again in this age group. Fawcett for 2. Gambe, Esselmont 3 and 4.
All right, go back to the female 15-year-old final 52. Lull up on the gate from Ireland. Summer Glynn, ladies and gentlemen. From Peckham, Etana Price. Evolve Collective, Ruby Walford. From Team Mine, Lucy Gardner. BRE Racing, Eliza French. ABM, Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Lottie Brown. Green Machine Tribe, Grace Berg. And from BMX Widow Photography and Cumbernauld, Ailey Watson. Female 15. Alrighty then, riders ready, watch. Oh, we're banging bars down the first straightaway. Brown, I don't think she meant, I think the wind might have just caught her there as she moved across on Alia Watson. And that's left the door open for Green Machine Grace Berg. Berg leads this one out, but here comes Brown. Oh, Brown's on the stones. That's it. Her day is done as Watson's going to try and go around the outside. And as we see him exit the corner, Grace Berg is still looking good for Green Machine. Lottie Brown is hanging on for 2, and Watson's going to be there in 3. She might move up a position, as will the rider from Peckham, Etana Price. We'll see what happens with that in the scores.
Can we get a sweeper in turn number 2, please? Can we get a sweeper in turn number 2? Thank you very much.
No. Here we go. That's all right, he ain't done a lot all day. He's only been fetching us cups of tea all day, that bloke. He's not done anything. Cups of tea and coffee. Although, I think the milk run out on the coffee. Now, they've looked after us very well here, Gosport. I'm only joking. Righty. We're getting the track ready for these young ladies because they like to bang elbows in the turns. All right, female 19 to 29, line up on the gate. Green Machine Tribe, Megan Kirby. From Royal Air Force, Taylor Leigh Mohan. From Pure Bicycles, Harriet Alexander. Birmingham NRTs, Imogen Gibson. Pro Start BMX, Hannah Drew. Green Machine Tribe, Emily Green. Team Air, Annabelle Townsend. And from Absolute Bicycle Motocross, it's Evie Webster. Female 19 to 29. Good luck, ladies. Oh, yeah. Webster and Green are going at it. Check it out. Green in the middle there, coming on through. Looking good in the whole shot. Annabelle Townsend just tucks in behind in her French top. So Green, Townsend, and Webster, your top 3. Drew doing a great job in 4. And Gibson in 5. Alexander in 6 at the moment. As they come round, Leigh Mohan had a crush earlier. She shut it down. But as we exit the last turn, we're looking at it. Emily Green and Townsend going at it with Webster in 3. I don't know if that title's been decided yet, but it's been great racing all year long.
(19 to 29-year-olds lining up on the start. Let's get you introduced. Out of 01 Racing, Owen Putland for Team Mind, Oscar Matthew Cowlard. Stay Strong C&K, Jaden Seaward. Out of Absolute, Hayden Green. For Halo Wheels Race Team, Connor Hudson. Out of Tiverton, Callum Chard Maple. Out of Crucial Racing, your world number 3, Brinley Savage. And out of Team Mabo UK, your national champion, Tyrese Bradshaw. 19, 29-year-olds hit the track. Savage has been shot out of a cannon. Check him out, throwing boats into the turn. It's getting busy. Savage leads it. Bradshaw in there for 2. That's Maple in there in 3. Heading towards the second corner. Hudson's not done yet either. In there in 4. The front 3 are running away with this race, so heading for the final turn. Here we go. Into the corner. Bradshaw looks for a high-low, and he makes it stick just about. Savage, Bradshaw. Savage has got the legs for the line. Bradshaw for 2. Callum Chard Maple in 3. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is racing at its finest.
Yeah, without a doubt. Awesome stuff from the guys there. Love that a lot. Wow. Woo. Okay. We'll bring you back down to earth with the Masters 30 and over. Watch out, Issett's in this one. Okay, line up on the gate. Masters 30 and over. Dirt BMX rider Dale Scott. Army Cycling Union George Warner. From Birmingham now, Sean Issett. From 01, it's John Lillingston. Green Machine Tribe, David James. Crucial BMX, Adam Brazil. Jump Club, S&M Source, George Higley. And Stay Strong Clark and Kent, Billy Luckhurst. Masters invited. Oh, total concentration on the gate. Brazil, I don't think was here yesterday, but Luckhurst took the win, but Brazil's on the inside now. What's Luckhurst going to do? He's going to let him go and try and carve underneath, get his elbow in front and cut him off in the turn. No, it's not quite happened there. So Brazil, Luckhurst, Higley, 1, 2, 3 and 4. At the moment, we're looking at Lillingston in 4 as they come in and out of that last turn. Brazil's got the advantage. Oh, Brazil's got down. Luckhurst is going to take the second win of the weekend. Brazil slid out of the turn. Higley for 2. Lillingston for 3. The Masters 30 and over. He's okay. He's up and all right. Let's hope he'll make it out to Copenhagen without any issues. Your man Adam Brazil from Crucial, whilst leading, slid out of the turn and Luckhurst took the win. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Alrighty then, veterans 40 and over. From Dragon BMX Club, Hayden Turoa. From Bexhill and Source, Mark Moore. From Bath is Grant Yerbury. From Crucial BMX, Danny Taylor. From GT Factory, UK, Simon Hummonds. From SVT Mongoose, Zoltan Boudet. From Stay Strong Clark and Kent, it's Matt Barnard. And from BMX Widow Photography, Fraser Watson. 40 and over final. Good luck, guys. Oh, here we go. Barnard, I think, has wrapped up the title already, hasn't he? But Watson's coming over. He wants the points today. Watson making his move. Barnard's not out of this yet, so Watson's got the advantage this time. Will Barnard make the move in the turn? I don't think it'll be this one. I think it'll be to the last turn. Homer's now coming underneath for Barnard, but he's not quite close enough. Taylor in 4 as they come down the last straightaway. What's it going to be? Watson versus Barnard. Watson versus Barnard. Watson, Barnard. Oh, Barnard's got squeezed on the last straight. Had to settle for second. As Watson takes the win. Great stuff from the older guys here. Grand Vets 50 and over. From Manchester, David Knowles. From Pure Bikes and Manchester, Christos Chaukos. From Crucial BMX, Brett Knight. From Team Mind, Lee Hunt. From Birmingham, Fitzroy Bryce. From the Titans, Scotland rider, Brett Archibald. From Cumbernauld, Scottish rider, Ian Archibald. No relation. And from Pure Bikes, it's your national title winner, Alan Hill. Grand Veterans 50 and over. Oh, Archibald was quick out the gate there, moving on. Oh, they're all going sideways here. And Brett Knight is the unfortunate one to go down. It's sort of everybody turned right when they should have been turning left, and that's left Hilly clear of the rest of the field. Archibald is going to chase him down, though. Archibald is not out of this yet as Archibald's in 3rd. Fitzroy by 4. Chaukos in 5. Hunt in 6. Knowles in 7. Knight's going to end up 8. But Hilly, is he going to win another national? Archibald's chasing him down, but Hilly is just too smooth. And he takes another national win here in Gosport. His 2nd of the weekend. The title is already sewn up as we move on to the last few finals, ladies and gentlemen.
junior men up on the start for their final. Out of Pro Star BMX, Heath Thomas. For Jump Club, S&M Source, J. Teal Simpson Davies. Out of Moto 1 race team, Tom Millar. For Moto 1 again, Finn Phillips. Out of Pure Bikes, Cody Coker. Out of Hard Knocks Bike Coaching, James Clitheroe. Out of Ireland, Ruben Byrne. And for Be Strong race team, Finley Hoff. We are a go with junior men, ladies and gents. He's taking it over the pro set through the second straight half out of lane number 1. He's just about managed to squeeze it into the turn. Clitheroe's run into traffic. It's Hoff. Burn, that's your 1 and 2. Where is Finn Phillips? He's worked his way up to 3. Oh, JT Simpson Davies hits the deck and swallows up Clitheroe with him. Half out front then. Burn looking for a way round. Can he find it on the exit of turn number 3? It's Hoff, it's Burn, it's Phillips. That's going to be your order of your junior men, ladies and gents. That's your 1, 2, 3. The penultimate final of the weekend. The Superclass men are up on the hill for their final. Out of Sinead's Reed Academy, Danny Jake Montfort. Out of Nightwood, Casey Markley. For Stay Strong Clark again, Cal Strickland. For Pure Bicycles, Jared Hill. Out of Peckham BMX, Xander Mabawani Wright. For Mabo UK, P. Raddy Sharrock. Out of Absolute Bicycle Motocross, Ben Cornish. And for Crucial Racing, Taylor Hunt. Here we go, Superclass men hit the track. Sharrock's run into traffic at the bottom of the hill. Hunt's going to lead it into the turn. Taylor Hunt, Crucial Racing out front. Cornish in there in the 2 spot. Who's picking up 3? That's Mavawani right. It's getting busy into the corner. Cornish right round the outside. Just about managed to stay on track. Cornish, Hunt. Here comes Mavawani right. Getting involved into the turn. Oh, there's all sorts of ball bashing going off. It's going to be Ben Cornish, Xander Mavawani right, Taylor Hunt. That's your 1, 2, 3. Wee wah, wee wah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming up the final. Before we do anything, let's just put our hands together for our officials out on track, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for the officials helping us run these races. Big shout out to Race Hub for the live stream. Give Race Hub a big shout out, a big scream. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. For the first aid crew, picking us up off the track. Give them a round of applause as well. Big up the Gosport staff, the Gosport club. They have done an absolutely fabulous job this weekend. The racing has been fast, furious. I don't see too many big injuries. This has been a great event. Put your hands together for Gosport BMX Club. Thanks for having me. Rich will be back in Birmingham. Championship women line up on the gate. For Pure Bicycles, Elizabeth Bound. For Mabo UK, Lily Chizawa. For Pro Start BMX, Lucy Simpson. Moto 1 race team rider, Megan Roy. Rusty Nut Racing, Sabina Ashman. From Birmingham NRT, Laurie and Carruthers. And from Halo Wheels BMX race team, Annalise Casman Carpenter. Your final of round number 8. The championship women. Good luck, ladies. Riders ready, wants to gain championship winning, hit the track, and Megan Roy wants to take the lead. Oh, it's getting busy in the first straight. They're all coming together. Look at Carruthers trying to thread the needle up. She's come together with Bound, and she goes down, but she should be okay. Roy, Simpson, and Chisua, 1, 2, and 3. Simpson would love to win here on her home track. Simpson for Pro Star. Can the dream come reality? Simpson in and out the last turn. I'm not sure she's going to catch Roy. Roy is good on a bike. She's skillful on a bike. She's going to take the win here. It is Moto number 4, and I don't know what that's going to mean to the points, but that is good racing from the ladies. Congratulations to all of you that have raced hard and fast this weekend. Put your hands together for Laurie and Carruthers back up on her bike. We'll see you all soon, and we'll see you in Birmingham.